Chapter 1701 Bizarre Disappearance. Although Shangao was concerned about Yang Kai's existence, he didn't pay attention for too long. The Sea clan is a race whose eyes are higher than the top. They always believe that they are the most noble creatures in the world who were born in the sea. Other races should bow their heads to the Sea clan, especially the huge number of human races. They have the right to be so proud. Every Sea clan is born proficient in some water-type exercises and martial arts. Unlike the human clan, many of them have never practiced in their entire lives. Yang Kai experienced the arrogance of the Sea clan for the first time. The beautiful woman standing next to Shangao looked down, opened her lips lightly and said, "Island Master Pang, this is not the first time I have met you. We all know each other well, so I will open the window to speak honestly. That's right, an important person from our Sea God Palace has disappeared near your Xiaoguang Island. We have reason to suspect that the people from the Sea Palace kidnapped that important person, and we ask Island Master Pang to hand him over." Although the woman tried her best to keep her tone steady, her unintentional expression revealed the anxiety in her heart. Pang Zhen naturally recognized this high clan woman, frowned and said, "An important figure in your Sea clan. Who is it?" He was very curious about the identity of this missing Sea clan, and vaguely felt that the other party's status in the Sea clan was definitely not low, and he was most likely a member of the royal clan. Otherwise, Shangao and this woman would not have come together, and they were so aggressive. No matter what, he had to find out. The woman shook her head lightly, and said in a nice voice, "Sorry, I can't tell you who you are." Pang Zhen sneered. "Commander Qinmo, are you sure you're not joking? Just based on your guess, Sea God Palace has so many void-returning mirrors to embarrass my Xiaoguang Island. Do you really think my Sea Palace is easy to bully?" The woman named Qinmo frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment and said, "This is not just my concubine's guess, the adult has indeed disappeared near Xiaoguang Island, otherwise we would not have rushed here." Pang Zhen narrowed his eyes. Qinmo is one of the 8 commanders of the Sea God Palace. It is in existence of the same level as Shangao, and its status is respected among the Sea clan. There are not many people who are higher than her. But she actually still called the missing Sea clan an adult. Could it be that the royal family members of Sea God Palace are missing? This is no small matter. Pang Zhen immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. If it was just a little-known high clan, he could have simply dismissed it. After all, he had never seen it before. But if it is a member of the royal family, you can't do that anymore. One is not handled well. It will definitely trigger a battle between the Sea Palace and the Sea God Palace. That is the result no one wants to see. After contemplating for a long time, Pang Zhen said with a solemn expression, "I haven't found any sea people on Xiaoguang Island recently, maybe Commander Qinmo made a mistake." Qinmo interrupted him, "If it's convenient for Master Pang, I want to search Xiaoguang Island, but I don't know if it's possible." "Just a search?" Pang Zhen looked at her cautiously. Compared with the current situation, this request is not too much. If it were another occasion or other time, Pang Zhen would definitely not agree, but since it involves as far as the members of the royal family, if they don't agree, it is very likely to touch Shangao's simple and strong nerves, and there will be a big battle next. So Pang Zhen also had to make some concessions in a timely manner. "It's just a search," Qianmo promised. "I am very familiar with that adult. If she is really in Xiaoguang Island, I will definitely be able to sense it, no matter whether someone hides her or not." Speaking of the last sentence, Qianmo's eyes became sharp as a knife's edge. It is conceivable that if things are as she guessed, Xiaoguang Island will definitely be bloody today. Pang Zhen hesitated. The other party spoke so convincingly that he didn't dare to be too sure of his own judgment. Although he was the master of the island, there were so many Haidian disciples living on Xiaoguang Island. A Sea clan. "Okay, I promise you," Pang Zhen said in a deep voice. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's a disaster that can't be avoided, and Pang Zhen can only hope that the High Clan's guess is wrong. "Thank you," Qianmo nodded, and the next moment he released his divine thoughts, spreading towards Xiaoguang Island inch by inch. Everyone waited quietly. On the shore of the vast sea, there were hundreds of strong men, but none of them spoke. Even their breathing was suppressed, and a needle could be heard. Shangao was anxious as if constipated, and the scar on his face became more and more terrifying. He looked at Qinmo for a while, and Pang Zhen for a while, his eyes were bigger than copper bells. After a long time, Qianmo suddenly opened his eyes. Pang Zhen straightened his expression and stared at her for a moment. "How is it?" Shangao also asked hastily. There was a hint of disappointment on Qinmo's face, looking at Shangao, shaking his head slowly, "Not here." "Impossible," Shangao yelled, She disappeared near Xiaoguang Island, how could she not be here? There must be a mistake somewhere. By the way, was it transferred by them? Xiaoguang Island has space law. Yes, all the islands in the Sea Palace can pass through. Shangao, fight if you want to fight, don't be noisy. Pang Zhen shouted angrily, this time he was much more confident. Shangao was already annoyed, and Pang Zhen's words were undoubtedly intended to ignite his emotions. With his eyes widened, the surging power in his body began to work. Qian Mo opened his mouth before him. Master Pang, this time it was my mistake and others. I sincerely apologize for the trouble Guodao caused, and I will definitely come to apologize again in the future. Hearing what she said, Pang Zhen's face looked much better. The High Clan has always looked down on the human clan. Qinmo's words like this show that she is really anxious and has no intention of maintaining her arrogance. It doesn't matter whether she will really come to apologize in the future. Pang Zhen is also a human being, so he accepted it as soon as he understood it. He nodded slightly and said, in that case, I forgive Pang for not sending it away, everyone can go. All the strongmen of the High Clan retreated quickly without saying a word. Only Shangao gave Pang Zhen a reluctant look before leaving, as if he wanted to have a big battle to vent his distress. After the Sea Clan retreated thousands of miles away, Pang Zhen let out a hard breath. The other senior executives on Xiaoguang Island also looked at each other in dismay, smiling wryly and sweating all over their backs. Don't look at their tough attitude just now, not giving an inch. In fact, everyone put their hearts in their throats. With the current strength of Xiaoguang Island, it may not be so easy to resist the two elite leaders of the Heizu. Fortunately, things were resolved perfectly in the end, and no fighting really broke out. Island Master, who in the Sea Clan got lost? How could Shangao and Qinmo be so nervous? Someone asked from the side. Pang Zhen winked at the man, and did not answer immediately, but looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and said, Sect Master Yang, I am making you laugh. Pang just got the news that the people from the main hall will come to Xiaoguang in 3 days. Please take care of Sect Master Yang and stay on Xiaoguang Island for a few more days. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Island Master Pang is so kind, Yang can do whatever he wants, but your palace doesn't seem to be too interested in Yang's proposal. Pang Zhen opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain it. From his point of view, Haidian was indeed a little neglected, so he could only make amends. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't mean to embarrass him. He said a few words that were neither painful nor itchy, then left and returned to the place that Pang Zhen had arranged for him. Haidian was not enthusiastic about his proposal, and Yang Kai would not beg them, but focused on the Sea Clan. Pang Zhen also said that the Sea Clan has natural advantages, and the cultivation resources that can be mined are much larger than those of the Sea Palace. If the Sea Clan and Ling Xiaozong can reach a cooperative relationship, it must have a brighter future than cooperation with the Sea Palace. It's too difficult to cooperate with the Sea Clan. Unless surrendered directly by force, there is probably no possibility of success. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked in one direction thoughtfully. Just now he noticed that Pang Zhen and some experts from Xiaoguang Island had left the island, and he didn't know what to do. But he guessed that he should be looking for the missing important figure of the Sea Clan. For Shangao and Qinmo to pay so much attention to him, this person must have a high status. If Pang Zhen can find it, it will undoubtedly be a great achievement. Whether it is used to negotiate terms with Sea God Palace or exchange for some supplies, it will be very simple. According to his perception, those strong men of the Sea Clan did not leave Xiaoguang Island too far, and only moved within a radius of 30,000 miles. They seemed to believe that their clansmen disappeared near Xiaoguang Island, so they only searched in this area. Yang Kai looked interesting, and secretly guessed what kind of scene it would be if the two of them met together. However, this idea is obviously superfluous. Whether it is the warriors of Xiaoguang Island or the warriors of the Sea Clan, they are trying to avoid each other's position and not interfere with each other. Suddenly, a breath suddenly disappeared in Yang Kai's perception. Before he could figure out what was going on, another one disappeared, followed by a third, a fourth. In just a short moment, the auras of more than a dozen creatures disappeared strangely. This is not annihilation at the time of death, but complete disappearance. Yang Kai showed a look of astonishment. He is now the Star Master of Gloomy Star, and it can be said that as long as he is willing, he can monitor the movement of any place he wants to monitor. But he didn't discover at all how those creatures disappeared. They just disappeared for no apparent reason. Not even their companions noticed. At the very beginning, only the members of the Sea Clan disappeared, and then, the experts from Xiaoguang Island also disappeared one by one. By the time the rest of the people found out that something was wrong, it was already too late. There were only a few left, and within a short period of time, these few people disappeared, as if they had never appeared before. To be continued. Chapter 1702 Ghost Island. Yang Kai stood up suddenly, and with a flash of his figure, he came directly from Xiaoguang Island to the sea area where the accident occurred. The whole person was quietly suspended in midair, his brows were tightly frowned, and his spiritual thoughts spread wildly, trying to find out the missing creatures, the real reason. Such a strange appearance appeared in this sea area, which made him, who is the Lord of Gloomy Star, both puzzled and shocked. He stood quietly in midair without letting go of any details, but he still couldn't find any clues. The surrounding world is filled with a creepy and mysterious atmosphere. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed slightly, and he turned his head to look in one direction. Over there, an island shrouded in shadows appeared strangely. The island was hazy, like the moon in the water, flowers in the fog, making it difficult for people to see clearly. No matter how much Yang Kai condensed his spiritual sense, he couldn't grasp its traces. It seems that it doesn't really exist, the distance is near and far, but it is full of an inexplicable breath. A dark hole split from Yang Kai's back, silently. By the time Yang Kai noticed it was already too late. The black hole was like a beast's mouth, and Yang Kai was swallowed up in one bite, swallowed it. Then disappeared. A gust of wind blew in, and there were layers of waves on the surface of the sea. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, there was no breath of life. The place where Yang Kai reappeared was a sandy beach, with the damp and sea smell of most coasts. Before he could figure out what was going on, the sound of killing and killing came from his ears, and the voices of some people made him felt familiar. Looking along those voices, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that a large part of the human race and sea race powerhouses who had disappeared in his own induction were on this beach. Pang Zhen, Shengao and Qinmo are among them. However, they are in a very bad situation and are being besieged by a group of warriors of unknown origin. Although Sea Palace and Sea God Palace didn't quite deal with each other, and there were conflicts every year, they at least knew the basics. Now that they were suddenly in trouble in this place, they naturally put aside their previous suspicions and joined forces to fight. There were not many people besieging them, only about 30 or 40. But even so, the powerhouses of Sea Palace and Sea God Palace are still retreating steadily. If it wasn't for those people with unknown origins who didn't intend to kill them all, Pang Zhen, Shengao and others might suffer heavy losses. Yang Kai looked strange, and found that these people did not show signs of using Saint Yuan during the battle, but instead all used their physical strength to fight the enemy. Not only those martial artists with unknown origins, but also Pang Zhen, Shengao and others. Shengao was tall and big, and as a member of the Sea clan, his physical fitness was already very strong, so even if he was besieged by 4 or 5 enemies, he could barely handle it, and he would not be defeated soon. Pang Zhen couldn't do it anymore. In terms of combat power alone, he was not much different from Shengao, but when he couldn't use his holy yuan, his combat power plummeted. The same is true for other human warriors. They don't have the natural advantage of the Sea clan's physical strength at all. Not only can they not compare with the men of the Sea clan, but they can't even compare with women like Qinmo. Yang Kai was thoughtful, tried to run the Saint Yuan, and suddenly found that the Saint Yuan in his body was not moving at all. This weird place has the power to imprison the Saint Yuan. This discovery surprised him. He tried to use his divine sense, and found that his divine sense could only extend a distance of 50 feet outside his body. What the hell is this place? Why are there such strong restrictions on Saint Yuan and divine sense? Yang Kai couldn't understand it. Seeing that Yang Kai was not very old, 2 guys nearby attacked him from left to right while grinning grinningly. Yang Kai hasn't figured out the situation here yet, and he didn't want to be too eye-catching, so while dealing with these 2 people, he looked around secretly. Comparing the strength of the physical body alone, Yang Kai can be said to be the top existence. The life nectar brought out from the Emperor Garden is not for nothing. There is also a lot of golden blood in his body. 5 elements sword, it can be said that if he only fights with physical strength, he can face off against the Void King Realm powerhouse without any fear. He can now be sure that this is not the Gloom Star, or in other words, this place has escaped the control of the Gloom Star. Because even the connection between him and Gloomy Star was cut off, he couldn't take advantage of Star Master's various conveniences to act. This is definitely an independent and closed space. The battle was in full swing, and the 2 sides fought fiercely. Warriors from the human race or the sea race were constantly captured, tied up, and turned aside. However, Shengao and the others were still struggling to resist and injured many enemies. A tall and skinny man had been standing on the sidelines and watching, seeing that his subordinates had been unable to resolve the battle for such a long time. He couldn't sit still for a long time, and grinned grinningly. When you enter Gloomy Soul Island, heaven and man are separated. Don't resist anymore. Follow me obediently to see the island owner. As long as you are obedient, the island owner will not embarrass you. Ghost Island. Pang Zhen, Shengao, and Qian Mo screamed at the same time, and everyone's faces turned extremely pale. Even Yang Kai was shocked. This is actually Ghost Island. He couldn't believe it. He had heard the name of Gloomy Soul Island for a long time. There were originally 3 forbidden places on Gloom Star. One was Flowing Flame Sand Field, the other was Emperor Garden, and the third was Gloomy Soul Island. Needless to say, the Flowing Flame Sand Field was originally opened once every few hundred years, allowing the younger generation of warriors from all major forces to enter it to practice, and it is impossible to enter it at ordinary times. The Emperor Garden is also a famous place. It is the other garden of the Starry Sky Emperor. It is famous far and wide. When it was opened last time, there was a gathering of heroes in the Star Field, and many people got huge benefits from it. And Gloomy Soul Island is different from the previous two. The former two are places where you can experience and gain benefits, but Gloomy Soul Island is a place of death. It is rumored that Gloomy Soul Island exists in the worry-free sea, but no one has actually seen it, but everyone who has seen it has disappeared and never returned, as if the world has evaporated. Many warriors of Gloom Star doubt whether Gloomy Soul Island really exists, because no one can produce evidence to prove it. Gloomy Soul Island only exists in legends. But now this slender man actually said that this is Ghost Island. How could Pang Zhen, Shengao and others not be shocked? They are all creatures who have lived in the deep sea for a long time, and they are familiar with all kinds of legends in the deep sea. When they heard the word, Ghost Island, all of them turned pale. If this is really Gloomy Soul Island, it means that the legend is also true, which means that they will never be able to return to the worry-free sea, and they will only be trapped to death in this ghostly place where they cannot use their Saint Yuan and their spiritual thoughts are infinitely suppressed. To obey the orders of an island owner of unknown origin is something that no strong person can tolerate. That's right, this is Gloomy Soul Island. The slender man was very satisfied with everyone's reactions. When he got here in trouble, he had the same reaction when he heard the news. Counting the time, he can't remember how long it has been. Shengao and Pang Zhen looked at each other, and roared at the same time, "The devil will believe you." HMPH, stubbornness. The slender man snorted coldly, and he didn't want to waste any more time to take a step forward, and there was an aura that made people look sideways in his body. He swept out casually, and several strong people from the human race and the sea race who were standing in front of him along the way were crushed by him, without the slightest resistance. He didn't use Shengyuan's physical strength, but relied on it. Shenghao's eyelids shrank, and a dignified expression appeared on his face. He also saw how powerful this slender man was, and the unimaginable strength could erupt from that thin body. The slender man only took a few steps before coming to Shenghao. He wanted to make an example of others, so naturally he wanted to attack Shenghao. After all, Shenghao was the most powerful one among this group of people. I didn't see him doing any special movements, but he simply threw a punch and slammed it at Shenghao's door, but the fist smashed the air and exploded. Shenghao roared. His burly body was fixed in place like a wooden stake, his hands clenched into fists, crossed in front of him to resist. Boom-a-a! The slender man's fists hit Shenghao's arms, and the sound of bones breaking came out. Shenghao's burly body flew far away like a broken paper kite, and fell heavily to the ground. When he forced himself to stand up, his eyes and nose were full of blood, and he seemed to stagger for a while, then fell on his back. Everyone was in an uproar, and all of them showed horror. The strong people of the human race and the sea clan who were still resisting stopped their movements one after another. This slender man can stun Shenghao with one punch, and it is not too easy to kill them. Even Pang Zhen, after changing his expression a few times, gave a look to the warriors in Haidian, telling them to give up their resistance. In the face of absolute power, resistance becomes meaningless and will only increase casualties. Seeing this, the slender man showed a satisfied expression, laughed loudly and said, "The person who knows the current affairs is a gentleman. You are very good, don't worry, this seat is not trying to kill them all. No one has come into Gloomy Soul Island for a long time, your arrival just compliments the people here. Population, the island owner does not allow anyone to kill people. Of course, the premise is that you are obedient. Maybe we can become companions in the near future. If you stay here for a while, you will know what kind of place Gloomy Soul Island is. Eh?" He smiled happily. The strong man of the human race and the sea race had an ugly face. Yang Kai frowned slightly, his expression changed a few times, and he quickly made a decision. He wasn't going to be at the mercy of this slender man. Regardless of whether this is Gloomy Soul Island or not, the initiative must be in your own hands. With this in mind, he made a feint, left the battle circle, and ran out quickly. These actions finally made the slender man notice Yang Kai's existence. His face darkened, and he snorted coldly, "I don't know what's good, go kill him." Yang Kai's approach undoubtedly made him very annoyed, and the last sentence was directed at his two subordinates. The two were ordered to chase Yang Kai away. The Hai clan didn't recognize Yang Kai, they only thought that this person was a disciple of Haidian, so they just glanced at Yang Kai's back and didn't pay any more attention, but Peng Zhen was stunned, wondering how Yang Kai would appear here. But now he is unable to protect himself, and has no extra thoughts to consider Yang Kai's affairs, but just stands there with a grey face. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1703 Body Tempering Pill and Sea Lotus. As soon as the leading slender man gave an order, his subordinates immediately rushed forward and tied up all the remaining warriors of the human race and sea race. However, if there were any resistors, they would be punched and kicked, and their noses and faces were bruised and swollen. These people following the slender man, no matter how high or low their cultivation level is, without exception, their physical quality surpasses the creatures outside by a large margin, so they can't tolerate any resistance from the human race and the sea race, and they are quickly suppressed go down. The slender man smiled and said, "It is good for you to be obedient, but if you dare to make mistakes, hee. There are also many people who die in Gloomy Soul Island every year. You should think about it yourself." Peng Zhen, Qian Mo and the others all darkened, feeling a bad feeling in their hearts. 100 miles away, Yang Kai frowned and looked at the two corpses on the ground, and sighed slightly. He had just arrived, so he didn't want to start a killing spree. But the two people who were chasing after him were unwilling to let go, and they looked like they wanted to kill them all. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only kill him. Under the premise of not being able to use Saint Yuan, those who can fight Yang Kai with physical strength, I am afraid that the entire star field will not be able to find a palm count. These two little-known little guys, how can they be Yang Kai's opponent? After 3 or 2 moves, he fell to the ground. Yang Kai searched their space ring, then found a direction and left quickly. Half an hour later, another warrior came here. After seeing the two corpses on the ground, his expression changed, and he hurried back to Gloomy Soul Island to report the situation. At this time, Yang Kai was hundreds of miles away. In a natural cave on the coast, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. The cave was relatively humid and not suitable for living, but Yang Kai didn't care about it anymore. He sat on the ground, tried to run the holy yuan in his body, tried to communicate with the dark star, all failed without exception. This weird place really cut off his connection with Gloom Star and made his biggest advantage disappear. Yang Kai's complexion was a bit ugly. Fortunately, although the divine sense was suppressed infinitely, he could still use it at last, otherwise, he would not even be able to take out the contents of the space ring, let alone use the secret treasure that was warmed in his body. Whether it is to use the space ring or the secret treasure, a certain degree of spiritual sense is needed as a bridge. Once the spiritual sense cannot be used, then these external forces will not be able to be used. This made Yang feel at ease. After thinking about it, he took out the space ring of the two people he had killed before, and began to check their items. With Yang Kai's current wealth, he naturally wouldn't put the wealth of the two ordinary warriors in his eyes, but he could use the items of these two people to check out some of the situation of Gloomy Soul Island from the side, so he would put it before leaving. On the space rings of the two of them. Those two people's original cultivation should not be high, and the restriction on the space ring was easily broken by Yang Kai. After searching carefully, Yang Kai found that these two guys were relatively poor. Apart from some food, there were only a few saint crystals in the ring, a few secret treasures that were not of high grade, and some martial arts cheats that Yang Kai didn't like. A jade bottle. The holy crystal is completely useless here, even the holy yuan can't be used. How can the holy crystal play a role? Yang Kai didn't care about secret treasures and martial arts cheats. He took out those jade bottles, uncovered the bottle caps, and poured out a grey pill from the bottle. As soon as you started, Yang Kai curled his lips. With his current status as a Void King level alchemist, it is natural to see at a glance that the refining of this elixir is not complete. Although it cannot be said to be a failure, it definitely did not bring out the full effect of the raw materials. The medicinal power of the raw materials has not been condensed. This elixir is completely a failed product that was randomly formed by mixing several materials together. But Yang Kai was relieved when he remembered that Saint Yuan could not be used in this ghost place. Without being able to use the holy yuan, the alchemist has no way to condense the liquid medicine and give full play to the effect of the material. It is probably because of this reason that the refining of this kind of medicine is not complete. Although with Yang Kai's vision and professional level, he doesn't like this panacea at all, but he is still very curious about the effect of this panacea. None of the panaceas he had mastered so far matched the ones in front of him, which made him a little surprised. After watching for a while, and sniffing the smell of the pill, Yang Kai confirmed that it was not poisonous, so he opened his mouth and threw a pill into his mouth. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brows, showing astonishment, and murmured, "So that's the case, no wonder each of them's physical quality is not bad, it turned out to be the reason for this pill." After tasting it, he immediately understood the purpose of this elixir. It was actually an elixir used to temper the body. After taking the elixir, Yang Kai clearly felt a heat flow rising from his lower abdomen, flowing into his limbs and bones, transforming his internal organs and tendons, allowing his physical body to develop in a good direction. A pill has very little effect on Yang Kai, almost negligible. But for those warriors who have not specially tempered their physical bodies, it is helpful. If they can take this panacea for many years, it will definitely improve the quality of their physical bodies. This is probably the fundamental reason why the warriors living on Gloomy Soul Island have a much stronger physical quality than the general human race and sea race. They should have all taken this panacea. It is not unreasonable for the warriors living here to find another way to make themselves stronger. It is not unreasonable to drink and peck at everything. Yang Kai is also very interested in this panacea. However, he didn't know the recipe or the raw material, so he could only put it aside for the time being. Out of the cave, Yang Kai looked into the distance, and he could vaguely see a city in the center of Gloomy Soul Island, which should be where the residents of Gloomy Soul Island lived. In the center of the city, there was a building that was extremely tall, almost into the sky, no end in sight. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze, looked at the undulating sea, without hesitation for long, jumped into the sea, and swam forward with hands and feet. Under the premise of not being able to use Shengyuan, he thought that he could only rely on this most primitive way to go to sea. Now he can judge that Gloomy Soul Island is definitely an independent and closed space, just like the suspended continent where he first entered the star field and was difficult to enter. It has its own laws of heaven and earth and is not disturbed by the dark star. Since it is an independent and closed space, there should be a limit. Yang Kai wants to find that limit, try to see if he can break it, and get out of trouble. Even if he didn't get what he wanted, he could go back and think of a way, such as going deep into the city and finding the owner of Gloomy Soul Island to ask about the situation. Presumably others knew a lot more about it than he did. The sea water is cold, and Yang Kai's speed is extremely fast. There are many sea beasts that live in the ocean, they are ferocious, and they explode into powder one by one under Yang Kai's fists. After several days in succession, Yang Kai found that these sea beasts were different from those of the outside world, and their physical qualities seemed to be far stronger than those of the same race outside. It took a lot of effort for Yang Kai to kill them in the sea. In the past few days, Yang Kai occasionally found a few ships going out to sea, wandering in a certain sea area. That should be the boat of the residents of Gloomy Soul Island. Seeing their busy and concentrated appearance, they seemed to be looking for something in the sea. Yang Kai didn't want to expose his whereabouts, so he tried to avoid them as much as possible. These ships can only move around the sea, and if they are a little farther away, they will not dare to move forward. After all, the deeper the sea, the greater the danger they will encounter. Those sea beasts cannot hold on to Yang Kai. It doesn't mean they are weak. After several days in succession, Yang Kai found nothing, and gradually he could no longer see people, but he did not give up and continued to explore forward. On this day, in the vast sea, Yang Kai suddenly discovered something, and quickly looked forward. A piece of colorful light penetrated through the thin mist and entered Yang Kai's line of sight. Yang Kai suddenly became full of energy and rushed over there quickly. For several days, all he could see was the same scenery, or in other words, there was no scenery at all. This was also a kind of suffering for Yang Kai. Now that there was a sudden change, he was naturally very happy. Whatever that multicolored light was, it was better than facing the unchanging sea. After a short while, Yang Kai arrived at the place. But what he saw made Yang Kai slightly distracted. In this sea, there is actually a lotus flower. Roughly counting, there are at least dozens of lotus flowers of different colors competing to bloom on the sea surface, including pink, blue, silver, and golden, each of which exudes dense aura. Hai Lian, Yang Kai frowned, but the area in front of me is obviously not an ordinary sea lotus, but a precious alchemy material. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, he swam forward, came to a cyan sea lotus, reached out and left a petal, put it in his mouth and chewed. After a while, his eyes became brighter, and he couldn't help laughing loudly. It turns out that the main ingredient of the elixir is actually this thing. He was very interested in that special panacea before, but it was a pity that he didn't know what the raw material was, and he never thought that this trip to the sea would be wrong and he could find it easily. Thinking about it this way, the few ships I encountered before should also go out to sea to find this kind of sea lotus. It's a pity that they can only move around the sea, and they miss this piece of Halianchi in vain. Yang Kai happily picked these sea lotuses, preserved them with special techniques, and put them into the space ring. After some investigation, he found that these sea lotuses have obvious differences in medicinal efficacy according to their colors. The pink ones have the lowest efficacy, followed by blue, silver, and golden ones. The more powerful the medicine, the fewer the number of sea lotus. There is even only one golden sea lotus, standing in the center of Halianchi with a bit of self-admiration. There are not many silver ones, there are only 6 in total, which are very precious. These materials can play a huge role in Yang Kai's hands. With his level, he can deduce the formula of the body-tempering elixir by himself, and then he will be able to refine it by himself. He didn't intend to let any sea lotus go. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1704 Little Sea Pig. Yang Kai was enjoying himself, when he suddenly heard the sound of fish splashing in the water. He fixed his eyes and found a dolphin with a body length of about 3 feet swimming over from a distance, gathered together in front of a cyan sea lotus. He opened his mouth and swallowed a cyan sea lotus in one go. Although most of its body is hidden in the sea water, the posture of this dolphin-like creature is very elegant, and even the movement of chewing the sea lotus is slow. Seeing Yang Kai looking towards it, the little dolphin blinked, showing no sign of fear. Its tail slapped the water, and slowly swam towards another pink sea lotus. After a while, the pink sea lotus was also eaten by it. The little dolphin seemed to be in a good mood, and even flicked its tail much faster. Yang Kai originally wanted to drive it away, but he gave up after pondering for a while. Since entering the sea, all the sea beasts he encountered were ferocious without exception, and they attacked him without any explanation. This little dolphin is harmless to humans and animals, and Yang Kai didn't sense any danger from it, so he let it go. One person, one dolphin, acted separately, and quickly collected this piece of sea lotus. The 6 silver lotuses and the golden lotus were all taken away by Yang Kai. The little dolphin only picked up a little bit of leakage, seemed a little unhappy, swam to Yang Kai's side boldly, circled around him, and kept making strange noises, the sound of. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. After the little dolphin hit him with his head once, he had no choice but to take out a green lotus from the space ring. He couldn't refuse the longing eyes of the little dolphin. The little dolphin's eyes became bright in an instant, and it made a rushing sound, like a baby waiting to be fed. Yang Kai sent Qinglian to its mouth, and the little dolphin swallowed it in one gulp. Its eyes narrowed and bent into a crescent shape. It was really pretty. With Qinglian in her stomach, the little dolphin hiccuped contentedly, and swam around Yang Kai more and more quickly, much more intimate than before. Yang Kai grinned and was soaked in the sea for several days. His cold body seemed to have warmed up a lot. Not far away, the sea water was separated and approached in a straight line. There seemed to be some ferocious beast under the sea, and it smelled the breath of Yang Kai and the little dolphin, which aroused the appetite. The little dolphin has a keen sense of danger, and immediately hid behind Yang Kai, stuck out half of its head, and looked there, with anthropomorphic panic in its eyes. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted it, beckoning it to be safe and calm. His eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the sea beast that was approaching him. A moment later, huge waves soared into the sky, and a 10-foot-long shark-like sea beast leapt up from the bottom of the sea, opened its mouth wide, and its jagged teeth shone with sharp light, viciously bite towards Yang Kai. The little dolphin flicked its tail violently, and made an anxious and hasty sound from its mouth. Yang Kai didn't move at all. He only waited until the sea beast was about 3 feet away from him before he punched, hitting the sea beast's forehead as quickly as lightning. With Yang Kai as the center, the sea water in the nearby sea suddenly dropped, and a circle of ripples quickly spread around. Boom-a-ay! Visible to the naked eye, the forehead of this majestic-looking sea beast collapsed, and its huge body also collapsed into a ball. Immediately, under the tremendous force, it flew straight for hundreds of feet before crashing into the sea. Soon, there was a deep red blood, and the huge sea beast floated up on its belly, motionless. The little dolphin was obviously stunned for a moment, and looked at Yongkai with two extremely energetic eyes, then looked at the sea beast in the distance, and then looked at Yongkai. It seems that it can't figure out how such a small Yongkai beat out such a big sea beast, and the size of the two is basically the same level. But it obviously didn't think much about this issue. Instead it looked at Yongkai with worshipping eyes, made a sound like joy in its mouth, then swam up to Yongkai, and arched Yongkai's body with its own head. Yongkai glanced at it in amazement, not quite understanding what it was going to do. The little dolphin continued to arch. After a long time, Yongkai finally understood, pointed at the little dolphin's back, and asked, "Let me go up." The little dolphin nodded violently. Yongkai had a strange expression, looking at its 3-foot-long body. He hesitated and said, "Not too good, are you a little too small?" He was afraid that the little dolphin would not be able to carry him. The little dolphin couldn't help it, and got into the sea, and the next moment, Yongkai felt that he was supported by something, and slowly rose. After a while, half of the little dolphin's body came out of the water, and it swam forward quickly while screaming happily. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, fast and steady, Yongkai was amazed. "I have underestimated you." The speed of the little dolphin swimming in the sea was more than 10 times faster than its own. When it moved forward, the sea water seemed to actively separate to the two sides without adding any resistance to it. The little dolphin turned back triumphantly, and glanced at Yongkai, with a look of, "You can praise me more." Yongkai laughed loudly, standing on the little dolphin with peace of mind, letting it gallop forward with him. This little dolphin-like creature doesn't know what kind of creature it is. Given its cowering performance just now, it's hard to survive in this kind of environment, but it can understand its own words. This shows that its intelligence is not low, at least not inferior to 7 or 8-year-old children. But with the little dolphin as a car, Yongkai is much more relaxed. At least he doesn't have to soak in the sea all day. As for why it wants to be so close to itself, and even asks itself to sit on it, presumably it also knows that without its own protection, it is difficult to survive here. This can be regarded as a kind of cooperation, a win-win situation. Yongkai originally thought that the little dolphin would not be of much use other than as a car, but soon, he realized that he was wrong. Big mistake. This little thing swims in the sea, seems to be disorderly and aimless, but every time it can lead Yongkai to find some sea lotus scattered in the deep sea. Yongkai thought it was due to luck at first, but after 2 days, he discovered that this was the ability of the little dolphin. It seemed to be able to accurately find the location of Hylian across thousands of miles. Yongkai had a great harvest. In addition to the dozens of sea lotuses he found at first, in the next few days, he harvested at least 100 more. The number of pink and cyan sea lotuses is still the largest. The silver ones are relatively few, and there are only 3 golden ones, which are rare goods to live in. These things are special products of Gloomy Soul Island, and they cannot be found anywhere. Using these sea lotuses, Yongkai can refine a large amount of that kind of body-hardening elixir, which can not only enhance his own strength, but also let his relatives and friends quickly improve the quality of the physical body. So the more Hylian is, the better. The little dolphin also eats a round belly. It took Yongkai to find Hylian, and Yongkai naturally wouldn't stop it from eating. Time flies. About half a month has passed. Yongkai's space ring has stored at least 500 sea lotus, although he does not know the value of sea lotus in Gloomy Soul Island, but just think about the sea lotus near the sea in the far sea. From the production rate of lian, it can be judged that this thing should also be in short supply in Gloomy Soul Island. Unless Gloomy Soul Island organizes strong people to explore and collect far seas, they can gain a lot, otherwise they can only search near the sea. On this day, the little dolphin brought Yongkai to an island. The area of this island is not that big. It only has a radius of more than 10 miles, which is less than 1% of Gloomy Soul Island. This was the first time Yong had seen an island other than Gloomy Soul Island, so he was naturally extremely curious. The island was connected to the sea by a sea river, leading directly to the interior of the island. The little dolphin followed the sea river and entered it. After a while, a lake in the island appeared in front of Yongkai. This lake was connected with the sea outside, occupying about 1/5 of the area of the entire island, and in that lake, countless seas the lotuses are competing to bloom, and the colorful light dazzles the eyes. Roughly counting, there are at least 1,000 sea lotuses in the lake in this island. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. It is Yang Kai who has gained a lot these days, and he can't help but smile. Good job. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the little dolphin, reached out and patted its head, and praised it. The little dolphin is very happy. After getting along these days, the little dolphin has become more and more dependent on Yang Kai, especially after Yang Kai casually killed many sea beasts. It simply doesn't worship Yang Kai too much. To it, those sea beasts are gigantic, each of them can eat it alive, but to Yang Kai, it can kill it with just one punch. Soon, one person and one dolphin came to the lake in the island. Yang Kai jumped down, stepped on the lotus leaves, and quickly shuttled in the lake. One after another sea lotus with different colors was taken into the space ring by him. Not to be outdone, the little dolphin ate the sea lotus like a jujube, and after a few flowers the belly became round. Then it just swam in the lake with nothing to do, looking carefree. In less than an hour before and after, Yang Kai picked more than 2/3 of the sea lotus in the lake. Just when he was full of energy and was about to sweep this place away, there was a thunderous roar in his ears. The roar was full of blood and tears, accusations and indescribable grief, as if his parents had died. Bastard, how dare you steal the old man's Huntian lotus? After the words fell, a figure rushed over from not far away, looking at Yang Kai eagerly, kicking his feet on the ground, and leaping into the air. The earth left 2 deep footprints. In midair, the man punched Yang Kai. The fist was silent, seemingly light and powerless, but Yang Kai shrank his eyes, showing a dignified expression on his face, took a deep breath, let out a long cry, jumped into the air, and greeted him with a fist. The 2 fists touched together without fancy, and there were visible force lines in the air, sweeping like ripples. The picture seemed to freeze. After a while, there was a deafening sound, and the violent force exploded, directly distorting the space. Yang Kai flew out, and the martial artist of unknown origin was also unable to stabilize his body. He turned several somersaults in the air. How did he come, and how was he beaten back? To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1705 Island Owner. Yang Kai lightly landed on a lotus leaf and looked up. Until this time, he had the time to look at the person. Unexpectedly, that man was actually a half-grown old man, short in stature. Even if he stood up straight, Yang Kai estimated that he would be a head shorter than himself. His complexion was dark, like the bottom of a pot, not the same as that of Yanpei from Jubaolo. In comparison, perhaps because his baby was taken away by Yang Kai, his already dark face became even darker. He was wearing crude clothes made of some kind of sea animal skin. The strands looked tattered, and the muscles with high mounds were exposed, full of explosive power, which attracted people's attention. It can be said that apart from his shorter stature, this old guy's body proportions are extremely well proportioned, which is the most intuitive manifestation of his physical strength. The old man obviously didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to take a punch from him without losing the wind. After landing, he frowned slightly, and immediately rushed over at an even faster speed, roaring in his mouth, "Boy, take your life, today either you die or you die. The old man is dead." Yang mined 2/3 of the Huntian lotus, which was more serious than killing him. How could he let Yang Kai go so easily? If it was possible, Yang Kai didn't want to have a fight with such a person in a daze, but seeing his expression and tone, he knew that this matter could not be resolved, and he rarely encountered such an old man. His opponent was naturally a little overjoyed to see Lai, not only did not flinch, but greeted him with a big laugh. In midair, the 2 figures split apart at the touch of a touch, and it took a long time before there was a loud sound. The second time they played against each other, the 2 were still tied, and neither of them took advantage. With no time to breathe, the 2 rushed towards each other again. The little dolphin hid in the lake in the island, looked up, his eyes were full of worry. Boom boom boom. The small island continued to hear the sound of explosions, and Yang Kai and the old man gradually shifted the battlefield to avoid affecting Halion in the lake. At this point, both of them have the same scruples, and they don't want to destroy the precious alchemy materials. After a cup of tea, the battlefield was moved to the sea. Yang Kai had no scruples anymore, his eyes were bright, and he exerted his physical strength to the limit, entangled with the unknown old man, and collided with fists and feet. This savage way of fighting made him experience an unprecedented joy. He laughed loudly, regardless of his injuries, as if he wanted to fight the old man with his life. Never showed signs of failure. The old man's expression was serious, and he was secretly shocked. He has been on Gloomy Soul Island for hundreds of years, and he already knew what kind of cultivation method he should choose to survive here. He thought that his physical attainments were already extremely high, enough to occupy the top ranks in the star field in his position. He didn't want a young man who appeared out of nowhere to be able to fight him very well. This young man's physical quality is not inferior to his own. There were constant sounds of bones breaking and blood spattering. The old man was surprised to find that the young man's blood was not red, but golden. In that golden blood, there is energy and energy fluctuations that make him jaw-dropping. It seems that this young man's blood is comparable to the most precious magic material. Boy, your luck has come to an end. The old man turned his wrist violently, and a secret treasure in the shape of a hammer suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Smash it on the forehead. Even though he couldn't use the holy yuan and couldn't exert the full power of this secret treasure, but wielding it with the great strength of the old man, this hammer was enough to open up the world. If he was hit, Yang Kai's head would definitely explode into pieces. Yang Kai didn't expect this old fellow to be so cunning. Seeing the iron hammer approaching, his pupils shrank slightly and quickly turned his head. At the same time, colorful rays of light suddenly bloomed on his body. The glow flowed, and gradually, the earthy yellow light occupied the main body, covering Yang Kai's body. Immortal 5 Elements Sword, Sword Chi of Earth. Yang Kai cultivated the Sword Chi of Earth with dianfeng as the source of energy. This rare Void King grade material already has extremely high defense. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the sword energy of the earth quickly condensed into a shield shape, blocking in front of the hammer. Bang! The khaki energy shield was scattered, and the hammer hit Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body sank slightly, but he adjusted the next moment, circle, and lifted his hands upwards. The old man let out a strange cry, and hurriedly backed away, but he still couldn't escape such a counterattack from the Jedi. The chin was supported by Yang Kai's hands, and the whole head was suddenly thrown back. If his physical body was not strong enough, this alone would be enough to kill him. In this way, the old man also stared at the stars, and almost passed out. He staggered back more than a dozen feet, and before he could stand still, he gave Yang Kai a dreadful look, and then quickly ran away. Yang Kai frowned, stood still and did not pursue, until the figure of the old man disappeared from sight. He twisted his shoulder that was hit by the hammer. There was a crackling sound, and the misplaced bones recovered. This old guy, Yang Kai was thoughtful. From the beginning to the end, he didn't have the time to ask the old man who he was and why he lived so far away from Gloomy Soul Island. The cry of the little dolphin came from the lake in the island. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at it, and found that the little dolphin was staring at him nervously, as if he was worried about whether he was injured. Yang Kai cast a reassuring look at it, and then Shirin walked over. There is still 1/3 of the sea lotus left in the lake in the island that has not been collected, so Yang Kai naturally does not intend to let it go. Just now the old man referred to these sea lotuses as Huntian lotus. Yang Kai can be sure that he has never heard of this kind of thing before, probably just like his previous guess. Huntian lotus is a specialty of Gloomy Soul Island, only in Gloomy Soul Island circulation, no one can take it outside at all. After a while, Yang Kai collected all the Huntian lotuses. He looked up with some feeling, and found that on a certain mountain a few miles away, the old man was standing there with grief and indignation, gazing at this side with helpless eyes. It felt like the woman I had been caring for was easily captured by another man. Yang Kai grinned at him. The old man's lungs were about to explode. He turned around and walked away. He has no way to beat Yang Kai. Instead of humiliating himself, it is better to be out of sight. Yang Kai found a simple wooden house nearby. Presumably it was also built by the old man. He went in with a big thorn. 3 days later, when Yang Kai was studying the effects of the heavenly lotus and the body-tempering elixir, hoping to improve it to perfection, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the wooden house. Yang Kai smiled slightly, put down what he was doing, and waited quietly. After a while, the door of the wooden house was opened, and the old man stood in the distance with an ashen complexion, about a dozen feet away from Yang Kai, watching Yang Kai with an extremely complicated gaze, and after a long time, he said in a deep voice, "Are you Ming? Moon people?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who is Ming Yu?" A look of astonishment appeared on the old man's face. He looked at Yang Kai seriously, as if he wanted to see if he was lying. Yang Kai's eyes were clear, and he looked back inquiringly. The old man nodded secretly, his attitude eased a bit. He didn't have the grief and indignation of killing his father or taking his wife away, and said slowly, "You don't know Ming Yu, it seems that you have only entered Gloomy Soul Island not long ago." "Old Mister is wise," Yang Kai casually praised. "You are right, I have only been here for about a month." "No wonder, The old man forced a smile on his face, which was extremely ugly. Since you are not from Mingyu, then we can have a good talk. That's what I mean. Yang Kai smiled slightly. If not for this, he would not have stayed on this island. He didn't know the situation of Gloomy Soul Island, and he couldn't go deep into the interior of Gloomy Soul Island to inquire. Finally, he came across a living person here, and he looked like the kind of person who had lived here for many years. Naturally, he had to make good use of it. Can the old man come in and talk? The old man asked, a little depressed. Of course, this is the old gentleman's residence. Yang Kai invited freely. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched, but he didn't show much fear, although he felt that he was unlikely to be Yang Kai's opponent, but if he really put his life into it, he would have the confidence to escape from Yang Kai's hands. He believed that Yang Kai would not be stupid enough to fight himself desperately. After the old man sat in front of him, Yang Kai asked, "Where is the dark moon that the old man just mentioned?" The old man snorted coldly, "A thief." Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that this old guy seems to have a lot of hatred with that Mingyu, otherwise he wouldn't have gritted his teeth when he mentioned this name. He is the current owner of Gloomy Soul Island. The old man added. Mingyu is the owner of the island. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he first came to Gloomy Soul Island, he heard the word, island owner, mentioned by the slender man, but he didn't expect to know the name of the island owner from the old man. Good. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, and asked with a smile. The old man said that he is the current owner of Gloomy Soul Island. Could it be that there were other island owners before? The old man glanced at Yang Kai in surprise, secretly admired his sharp thinking, and immediately said proudly, "The last island owner is this old man." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, I'm sorry. HMPH, it's just a bereaved dog." The old man laughed at himself without any affectation, and said to himself, "Now the old man can only hide here and survive, what's so disrespectful, not to mention, the old man was defeated by you." "It's just a fluke," Yang Kai said humbly. The old man, no longer entangled in this issue, stared deeply at Yang Kai and said, "Have you cultivated an extremely advanced body training technique?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Monthly pass, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1706. I don't need ground fire. When he was fighting with Yang Kai a few days ago, Yang Kai suddenly used the Immortal 5 Elements sword, and he could see the clue with his eyesight. On Gloomy Soul Island, Shengyuan cannot be used at all. The only explanation for the multicolored glow is body training exercises. The power cultivated by body training exercises is not within the scope of Shengyuan, and naturally it is not restricted by Gloomy Soul Island. Yes, Yang Kai didn't hide it. A fiery look suddenly appeared on the old man's face. Body training exercises, looking at the entire star field, are relatively rare, and advanced body training exercises are even rarer. But it is not because of the scarcity that body training exercises will become precious. Firstly, it is difficult to cultivate the body training method. Even if it is an ordinary body training method, it is very difficult to cultivate to a very high level. Secondly, the martial artist does not have so much energy to cultivate the body at the same time. Gongfa. The standard for a warrior to be strong and survive is the power of Sage Yuan and spiritual power, so even if many people know the benefits of a strong physical body, there is no way to practice it. But it's different on Gloomy Soul Island. In this ghost place, Saint Yuan cannot be used, and the power of spiritual consciousness is suppressed. Practicing physical training is the best and brightest way out for warriors. For countless years, countless warriors have been exiled to Gloomy Soul Island. Naturally, some body training techniques have flooded into Gloomy Soul Island. The old man has also practiced one, but it is a very common technique, which is similar to Yang Kai's Immortal 5 Elements sword. There is a world of difference. The reason why the Immortal 5 Elements sword is powerful is not because of the technique itself, but because of the materials needed for cultivation. The old man paid himself that if he could get Yang Kai's body training technique, he would definitely increase his own strength a lot. So when he heard that Yang Kai had a profound body training technique, his eyes became fiery. Anyway, he is also a strong man with good strength. Knowing that things like exercises can't be asked casually, the old man can only suppress the desire in his heart, and don't ask for it. Let me introduce myself, Old Man Shahu. When he said this, he had a complacent meaning, as if Yang Kai should have heard of this name. It's a pity that the result disappointed him. Yang Kai just clasped his fists lightly. It turns out to be Mr. Sha, boy Yang Kai. Shahu frowned and asked tentatively, have you never heard of the old man's name? Yang Kai chuckled. Mr. Sha was born in the deep sea, right? Shahu nodded and came to his senses. Are you from the inland? Good. Shahu understood that on Gloom Star, warriors from the deep sea and inland belonged to two systems. Although everyone would not be inseparable from each other, they would rarely set foot in each other's domain and territory. It is not surprising that people from the inland do not know the names of the strong in the deep sea. Knowing this, Shahu's face paled slightly, and he said with a chuckle, I have been here for more than 300 years. Back then, I was the second hall master of the Sea Palace. How is the Sea Palace now? The old man is the second palace master of the Sea Palace. Now it was Yang Kai's turn to be stunned. To tell the truth, I came from the Xiaoguang island of the Sea Palace. The Sea Palace is now very powerful in the deep sea. Its strength is number one among the human race, enough to rival the Sea God Palace. Shahu listened quietly, and said gratifiedly, those boys still have some skills, and they haven't ruined their ancestors. Do you guys have friendship with Haidian? How did you go to Xiaoguang Island? Passing by chance, I don't have any words of friendship. Yang Kai laughed. Perhaps it was because of finding out about the relationship with Haidian. Shahu's expression relaxed a lot, and seeing that Yang Kai was not as aggressive as ordinary young people, he was naturally very satisfied with him. Both of them put aside the embarrassment of the previous battle and chatted speculatively. Yang Kai needed to know the situation of Gloomy Soul Island, while Shahu wanted to inquire about the current situation of Shanghai Palace, and the atmosphere became harmonious after asking and answering. After a long time, both of them got the intelligence and information they wanted. Yang Kai frowned. This Gloomy Soul Island is full of weirdness. As an independent enclosed space, no one can find a way out, and Shahu, who was the owner of Gloomy Soul Island back then, couldn't leave this place. And that Mingyu, who was originally Shahu's deputy island owner, was not weaker than Shahu, but for some reason, one day, Mingyu's strength suddenly increased, and he competed with Shahu for power, and the result was naturally Shahu. Defeated, he had no choice but to escape from Ghost Island and hide on this small island. After all, it was nearly 100 years ago. For 100 years, Shahu endured humiliation and only hoped that one day he could return to Gloomy Soul Island to avenge his past. It's a pity that his strength seems to have reached a certain bottleneck, and he can't continue to improve, so he can only stay here. Fortunately, it is far away from Gloomy Soul Island, and ordinary people have no way to reach it. When Shahu escaped from disaster and came here, he had a narrow escape from death. Yang Kai was the only intelligent creature he had seen in the past 100 years. As for the size of the independent space where Gloomy Soul Island is located, even Shahu cannot tell. He once left this small island to explore, but the deeper he went, the more powerful the sea beasts he encountered became. Even he was no match for him. Can only return. Is there really no way to leave Gloomy Soul Island? Yang Kai frowned. Maybe there is, but the old man can't find it. Shahu shook his head. At least, it can't be found here. The old gentleman means. Shahu frowned, pondered for a moment and said, this is just the old man's guess. Whether it is correct or not, the old man is not sure. Senior, please speak. If there is a way out here, the main island of Gloomy Soul Island is the only clue. There is a strange place there. The old man wanted to check it back then, but he couldn't enter it. Shahu said calmly. Yang Kai was slightly moved. Shahu laughed and said, if the two of us work together, we may be able to capture Gloomy Soul Island, but this is only a possibility. Mingyu was stronger than me back then. Now that 100 years have passed, I don't know how strong he is now. Maybe we in the past, it was just throwing yourself into a trap. Yang Kai was noncommittal. He didn't care how strong Mingyu was. He didn't use all his strength to fight Shahu. What's more, he has a trump card like Xiao Xiao's stone puppet in his hand. In terms of strength alone, who in the world is stronger than Xiao Xiao? As long as you make a small move, no one in Gloomy Soul Island is its opponent. He was considering the authenticity of Shahu's words. Although the old guy has a good temper, God knows if he is going to use him to achieve something. Don't be fooled by him, then the gain will not be worth the loss. Yang Kai would rather treat the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain than regret it after being unlucky. Seeing that Yang Kai was silent, Shahu changed the subject in a timely manner. Are you just studying the Heavenly Lotus and Heavenly Pill? Yang Kai recovered from his contemplation, nodded and said, well, this thing is a specialty of Gloomy Soul Island, right? That's right. Huntian Lotus cannot be found in the outside world. Only Gloomy Soul Island can produce it. The warriors who are in trouble here all use Huntian Pill to strengthen their own strength. It is a pity that the old man does not know how to make alchemy. Tian Lian can't provide any help to himself, otherwise, do you think the old man will leave so many Hun Tian Lian in the lake? Speaking of this, Shahu had another painful expression on his face. Thousands of lotuses. Throughout Gloomy Soul Island, thousands of warriors have been running around for several years, but they may not be able to find so many. But now, all entered Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai suddenly asked, Mr. Shah, does Mr. Shah have the recipe for the Heavenly Heaven pill? Of course there are. Shahu chuckled, and said proudly, at any rate, this old man was also the owner of Gloomy Soul Island back then, such things as Dianfeng. As he spoke, Shahu's eyes lit up, and he pointed at Yang Kai and said tremblingly, are you an alchemist? If Yang Kai is not an alchemist, there is no need to ask about alchemy. He looked at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, as if he saw an astonishing treasure. Yang Kai chuckled. That's right. Are you really an alchemist? Shahu immediately stood up. Yang Kai nodded again. Shahu was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, the sky will never stop me. The sky will never stop me, so good, so good. The reason why his strength has stagnated all these years is because he does not have the Heavenly Lotus pill, and taking the Heavenly Lotus directly has no effect on him at all. Only by refining the Heavenly Lotus into a pill can it exert its due effect. That's why Shahu was so excited when he learned that Yang Kai was really an alchemist, so that he lost his composure. But soon, he frowned, glanced at Yang Kai, and sighed deeply. What's wrong? Yang Kai was puzzled. One moment Shahu was happy like a child, but the next moment he became so desperate, the contrast was really big. Even if you are an alchemist, you can't make alchemy without earth fire. Shahu's face was ashen, and he sat down again. The alchemists on Yuhun Island are extremely rare. There are tens of thousands of people, probably only 4 or 5. They are just alchemists, and the level of these alchemists is also uneven, but if they want to make alchemy, they must use the ground fire of Gloomy Soul Island, and we have no ground fire to borrow here. I don't need earth fire. Yang Kai chuckled. Nonsense. Shahu sneered, there is no alchemist who does not need earth fire to make alchemy. Maybe he can do it outside, but here the Saint Yuan cannot be used, so he can only use earth fire. As Shahu talked, he was speechless. Because he clearly felt that a scorching power spread from Yang Kai's body. It was not the power of Saint Yuan, but the power of divine consciousness. The fire of consciousness. Shahu's face changed drastically. Yang Kai smiled harmlessly. Even in the outside world, he doesn't need to use holy yuan to refine the elixir, because he has always used the fire of divine consciousness. What's more, he still has the fire bird in his hand. After merging the mass of dry thunder flames from the Huo Yaozong, the fire bird has evolved a complete spiritual intelligence, can transform into a human form, and fused her natal secret treasure, the alchemy furnace. She herself is the best ground fire. No matter how bad it is, Yang Kai can enter the mysterious boundary bead to refine alchemy, and the mysterious boundary bead is also a world of its own, and there is no restriction on Saint Yuan. With all kinds of advantages, he didn't need to worry about alchemy at all, but there was no need to expose these to Shahu. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1707 Refining Huntian Pill. Knowing that Yang Kai is not only an alchemist, but also possesses the fire of divine consciousness, Shahu was overjoyed after learning that Yang Kai did not need to use Saint Yuan or earth fire to make alchemy. This means that as long as he has a good relationship with Yang Kai, he will not have to worry about not having the Heavenly Heaven pill to take in the future, nor will he worry about his own strength not being able to grow. After waiting for 100 years, he finally saw the hope of revenge. He handed over the recipe of Huntian pill without reservation, and let Yang Kai study it by himself. When you have finished researching the alchemy formula and started refining the Huntian pill, I still have something to ask for. Shahu said with a smile, intending to get closer to Yang Kai. The wrinkles on his face were all wrinkled into one tuan, looks very kind. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite, and after letting him do what he wanted, he plunged into the research on the formula of Huntian pill. He has some Huntian pills in his hands, and he could have deduced the approximate configuration of the pill recipes from these pills, but now he has a complete pill recipe, which makes the process easier and easier. What's more, his level of alchemy is also top-notch in the star field. With his eyesight and experience, he can not only understand the formula of Huntian pill, but also improve on the original basis. It's a matter of course when you think about it. After all, the alchemists living on Gloomy Soul Island researched the alchemists themselves, and the alchemists living here are not too high level. How valuable are the alchemy formulas they researched? It can only be said to provide some reference opinions for Yang Kai. Back and forth, Yang Kai only spent 5 days designing another recipe for the Heavenly Heaven pill, which is undoubtedly countless times better than the one given by Shahu, replacing a lot of materials and also reduced some medicinal conflicts. The alchemy formula is complete, so Yang Kai will naturally start alchemy. But he still lacked a medicinal herb. The potency of the lotus is very overbearing. If you take it directly, it may improve the physique of the warrior in a short period of time and make the physical quality stronger. But if there are no other medicinal materials to neutralize the effect, you can only take it for a short time. If you take it again, the forceful action will not only not help the warrior, but will also damage the warrior's body. Yang Kai called Shahu. Shahu has been guarding the outside of the wooden house for the past few days, not leaving a single step, while meditating as if planning his own small calculations. When he heard Yang Kai's call, he almost couldn't wait to rush into the wooden house, looking at Yang Kai with earnest eyes. Mr. Shah, I still need some Hauttania cordata. Shahu smiled lowly, and with a wave of his hand, a large pile of Hauttania cordata appeared in the wooden house, making the air in the house turbid immediately. This kind of purple seaweed, only 3 inches long, is not a specialty of Gloomy Soul Island. It can be collected in almost any deep-sea domain, and its value is not too high. Powers such as Sea Palace and Sea God Palace don't even bother to collect it. Let them grow in the sea. However, its medicinal effect can be perfectly compatible with the Qingtian lotus, conflicting with each other, and neutralizing the domineering characteristics of the Qingtian lotus, thus making the Qingtian pill easy for warriors to absorb. Seeing the countless Hauttania cordata in front of him, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Shahu meaningfully. Mr. Shah is well prepared. Shahu rubbed his hands. Yang Kai, help me refine some Heavenly Heaven pills. As long as I have Heavenly Heaven pills, I can improve my strength again, and then we will have a chance to return to Gloomy Soul Island and find a way out. Yang Kai smiled slightly, although he knew that he was trying to seduce him, but he didn't care. He said calmly, it's okay to refine it for you, but do you have the Heavenly Lotus? The 1,000 lotuses in the lake in the island have already entered Yang Kai's space ring, so he will not take them out for Shahu to make alchemy. You underestimate the old man too. Shahu smiled like an old fox, turned his palms, and took out 17 or 8 lotuses, all of which were of silver lotus grade. Yang Kai was stunned. Shahu chuckled. Why doesn't this old man know that eggs can't be put in one basket? For nearly 100 years, this old man has stayed on this small island and never went out. He went out to explore from time to time. There must be something to gain. No, just these. The old man has also collected a lot of supplementary medicinal materials for refining the Heavenly Heaven pill. See if there is anything you need to use. While talking, Shahu took many other medicinal materials. Yang Kai nodded, didn't refuse any more, left the useful medicinal materials, let him take back the useless medicinal materials, pondered for a while and said, it's no problem to help you refine, but I can't work in vain. 5 to 5 points. Shahu didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish, and directly quoted his own price. What auxiliary medicinal materials do you need? Tell this old man, and this old man will go out and help you find it now. Dan, I only take half. Deal. Yang Kai stopped rambling, and nodded happily. Shahu was so bold, and he seemed petty if he took it seriously. After getting along with this old guy for a while, Yang Kai found that he had a little trouble with him except at the very beginning. Unhappy, but we got along very well afterwards. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Shahu smiled even happier. On the same day, he left the small island and went to the sea area to search for various auxiliary medicinal materials. Although Yang Kai had some materials for alchemy, it was not enough to support a large amount of refining. It is natural for Shahu to search for it. After Shahu left the island, Yang Kai waved his hand. A bright red flame shot out from the palm of his hand, twisted and transformed in midair, and the next moment, a beautiful woman with a fiery figure, revealing clothes, and an indifferent expression appeared in front of Yang Kai, her red hair flying like a flame. She was wearing a fiery red armor, which only covered her plump breasts and the sensitive parts from her thighs to her lower abdomen. Attractive collarbone, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, 2 beautiful legs from the middle of the thigh, a piece of snow-white, delicate jade feet stepping on the ground, spotless. In the raging flames, she has a strange sense of beauty. Artifact flow inflammation. Today, she can no longer be called a fire bird, she has her own intelligence, can transform into a human form, has been given a name by Yang Kai, and can be regarded as a special creature. What is the master's order? Lu Yanyu asked in a deep voice as soon as he appeared. I want to borrow your strength to refine alchemy, you cooperate. Yang Kai ordered lightly. Lu Yan nodded, without saying a word, turned around, and transformed herself into an alchemy furnace. The shape of this alchemy furnace was exactly the same as her natal secret treasure, but it was completely composed of flames. The king-level alchemy furnace is even better. Yang Kai concentrated on it, held his breath, and put the prepared materials in one by one, communicating with Lu Yan with his spiritual sense to control the heat. The process of refining the heavenly heaven pill is not complicated, and it can be easily refined with Yang Kai's method. It took only half a day before and after, a scent of alchemy came out from the wooden house. Yang Kai seized the opportunity, his consciousness poured into the alchemy furnace, and condensed the alchemy with the method recorded in the true explanation of alchemy. In a short while, 3 flames shot up from the alchemy furnace and soared upwards. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and the 3 beams of light were pulled over by him, and fell into the jade bottle that had been prepared long ago. The sound of gululu rolling came from the jade bottle. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and showed a satisfied smile. The alchemy techniques recorded in the true explanation of the way of alchemy are extensive and profound. If used well, you can congeal multiple pills at once, unlike in the past when refining alchemy, one material can only be used to refine one pill. Over the years, when Yang Kai was refining alchemy, he always tried to use this method of congealing pills to condense pills. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed, but he still had some experience. Now it is not a small breakthrough to condense 3 pills at once. He took out a piece of Huntian pill, put it in his mouth and tasted it, feeling the medicinal effect contained in the Huntian pill. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction and continued to devote himself to the great cause of alchemy. Half a day later, another furnace of heavenly heaven pill was successfully refined, and this time Yang Kai condensed 4 heavenly heaven pills, which was even better than the first time. With the passage of time, as the number of refining times increased, Yang Kai's techniques became more and more proficient, and the time required to refine a furnace of Huntian pill became shorter and shorter, from half a day to 2 hours. Another hour later, the speed is unbelievable. And in the process of continuous alchemy, his alchemy technique is also perfected. It can be said that this rare alchemy experience allowed him to make another substantive breakthrough on the road of alchemy, which can be regarded as a surprise. There was a rustling sound from behind. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and suddenly found that the little dolphin came to the wooden house at some point. It flicked its tail, swimming in the air, just like swimming in seawater, without no hindrance, elegant posture. Yang Kai was taken aback. There is no way to use Saint Yuan on Gloomy Soul Island. Even if he is as strong as him, he cannot fly in the sky on Gloomy Soul Island. He can only rely on his strong physical strength to make long-distance jumps. But the little dolphin obviously broke this common sense. It can actually swim in the air, which is another way of flying, even though it doesn't fly very high. The little thing was obviously attracted by the scent of the alchemy, and when he got close to Yang Kai, his nose fluttered slightly, and he looked eagerly at the alchemy furnace in front of him. Yang Kai saw that there seemed to be crystal clear saliva flowing down from the corner of its mouth, and it made a crisp sound when it dripped on the ground. Yang Kai was immediately disgusted by it, and he didn't even think about why it could swim in the air. The little dolphin made an irresistible sound, and kept pushing its head against Yang Kai's body, regardless of whether it would hinder his alchemy. Yang Kai rubbed his temples, and could only hand it a jade bottle filled with the heavenly heaven pill. The little dolphin excitedly took it, circled around Yang Kai a few times, let out an excited cry, and left with the jade bottle in its mouth. Yang Kai continued to refine alchemy. 3 days later, Shahu returned to the small island, brought a large amount of auxiliary medicinal materials to Yang Kai, and then quietly waited outside the wooden house. Smelling the scent of Dan that diffused from the wooden house, Shahu felt as happy as hundreds of years younger. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1708 Can you bear it? Chapter 1708 Bear it. Ask for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. ... So many. Are they all for me? Shahu stared at the jade bottle in front of him and asked in surprise. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Didn't we agree on 55 points? This is the amount of 55 points. Shahu was stunned, his face full of disbelief. He has provided Yang Kai with a total of hundreds of silver lotuses these days, which is almost all of his storage. He thought it would be pretty good to get 200 Huntian pills, but now the jade vases in front of him told him that the truth was much better than he expected. There are at least 60 or 70 jade bottles here, and each jade bottle is filled with 10 pills, which means that Yang Kai gave him 600 or 700 Huntian pills. How did he refine so many Huntian pills? As the last owner of Gloomy Soul Island, Shahu has visited the scene where those crappy alchemists were refining the heavenly heaven pill, but when a lotus in the hands of those alchemists could refine 2 or 3 pills, the medicine is very good. How can it be as productive as Yang Kai? This can only be explained from the side, Yang Kai's alchemy level is countless times higher than those crappy alchemists. Yang boy, you are a friend, I have made it. Shahu restrained his expression and looked at Yang Kai solemnly. If one day we can get out of trouble here, I promise that the gate of the Sea Palace will always be open for you. Yang Kai's uprightness and keeping promises moved Shahu, and Yang Kai's strength Shahu has also personally verified. Such a person is worthy of his hand, so what he said is sincere. Yang Kai chuckled, and said without being surprised, since Mr. Shah said so, then the kid will be disrespectful. Being able to win over such an ally in Gloomy Soul Island is naturally something Yang Kai hopes to see. It is better than him wandering here alone, not to mention, Shahu is the previous owner of Gloomy Soul Island, and he knows very little about Gloomy Soul Island. It is also good for the future to advance and retreat with him. Shahu laughed loudly. It's a pity that there is no good wine here, otherwise it would be a great pleasure in life to have a drink with you. Forget it, I'd better see if this Huntian pill is useful to me first. He hasn't taken the heavenly heaven pill for nearly 100 years, and his strength has not increased, and he is very distressed. Now that he has obtained so many heavenly heaven pills, he can't wait to verify it. He took out a jade bottle casually, poured out an elixir from it, and without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth in front of Yang Kai. The next moment, Shahu's body shook, with an inconceivable expression on his face. He said in shock, "Void-grade pill. Yang Kai, you are actually a void-grade alchemist." This time he was really shocked. Before Yang Kai said that he was an alchemist and could refine the Huntian pill, he didn't care too much. He just thought that Yang Kai had some attainments in the alchemy technique, but now as soon as he entered the Huntian pill, he noticed something was wrong. The heavenly heaven pill refined by Yang Kai is completely different from the ones he has taken before. The biggest difference is the grade of the pill. Shahu could tell in an instant that this Huntian pill was a void-grade pill, and at least it was a void-grade middle-grade panacea, and it might even be a top-grade one. This shows that Yang Kai is definitely an alchemist above the virtual level. He didn't dare to think of Yang Kai as a king void alchemist, because that was just a legend. The elixir melted at the entrance, turned into a stream of heat, flowed into the lower abdomen, and immediately poured into the limbs with the dantian as the center. Shahu's old face turned red in an instant, which was an obvious sign of the increase in energy and blood. His muscles were raised high, and his veins were like earthworms running under his flesh. He didn't have the time to talk to Yang Kai anymore, so he quickly absorbed the medicinal power of the spirit pill. Yang Kai smiled slightly, didn't bother him anymore, but left the wooden house, found a quiet place on the small island, and started taking the heavenly heaven pill. The Huntian pill refined by him is completely different from the ones obtained from the 2 dead men before. The Huntian pill obtained before was not completely refined, and the efficacy of the medicine did not play out, so it was a defective product. But on Gloomy Soul Island, this kind of thing is unavoidable. The level of the alchemist, the inability to use the holy yuan, the quality of the ground fire, and various reasons make the alchemists of Gloomy Soul Island only shoddy. Dan wasted a lot of lotus in vain. Yang Kai made up for all the shortcomings, and it would be strange if the spirit pills he refined were not good. And after these days of experiments, he also came to a conclusion that the Huntian pill refined from silver lotus is of false grade, and the one made from green lotus is of holy king grade, and the one made from pink lotus is of the holy king grade. The ones refined by Tianlian are at the holy level, and the functions that each grade of Huntian pill can exert are worlds apart. He didn't use golden lotus to make it, because the number of golden lotus is too small, and he only has about 10 of them. But he felt that if he refined it with golden lotus, he should be able to refine the Zhuang level Huntian pill. The medicinal power shuttled through the meridians and flesh and blood, transforming the body, the meridians and the cells in the body, making Yang Kai's physical quality stronger and stronger. This was the first time he took the heavenly heaven pill, and the benefits he got were unimaginable. And because he had taken a lot of life nectar before, his physical body was already perfect, so he could absorb the medicinal power of the heavenly pill better and faster. It was only half an hour before and after, and the medicinal effect of a void-grade Qingtian pill was completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Without delay, he took out another one, threw it into his mouth, and continued to absorb it. In the case of being unable to cultivate the holy essence and spiritual consciousness, taking the Huntian pill to cultivate the power of the body is the ultimate way out for the warriors on Gloomy Soul Island. 3 days later, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the direction of the wooden house. The little dolphin, who was swimming in the lake in the island, looked up, then casually retracted his head under the lotus leaf, and stopped paying attention. A figure shot up from the direction of the wooden house, and soon ran towards Yongkai's direction. After a while, Shahu stood in front of Yongkai. His eyes were piercing, and his aura seemed to have changed, becoming stronger. Yongkai opened his eyes, glanced at Shahu, smiled and said, "Mr. Shah seems to have made a breakthrough." Shahu looked at Yongkai gratefully, nodded and said, "Yes, I have been silent for 100 years, and I finally let this old man go to the next level, and this old man feels that there is still room for improvement. Young boy, this old man has written down this kindness. Mr. Shah is too polite." Yongkai smiled slightly. "Yongkai, how about receiving the old man's punch?" Shahu asked with a smile. In this ghost place, he didn't have anyone to practice with, so he could only focus on Yongkai. Okay. To his surprise, Yongkai agreed. Without any hesitation, Shahu let out a deep shout, kicked his feet on the ground, and his whole body shot towards him like an arrow from the string, and punched out in midair. Yongkai sat cross-legged on the spot, motionless, just looking at him with a smile, as if he didn't pay attention to the shocking blow. Shahu was stunned, and shouted angrily, "Boy Young, you don't take this old man seriously, do you?" "Mr. Shah, just use all your strength." Yongkai responded lightly. Shahu's old face was a bit uneasy, although he was very grateful to Yongkai, but being so despised by others, his mood was always very delicate. Hearing what Yongkai said, he turned his heart and really used all his strength. The sound of air blasting came out, and Shahu's fist was like a fallen star, holding the power of destroying the world. When this punch hits, even a 100-foot-high mountain will be smashed into powder. Yongkai just stretched out his palm and blocked the front, with a calm expression on his face. The next moment, fists and palms intersected. Yongkai just swayed his body slightly, still sitting on the spot without moving. However, Shahu was bounced back 3 steps by a huge rebounding force, a blush appeared on his face, and soon disappeared. His expression changed, the previous resentment disappeared, replaced by looking at Yongkai with a monster-like look, without saying a word for a long time. A few days ago when he was fighting with Yongkai, although he was slightly underwhelmed, he was not completely suppressed like he is now, but today he was unable to shake Yongkai's body with all his strength under the premise of growing strength. This can only explain one problem. While his own strength is growing, Yongkai's strength is also growing, and it is growing faster than his own. Otherwise, such a situation would never be possible. "How much Huntian pill do you take?" Shahu held back for a while before asking a crucial question. "More than 100 pieces." Yongkai thought for a while. Shahu took a deep breath, the corners of his eyes jumped up, and he said in amazement, "Your body, can you bear it?" In the past 3 days, he only took about 10 heavenly heaven pills. The heavenly heaven pills refined by Yongkai are not comparable to those produced by Gloomy Soul Island. They are genuine void-grade pills, taking too much in a short time. No matter how strong the body is, it can't bear it, and the medicine can't dissolve it, it will only damage the flesh and meridians, and the most serious situation may be death by exploding. 10 pills in 3 days is already Shahu's limit, but he didn't want Yongkai to take 10 times as much as him. "What can't you bear?" Yongkai asked strangely. He hasn't said that many of the Huntian pills he took have produced pill lines. One of the Huntian pills is equivalent to the efficacy of 2 pills. Shahu stood there dumbfounded, shaking his head constantly, and said in a desolate tone, "Monster, monster." He is sure that he is no longer Yongkai's opponent. If he had the confidence to escape from Yongkai's hands a few days ago, then he is not fully sure now. It is conceivable that as time goes by, the strength gap between him and Yongkai will become wider and wider. It's great to have a good bodybuilding exercise. Shahu secretly sighed in his heart. He didn't know that the reason why Yongkai was able to absorb the medicinal power of 100 heavenly heaven pills in a short period of time was not only because of the cultivation of the body refining technique, but also because of the solid foundation laid by taking life Changye before. This is a condition that Shahu cannot meet. A virtual alchemist, who is a monster-like existence, and has kindness to himself, such a person, if Shahu doesn't make friends, then he is really stupid. He secretly made up his mind that Yongkai would be his most loyal ally no matter whether he could escape from Gloomy Soul Island or not in the future. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1709. It's so despicable. In the sea area about 3,000 miles away from Gloomy Soul Island, a boat several feet long sailed slowly, shuttled back and forth within a range, looking for the precious Kuntian lotus. There were not many warriors on board, only about 20 or so, and a few of them were standing on the deck, their eyes flickering back and forth on the sea. But even more people looked resentful and sat there with gloomy eyes. These people made eye contact from time to time, and they all showed expressions of unwillingness and humiliation. Pang Zhen of Xiaoguang Island and Qinmo of the High Clan are among them. Both of them are warriors of the Void Return Third Layer, and they can be regarded as top powerhouses on the Gloomy Star, but after living in Gloomy Soul Island, they found that everyone here is stronger than themselves. Of course, this is in terms of the physical body, but on Gloomy Soul Island, the only indicator of strength is the strength of the physical body. Pang Zhen and Qian Mo's cultivation at the third level of returning to the void will not play any role here. It took more than a day or two to get to Gloomy Soul Island. After such a long time, it was enough for Pang Zhen and Qinmo to figure out the situation here. An ugly man with long sharp-mouthed monkey cheeks suddenly walked up to Qinmo, crossed his arms around his chest, touched his chin with one hand, and scanned Qinmo's beautiful and attractive body back and forth with a scrutinizing gaze, with flickering eyes with an obscene light. There was a low lewd smile in his mouth. Qinmo looked up at him, and her pretty face immediately sank. Miss Qinmo, you should think about it carefully. If you obey me, I will keep you safe in the future, and you will have no worries about food and clothing. Not only will you be able to officially join Gloomy Soul Island, you will stop doing some dangerous work, and you will also have the chance to get the Huntian pill. But it's a good deal. After passing this village, there will be no such shop. You have to know, other people are not as easy to talk to as I am. The sharp-mouthed man asked in a seductive tone, his eyes stayed on Qinmo even more unscrupulously on the plump and straight chest, secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It is very difficult for anyone to enter this ghostly place by mistake. The number of people has always been very small. There are only a few thousand people in the entire Ghost Island. There are even fewer women, especially beautiful women. Any beautiful woman is an extremely precious existence, and can even be regarded as a rare commodity in exchange for a large amount of heavenly heaven pill. Qian Mo is undoubtedly this kind of person. The sharp-mouthed man took a fancy to Qinmo, and taking advantage of his power, threatened and lured him, trying to force Qinmo to submit. Once the goal was achieved, it would be a good deal whether it was for his own enjoyment or in exchange for the Huntian pill. But what made him angry was that no matter what he said, Qian Mo ignored him. Anyway, she is also one of the leaders of the Sea God Palace. Even if the tiger is in peace, Qinmo does not pay attention to the sharp-mouthed man. If such a guy is outside, she can crush dozens of them to death with one hand. So the answer to Qinmo's lobbying from the sharp-mouthed man was only one word: get lost. You. The sharp-mouthed man was furious, pointing at Qinmo, as if he wanted to slap her hard to relieve his anger. Clatter. Nearly half of the people on the boat stood up at once, all staring at the sharp-mouthed man with indifferent eyes, and there was a fierceness in everyone's eyes. These people are all warriors from the Sea Palace and Sea God Palace who were stranded on Gloomy Soul Island last time. Today, they have obviously put aside their past suspicions and moved forward together, so when they saw that Qian Mo was about to be punished, they all stood up. It seemed that they were only waiting for the sharp-mouthed man to make a move before rushing up and tearing him to pieces. The sharp-mouthed man didn't slap his hands down in the end, although for him, the Haitian and the Sea God Palace were nothing to fear. If they really wanted to fight, the winner would definitely be their own side, but the owner of Mingyu Island had clearly ordered that the residents of Gloomy Soul Island, killing each other is prohibited, and anyone who violates this order will be punished with death. This is not because the Lord of Mingyu Island loves the people so much, nor is it because he is generous and benevolent, but because the number of people on Gloomy Soul Island is too small. The population of the island is not large. If they kill each other a few times because of some trivial matters, then he, the island owner, will not have the population to command. On Gloomy Soul Island, the only ones who can kill are the island owner himself and a few of his cronies. Others, no matter what their positions, are not qualified to decide another person's life or death. When Pang Zhen, Qian Mo and the others first arrived at Gloomy Soul Island, they were not counted as residents of Gloomy Soul Island, so they were naturally not included. That's why the slender man in the lead could take the opportunity to kill a few people. Had a good time. The situation is different now. Although most warriors from Sea Palace and Sea God Palace have not officially joined Gloomy Soul Island, they have a roster, and sharp-mouthed men dare not offend the majesty of the island owner. Okay, the sharp-mouthed man sneered, you are good enough. If you dare to offend me, I will definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life. Little girl, don't you look down on me, right? One day, I will let you beg I accept you. I hope you can still maintain this taste of not wanting to be violated, hee hee. At this moment, a martial artist from Gloomy Soul Island suddenly shouted loudly on the boat, "My lord, a beaver was found 3 miles away, and it rushed towards us." Really? The sharp-mouthed man's eyes lit up, and he turned his head to look over there, and he saw a ferocious-looking sea beast with a body length of more than 10 feet, approaching here surrounded by monstrous waves. There was a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the warriors who had opposed him before, and said leisurely, "The biggest danger in collecting and searching for the lotuses from these different types of sea beasts, well, you are new ghosts. The island has not been long, and it is time to practice hard, except for Qian Mo, everyone else is fighting for me. I hope you will not let me down." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the dozen or so warriors in the Sea Palace and Sea God Palace changed drastically. On the outside, none of them would put this beaver in their eyes, and they could kill it with a simple gesture of hand, but on Gloomy Soul Island, they might not necessarily be an opponent of the beaver if they were tied together. This is their first time to go to sea, and the first time to participate in the search and collection of the heavenly lotus. They have never taken the heavenly pill to temper their bodies, so they cannot be the opponents of the beaver beast. The sharp-mouthed man was obviously taking revenge, and it was blatant, and he would not violate the island owner's order. "What? Are you all deaf? My words don't work." The sharp-mouthed man looked at Pang Zhen and the others triumphantly, his heart filled with infinite pleasure. Throwing them all down, without going through a few battles with sea beasts, they will not know the preciousness of the heavenly lotus. The sharp-mouthed man's subordinates suddenly agreed, and all of them grabbed different targets with smiles on their faces. Pang Zhen and others struggled to resist, but where would they be their opponents? Although these residents of Gloomy Soul Island are not as good as Pang Zhen and others in terms of cultivation, they have more or less taken some heaven pills to quench their bodies, and their physical bodies are generally strong. With 3 blows and 2 blows, Pang Zhen and others were beaten with bruises and swollen faces, and fell into the sea one after another. The beaver beasts rushing towards this side obviously became a lot more excited, and their forward speed suddenly accelerated. "Baby maid." The sharp-mouthed man stood on the boat, admiring the struggling posture of Pang Zhen and others, squinting at Chinmo, and sneered, "If they die, it's all your responsibility, hee hee hee, if you get out of here earlier, if you leave me, such a thing will not happen. But, it is not too late, you just need to kneel down and beg me to take you in, and I can rescue them, a mere beaver, it is not too difficult for my uncle." Quote. Chinmo looked distraught and indignant, gritted his silver teeth, and glared at the sharp-mouthed man viciously. Pang Zhen didn't have much friendship with her. Although the warriors of Haidian and Haishen Palace had put aside their previous suspicions and fought hand in hand after being in trouble here, Chinmo was not so noble in terms of bowing their knees for Pang Zhen's life. However, among those who fell into the water, there were also people from Sea God Palace and her relatives, so she couldn't sit idly by. "Despicable," Qian Mo scolded angrily. The sharp-mouthed man didn't feel ashamed, and laughed loudly, "I am so despicable, so what? Do you think this is still the Sea God Palace? Do you think you are still the leader of the Sea God Palace? Tisk tisk, I think when I was outside, yes, you Poseidon Palace are in awe. When you see the people of Poseidon Palace, you have to walk around the road, lest you will be provoked. Unexpectedly, I will have such a day, and the dignified commander of Poseidon Palace will also kneel down and beg me time, happy. Qian Mo's delicate body trembled, her nails dug into her palms, and the dark red blood flowed down her white wrists and dripped onto the deck, but she didn't notice it. You don't have much time to think about it. If you hesitate any longer, they will all die. The sharp-mouthed man pointed forward. Chinmo turned his head and looked, and suddenly found that the huge sea beast was less than 50 feet away from Pang Zhen and the others. Although the people who fell into the water fled in all directions, how could they escape the speed of the beaver beast? If the sharp-mouthed man didn't stop them, their final outcome would be to be devoured one by the beaver beast. There was a look of despair on Chinmo's face. "Kneel down," the sharp-mouthed man yelled, and put pressure on Chinmo again. He could also see that Chinmo was a little shaken. At this time, exerting pressure is undoubtedly the best choice, and it might be able to crush Chinmo. The other residents of Gloomy Soul Island stood aside and watched the show, each and every one of them was extremely envious. The leader of the Sea God Palace, what a noble status this is. Before, they could only look up to him, but now they are wantonly humiliated, which makes them have a perverted pleasure. Especially for such a hot beauty, when they thought of her kneeling on the ground, begging, a group of people just felt that it was worth dying immediately. Qian Mo's figure swayed for a while, her knees seemed to be bent, but she straightened up quickly, and said softly, "You're dreaming. The smile on the sharp-mouthed man's face froze, and his expectation turned into disappointment, which turned into anger. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 17:10 Her Royal Highness Princess. Qianmo didn't care about it, just smiled coldly. With my identity, cultivation base and beauty, if I recommend myself to the Mingyu Island Master, would he accept it? Then I can use the Heavenly Heaven pill to quench my thirst. Body, when the time comes you will have to obey my orders, guess how I will torture you then? The sharp-mouthed man's face turned pale in an instant, and he was dripping with sweat. He can imagine such a scene, and he can also imagine his final ending, which must be no better than death. Chinmo was sent out to collect the lotus because she was unwilling to obey the control of Gloomy Soul Island, but what she said was right. With her identity and beauty, once she was willing to recommend herself as a pillow, no man could refuse, not even the island lord Mingyu. At that time, Chinmo will jump up and become the honorable wife of the island owner. That was a scene that the sharp-mouthed man absolutely didn't want to see. If he offended the future wife of the island owner, there would be no good end for him. The sharp-mouthed man's expression changed, and a hint of coldness and cruelty suddenly flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bitch, you forced me to do this." While speaking, he walked in the direction of Chinmo with a bad look on his face. He obviously didn't want to let what he was worried about happen, and the only way to avoid it was to throw Qianmo down. As long as Chinmo is dead, he can sit back and relax, although he feels a little pity, but compared with his own life, what is this? Qianmo seemed to have expected it long ago, and he didn't seem flustered at all. Instead, he sneered, "You don't need to do it." When the words fell, Qianmo jumped out of the boat, as if he was about to advance and retreat with Peng Zhen and others. She would rather die than give in. The reason why she said that she wanted to recommend herself as a pillow. He also held the hope of what might happen, hoping to deter the sharp-mouthed man. Since his plan did not succeed, he could only jump into the sea on his own initiative. Into the icy sea, Qianmo and Peng Zhen looked at each other. Slightly nodding his head, he immediately prepared to flee in a different direction. This time things couldn't be better. The only hope of survival is to escape from this place, away from the man with sharp mouth and others and the beaver. The hope is not high, but we must try hard. Travel in the sea. The Sea Clan undoubtedly had an absolute advantage. After all, they were a race born in the sea. Boom boom boom. A muffled sound suddenly came from far and near, as if someone was slapping the water surface violently, and the rhythmic vibrations were transmitted through the water surface. At the same time, there are layers of ripples visible to the naked eye. The sound is getting closer, and the ripples are getting clearer. Almost converging into waves. Everyone froze for a moment, turned their heads to look in the direction of the source of the sound, not knowing what happened, even the aggressive beaver. Seemingly aware of the approaching danger, he stopped and stayed on the surface of the sea. A row of water jets soaring into the sky pushed towards this side at an extremely fast speed, and in front of the water jets, there was a figure with his hands behind his back, stepping on the sea. The rumbling sound was exactly the impact of his feet on the sea surface. Every time he landed, there was an indescribable artistic conception of strength. When he left, a water column rose from behind him like a dragon. This person is not young, he looks like he is in his 50s or 60s, but his real age must be more than that. The sharp-mouthed man and the warriors from Gloomy Soul Island were all stunned, and their hearts were beyond shocked. Because it is extremely difficult to walk on the waves on the sea with physical strength alone. Although they can do it, they definitely do not have the power and influence of the comber, and it is impossible for them to last for too long. But the old man who came here looked like he was strolling in the garden. Except for his voice being a little louder, he didn't show any signs of fatigue or exhaustion at all. It seems that as long as he wants to, he can go on like this forever. How much physical strength is needed to maintain this kind of progress for a long time? Looking at the entire Gloomy Soul Island, no one can do this more than a handful of people. Lu 5, And beside the old man, there is another figure, who looks younger, is a young man. The young man sits cross-legged, his whole body exposed to the sea, much more relaxed than the old man, and he has not seen any movement. Unexpectedly, he chased after the old man so steadily, not lagging behind at all. When he got closer, the sharp-mouthed man realized that there was actually a sea beast under the young man's buttocks, carrying him forward. The sharp-mouthed man was stunned. It's not that the warriors of Gloomy Soul Island have never tried to tame sea beasts, but even if the island owner personally went out, there was no precedent for success. Sea beasts living in the waters near Gloomy Soul Island, regardless of their strength, each one is rebellious and would rather die than submit, so after trying many times, Gloomy Soul Island had no choice but to give up. And now, someone actually sits on the back of a sea beast, which is more shocking than the old man walking on the sea to the sharp-mouthed man. The commotion of the old and the young also alarmed Pang Zhen, Chinmo and others. Hey, he is. Pang Zhen looked at Yang Kai seriously for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up. But Qianmo stared at the bottom of Yang Kai's buttocks with a pair of beautiful eyes. There was some hesitation and disbelief in her beautiful eyes, but soon, she showed a look of ecstasy, and she jumped out of the sea water. Come out, step on the sea, and approach Yang Kai quickly. She couldn't walk around like the old man, and she couldn't last too long. She just relied on her strength, and when that strength was used up, Qianmo couldn't move on. But she still approached Yang Kai frantically and excitedly, with a long-lost reunion smile on her pretty face. Old Sha, do you know this woman? Yang Kai, who was sitting on the back of the little dolphin, turned his head to look at Shahu, asking puzzledly. Shahu laughed loudly. I haven't been out of the mountain for 100 years, how can I know anyone? Isn't this woman here to look for you? Looking for me? Yang Kai smiled. No way, she is the leader of the Sea God Palace, I have nothing to do with her. Why does it look like she is really looking for me? As the distance drew closer, Yang Kai also realized that something was wrong. This woman named Chinmo actually rushed towards her, and kept waving her hands as she approached her, as if she was very familiar with her. Yang Kai scratched his forehead, unable to understand it, and couldn't respond hastily, he could only wait and see what happened. The little dolphin under the buttocks suddenly let out a cry of joy and aggrieveness, and the speed suddenly increased, and it went up to Chinmo. After a short while, Qianmo came to Yang Kai. She didn't mean to talk to Yang Kai at all, but leaned in front of the little dolphin, relieved, and called out in a trembling voice, Princess. Princess. Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. The little dolphin kept calling, with an excited voice, and circled around Chinmo, and finally plunged into Chinmo's arms, as if a child saw his mother and acted like a baby. Yang Kai was condescending, and saw that Qianmo's full breasts were somewhat deformed by the top of the little dolphin's head, revealing deep ravines and a large piece of fair skin. Shahu stood quietly at the side, with his hands behind his back, looked at Chinmo, then at the little dolphin, nodded and said, so that's it turned out to be from the dolphin family, no wonder the old man felt something was wrong. Yang Kai woke up like a dream. Chinmo called the little dolphin a princess, and Shahu said that the little dolphin belonged to the dolphin family. Yang Kai immediately realized that the little dolphin he encountered accidentally had a lot of background. It was obviously a member of the royal family of the Sea Clan. It was the princess of the Sea Clan that Chinmo and Shengao were looking for. For this reason, the two leaders of the Sea Clan went to Xiaoguang Island to make a big fuss. It seems that Chinmo and Shengao are not lying, the princess of the Sea Clan did disappear near Xiaoguang Island, but she was not kidnapped by the people of Haidian but broke into Gloomy Soul Island. Then I was accidentally discovered by myself. Qianmo found the princess of the Sea Clan, and the whole person relaxed, and didn't even care about her own safety, allowing the little dolphin to be intimate with her for a long time. Then suddenly raised her head, and glared at Yang Kai fiercely. You, what did this despicable human race do to the princess of our clan? How dare you ride on the princess's body, it is absolutely unforgivable. Yang Kai looked down at her and chuckled, what can I do with it? He was not angry because of Chinmo's attitude, the status of the little dolphin was supreme among the Sea Clan, so it was only natural that Chinmo would be so angry. Why don't you hurry down? Qianmo angrily scolded again. Yang Kai pouted. If it doesn't want to carry me, I will come down. Little guy, tell me, do you want me to come down? The last sentence, Yang Kai said to the little dolphin, under Qianmo's cannibalistic gaze, he reached out and patted the little dolphin's head. Chinmo's lungs are about to explode. Although Her Royal Highness is still young and has not been able to transform into a human body, she is sacred and inviolable among the Sea Clan. Any Sea Clan must respect it and salute it. But now, a despicable the human race actually rode on the princess, not only that, but also shamelessly slapped the princess on the head. What annoyed Chinmo the most was that Her Royal Highness was enjoying herself, spit out a few bubbles from her mouth, and wagged her tail happily. Look, Yang Kai spread his hands, I didn't force it. Qianmo took a deep breath, her plump breasts puffed up high, and she felt the urge to punch Yang Kai to death. A strange tone came out of the little dolphin's mouth, And Qianmo listened intently. For a long while, his face paled, but he still stared at Yang Kai with hatred and hatred. I don't know what kind of conspiracy you used to make Her Royal Highness rely on you so much, but this matter is not over, you remember it for me. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, ignoring her meaningless words. Pang Zhen also swam to Yang Kai's side at this time, clasped his fists and greeted, Sect Master Yang. Island Master Pang, where do we never meet again in life? Yang Kai responded with a smile. Pang Zhen looked down at his state, embarrassed for a while. Fortunately, Yang Kai changed the subject in a timely manner, and asked, why are you in such a mess? The people on the boat are not from the Sea Palace and the Sea God Palace, right? If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1711 Bullied. On the sea, Yang Kai listened to Pang Zhen's narration and learned about what happened after they entered Gloomy Soul Island. That day, about 100 or 200 people from Sea Palace and Sea God Palace were trapped in Gloomy Soul Island. Except for a few people who were killed by the Slender Man, the others were all intact and escorted back. The total population of Gloomy Soul Island has always been small. With such a large number of people suddenly appearing, it is natural for Gloomy Soul Island to force Pang Zhen and others to pledge their allegiance. People under the eaves had to bow their heads, and Pang Zhen, Qianmo and the others could only pretend to be submissive. However, Shang Ao, the other leader of Sea God Palace, has a more irritable temper. He has always been high and respected, how can he bear the days of being manipulated and obeying orders? His rebelliousness seemed a bit out of place on Gloomy Soul Island, and he was taken away alone and put in custody, probably suffering some torture and beatings. In recent days, neither Qinmo nor Pang Zhen saw Shang Ao again, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Except for Shang Ao, everyone else was divided into more than a dozen teams, led by different Gloomy Island warriors, and took on different tasks. Qinmo, Pang Zhen and others were tasked with going out to sea to find the lotus, while some teams had to mine ore in the mines of Gloomy Soul Island, or do some chores or something. These void-returning mirror powerhouses have not had a happy life since they fell into trouble on Gloomy Soul Island. Many people have died due to various accidents, especially going out to sea to find the lotus. When encountering some irresistible sea beasts, the final result may be annihilation of the entire army. But no one cares about them. Any new martial artist who comes to Gloomy Soul Island has to go through this. Only when they recognize Gloomy Soul Island in their hearts and recognize the dominance of Mingyu, can they be considered to have the qualifications to officially join Gloomy Soul Island. Obtained the Heavenly Heaven Pill, tempered the strength of the physical body, and then became stronger. The fundamental reason why Mingyu was able to rule Gloomy Soul Island was not only because of his own strength, but also because he controlled the Huntian Pill. Sect Master Yang, every person in this ghost place is incredibly powerful. It seems that they all have taken the Huntian Pill, and they are invincible. Seeing Yang Kai's leisurely look, Pang Zhen couldn't help it. I kept opening my mouth to remind, and while speaking, I turned my head and looked in the direction of the ship, with a look of vigilance in my eyes. Seeing this, he couldn't help being a little dazed. Because he suddenly discovered that the old man who had just stepped on the sea with his hands behind his back had actually boarded the boat at some point, standing on the bow of the boat with such a big thorn. However, the sharp-mouthed man and others who were originally arrogant and domineering did not have the prestige just now. Everyone looked at the back of the old man in horror, and their faces turned pale. Not only did they not drive the old man off the boat, they even took a breath. I have no guts. What's the origin of this old guy? There is no such person in Sea Palace and Sea God Palace. Could it be the friend Yang Kai made recently on Gloomy Soul Island? Pang Zhen was puzzled. Old Sha, my friends seem to have been bullied by them just now. Yang Kai shouted at Sha Hu. In fact, he doesn't have much friendship with Pang Zhen, and he has only met Qinmo once, but anyway, they are still people from Gloom Star, and they are different from warriors like Gloomy Soul Island. What's more, he still has some ideas about the Sea Palace and the Sea God Palace, so naturally he won't leave him alone. When Sha Hu heard this, he grinned, have you been bullied? This is easy. After the words fell, Sha Hu suddenly turned around and punched the sharp-mouthed man and the others. The fist was 5 feet away from the sharp-mouthed man and the others, but a sharp force burst out from the edge of the fist and swept over the sharp-mouthed man and the others. Bang bang bang. A series of muffled noises came out, and the sharp-mouthed man and the others didn't even make a sound, and their bodies were blown apart by Sha Hu in the air. Blood and pieces of meat spilled on the sea surface, and the sea water immediately turned bright red. Pang Zhen, Qianmo and others were stunned. For them, those warriors of Gloomy Soul Island, who were basically irresistible, were easily eliminated by such an old guy. How strong is this old guy? They simply cannot imagine. Since Luonan arrived at Gloomy Soul Island, Pang Zhen, Chinmo and others' cognition of strength has been completely subverted. Here, there is another set of standards different from Starfield to measure the strength of warriors, that is, the strength of the physical body, force. The only explanation for the scene in front of him is that the old guy's physical strength has reached an incredible level. Sect Master Yang, this senior, what's his background? Pang Zhen asked weakly, and Qianmo also looked at him with concern. Old Sha's real name is Shahu, don't you have any impression? Yang Kai looked at Pang Zhen with a smile. Shahu. Pang Zhen frowned, with a thoughtful look on his face, as if he had thought of something. His eyes stared straight at the direction of Shahu. It took a long time for his eyes to light up, and he cried out, the first and second hall master of my sea palace. Are you from Haidian? Shahu looked at Pang Zhen. Pang Zhen couldn't care about anything else, and quickly jumped out of the sea, rushed to the boat, knelt down on the ground, and said in a trembling voice, Pang Zhen, the owner of Xiaoguang Island, has met Uncle Sha. You are the owner of Xiaoguang Island. Shahu heard that Yang Kai mentioned Pang Zhen once, but he didn't know which one it was. Now he heard him report his family name, and then he understood, and smiled gently, get up, don't worry too much, present. Thank you uncle. Pang Zhen was so excited, his face flushed, rubbing his hands and said, I have long admired the reputation of Master Sha, but I have never seen it. I heard that Master Sha disappeared for no reason 300 years ago. It has always been a pity, but I don't want to be in this ghost. Dao is able to meet Master Uncle Tianyan, disciple Sansheng is lucky. Shahu laughed loudly, and said bluntly, it's a good flattery. Pang Zhen blushed, not really embarrassed, but grinning happily, pointed at some warriors and said, Master, these are my Haidian disciples. Shahu glanced over those martial artists one by one, nodded slightly and said, okay, okay. After 300 years, the old man has finally seen his family. Don't worry, with the old man here, no one can hurt you. Quote. All the Haidian disciples looked uplifted, as if they had found a big backer. They were ecstatic. One moment they were still alive and dead, and their future was bleak, but the next moment, the previous second hall master who had been missing for 300 years appeared in front of him, and even killed several Gloomy Soul Island warriors with a mighty punch, saving them in the future. In the midst of the fire and water, he even said that he would protect them. How could they not be happy? On the contrary, Chinmo and other Sea clan were a little bit disappointed. Fortunately, Pang Zhen has not forgotten them. During this time, the disciples of the Sea Palace have been advancing and retreating with the Sea God Palace, supporting each other. Now that the Sea Palace has a big backer, they will no longer worry about being bullied. Naturally, Pang Zhen wants to help Qianmo and others recommend it. Dang even pointed to Chinmo and said, Uncle Sha, this is the commander of Chinmo of Sea God Palace. He was in distress with his nephew to Gloomy Soul Island. They helped him a lot these days. Pang Zhen's words were not to praise Chinmo and others, but to tell the truth, mainly because the sea race was born stronger than the human race in terms of physical quality. It can be seen that the sea race is better than the human race in tempering the body. Shahu nodded noncommittally. He was willing to keep Pang Zhen and others safe because they all came from the same origin. However, Shahu didn't have a good impression of the Sea clan. During the time, he often dealt with this arrogant race with his nostrils upturned, and his hands were also stained with the blood of many sea warriors. He originally intended not to care about the life and death of the Sea clan and the others, but after seeing the little dolphin sitting under Yang Kai, he suddenly smiled slightly. If that's the case, then let's go together. The grievances between the Sea Palace and the Sea God Palace will be resolved between us. Put it down for the time being. If there is a chance to leave Gloomy Soul Island, let us talk about other things. Thank you, Uncle Sha. Pang Zhen couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Shahu Chongqianmo and others would do it. The heart demon who practiced after the earthquake. Fortunately, Shahu was reasonable and freed him from this worry. Chinmo's expression was a little complicated, and he also thanked him. The Sea clan and Human clan who fell into the water boarded the boat one after another, and Yang Kai had no choice but to go with the current and let the little dolphin swim in the sea alone and follow behind the boat. Yang Kai suspected that if he sat on the princess of the Hai clan again, Chinmo would definitely fight him hard. It's just that he still can't believe that the little dolphin, who is only looking for the lotus, is actually the princess of the Sea clan. It can only be said that this is a bit too dramatic. Seeming to see his doubts, Qianmo took the initiative to explain, it has only been 5 years since Her Royal Highness was born. According to your human calculations, she only has the intelligence of a 5-year-old child and cannot transform into a human body. And he was born playful. This time he sneaked out of the sea god palace, but he didn't expect to be drawn into the ghost island. Quote, Yang Kai nodded. All in all, this commander would like to thank you for bringing back Her Royal Highness Princess for our sea clan. Qian Mo said again. Yang Kai glanced at her in amazement. Qian Mo's face was cold again. However, your insult to Her Royal Highness is not over. This commander will always remember it. Sooner or later, you will have to pay the price. Follow you. Yang Kai was noncommittal. On the other side, Pang Zhen was also asking about Shahu's next itinerary. Now that they were out of the control of Gloomy Soul Island, they naturally didn't want to go back to that ghostly place where they couldn't resist and could only endure bullying. But when he learned from Shahu that the destination of this trip was the main island of Yuhun Island, Pang Zhen immediately fell silent. Scared, Shahu turned his head to look at Pang Zhen, with a slight smile on his lips. Pang Zhen shook his head solemnly. The disciple is not afraid, it's just that the strength that the disciple and others can display is too weak to provide much help to the uncle. But since the uncle has made a decision, the disciples should obey it, even if it is if you die, you must eat a piece of flesh and blood from Gloomy Soul Island. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AA. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1712. Shahu laughed loudly, waved his hands and said, I don't need you, I haven't tempered my body with the Huntian pill, and you are just going to die. This time, Yang Kai and I will go there. You, just hide, let's watch a good show from a distance. Sect Master Yang. Pang Zhen looked suspiciously at the stern of the ship, looking at the direction Yang Kai was in, and said softly, Sect Master Yang is indeed a dragon among men. This disciple has fought against him before, and he is not his opponent, but he is also the most recent. You just came to Gloomy Soul Island, what can you do for Master? He had no doubts about Yang Kai's strength, but it was in the worry-free sea after all, and it could be seen from the situation of him and Chinmo that a warrior who was strong outside might not necessarily be strong here. As long as warriors who have lived on Gloomy Soul Island for a few years can need them at will. So when Shahu said that he would only take Yang Kai, Pang Zhen was a little worried. Shahu smiled bitterly. What do you know? Even the old man is no match for him. Do you think he can help? Ah, Pang Zhen opened his mouth enough to stuff an egg. His face was full of shock, and he almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. Looking back at Yang Kai who was standing at the stern, Pang Zhen found that Yang Kai was smiling harmlessly at himself, and couldn't help but shiver. Don't doubt, he is indeed stronger than the old man. I tried a trick with him a month ago and was knocked back by him. Now, Shahu didn't continue, but Pang Zhen heard that voice outside the words. Shahu's meaning is obvious, he was repelled by Yang Kai's palm a month ago, and now he may be even more unbearable. Pang Zhen was even more shocked. Everyone came to Gloomy Soul Island together. After 2 or 3 months, the strength of myself and others has not increased at all. I have been instigated by the warriors of Gloomy Soul Island to do some meaningless things, but Yang Kai did not. Can defeat Uncle Shah who has lived here for 300 years. Is this kid a monster? The boat is not big, but it sails smoothly on the sea surface. The little dolphin pushes behind it from time to time, and the speed is not slow. It took only 5 days before and after, and they saw Gloomy Soul Island in the distance. You just wait here, and I will pick you up after the old man is done. Shahu ordered, and then threw a bottle of Huntian pill to Pang Zhen. Each person takes 1 pill, absorbs and refines it. Gone. Pang Zhen took it, overjoyed. He has been coveting the heavenly pill on Gloomy Soul Island for a long time, and he also knows that the reason why the warriors on Gloomy Soul Island are stronger than himself and others is because of this kind of panacea, but unfortunately there is no way to get it. Originally, they had to wait until they officially joined Gloomy Soul Island before they were eligible to receive different amounts of Huntian pills from the island owner after performing some tasks. They died from some reasons, and even if they were received, the quantity was very rare, and the quality was even lower. But now, Shahu threw him a bottle. Pang Zhen respectfully thanked them without any delay, opened the cap of the bottle and distributed a pill to each of the Haitian disciples. Qian Mo watched from the side with extremely hot eyes. When he was feeling sad and depressed, he suddenly noticed something flying towards him out of the corner of his eye. He reached out and grabbed it in the palm of his hand. Looking up, he found Yang Kai was looking at him with a smile, and said, "You should each share one." Qian Mo blinked and snorted coldly, "I will return it to you in the future. I'll talk about it later." Yang Kai smiled, followed Shahu and rushed towards Gloomy Soul Island. The little dolphin made a strange cry from behind, as if telling Yang Kai to be careful all the way. It wasn't Yang's whim to give Chinmo a bottle of Huntian pill, because he knew that even if he didn't give it away, the little dolphin would ask him for it. It has a very close relationship with Chinmo, so it will naturally be considered for Chinmo. And the Huntian lotus in Yang Kai's hand was almost all taken by the little dolphin to find it. It can be said that both the Huntian lotus and the Huntian pill are half of the credit of the little dolphin. It is just a bottle of Huntian pill. For Yang Kai, it was nothing. Shahu in front slowed down, obviously waiting for Yang Kai. After Yang Kai kept pace with him, Shahu said solemnly, Yang Kai, the purpose of this trip is only to kill the thief Mingyu. Mingyu is the most powerful on Gloomy Soul Island, but there are some guys who are not weak. When the time comes, you will be needed to help the old man sweep the formation. No problem, Yang Kai readily agreed, and asked again, how confident is old Sha in fighting against Mingyu? Shahu's expression was serious, and he thought for a while before he said, at least 60%. Although the old man and Mingyu haven't seen each other for 100 years, his strength must have increased, but with those inferior Huntian pills, his strength will be even higher. No matter how much it increases, it won't go anywhere, and the old man is more or less confident to kill him. Then I wish old Sha the best of luck, Yang Kai said with a smile. Shahu was full of vigor, since he took the heavenly heaven pill refined by Yang Kai, his strength, which had never been increased, has been rising steadily. Although he is not as good as Yang Kai, he is already extremely tyrannical to others. Compared with the heavenly heaven pills refined by Yang Kai, Shahu only felt that those heavenly heaven pills he had taken before were just shit. Not only is the quality extremely low, it is difficult to refine, but the potency of the medicine is mixed and impure. While enhancing the quality of the physical body, it also brings some hidden dangers to the physical body. Dan, absolutely something will go wrong. Without the advantage of Mingyu pill, Shahu would not put him in his eyes at all. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and within a short while, they both reached the Ghost Island. Looking at the city in the center of the island, Shahu sneered, and the speed suddenly increased, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. Yang Kai followed unhurriedly, following closely behind Shahu without falling behind. Gloomy Soul City is the only city in Gloomy Soul Island. There are 7,000 or 8,000 warriors living in the city, and it is also the only living stronghold in Gloomy Soul Island. I don't know when this city was cultivated. Traces, almost every warrior who is in trouble on Gloomy Soul Island will come to this city. In Gloomy Soul City, Mingyu, the island master of Gloomy Soul Island, has the highest status, followed by several of his confidants, who are in charge of the entire Gloomy Soul Island and control the flow of the heavenly pill. Warriors living on Gloomy Soul Island must submit to the rule of Mingyu if they want to obtain the Huntian pill. At the city gate, 4 or 5 warriors were wearing armor, monitoring the past warriors. Any warrior who returned to this place from the sea had to hand over half of his income before being released. And the most precious Qingtian lotus will be collected in its entirety, and will not be kept privately by warriors. Any warrior who dares to keep Qingtian lotus privately will be punished with the most severe punishment. Teams looked exhausted, and warriors who had returned from sea were waiting in line outside the city gate, ready to enter Gloomy Soul City. Many of these warriors were physically injured, some even lacked arms and legs, and looked extremely embarrassed. Obviously, they were attacked by sea beasts when they went out to sea, and the loss was not small. When those warriors in armor were inspecting the harvest of warriors waiting to enter the city, they suddenly heard a cry of exclamation from the crowd. He turned his head and looked into the distance. Over there are 2 figures approaching the Gloomy Soul City quickly. The speed is as fast as lightning, and the afterimages are dragging behind the 2 of them, and the afterimages gradually disappear after the 2 of them have rushed 100 feet away. The leading martial artist turned pale with shock, winked at his companions, took out their secret treasures one after another, and blocked them in front of the city gate. When the 2 figures were about to approach, he yelled, "Who is it? Stop! Get out!" An angry shout came, and the 2 figures rushed through the city gate, one after the other, and broke into Gloomy Soul City. Those warriors who were queuing up to enter the city were in an uproar, all showing expressions of surprise. The management of Gloomy Soul Island is extremely strict. It has been many years since such forced entry happened. But today, they witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Many people could not help but mourn for the 2 people who forcibly entered the city. They felt that the 2 of them were doomed. If they dared to challenge Mingyu's authority in Gloomy Soul City, they were destined to die without a burial. But before they finished their thoughts, they heard a loud bang on the ground, turned their heads to look, and suddenly found that the lead warrior who was wearing armor before had exploded and died, leaving a large amount of blood and broken flesh in place. The onlookers only felt a chill from head to toe. They were silent like cicadas. They didn't even realize when the leading martial artist was attacked. At the same time, a roar resounding through the sky suddenly came from the city. "Mingyu, get out of here, old man." The roar was earth-shattering and deafening, and many people couldn't help turning pale. But there are also those who are afraid that the world will not be chaotic. After being stunned for a moment, their expressions became extremely excited, and they all moved closer to the direction of the source of the sound. They really wanted to see who the audacious guy actually dared to call Mingyu in Ghost City, named Taboo. The whole Yuhun city was jumping like crazy, and under Shahu's roar, countless warriors gathered towards Shahu's direction. In a short time, more than 2,000 people gathered around, and the number is still increasing. Shahu stood quietly on a street in gloomy Seoul City, with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Yang Kai was a body behind him, looking bored, looking at the surrounding environment. The entire Ghost City looks pretty good. Although it is a bit dilapidated, it is a great achievement to be able to build a stronghold for living in this ghostly place. There are even some shops near the street, buying and selling daily necessities. But at this moment, the people in the nearby shops had already emptied out. Under Shahu's astonishing aura, no one dared to stay nearby, and they all hid far away. Whispering voices came from all around. Many warriors pointed at Yang Kai and Shahu. Some were gloating, some were cold-eyed bystanders, and some were ready to move, with different expressions. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 17:13 Dark Moon. Old man, you dare to offend the majesty of the island owner. Take your life. From a distance, a shout of anger came, and from the end of the street, a figure rushed towards Shahu aggressively. Shouting loudly while rushing, obviously there is some taste of asking for credit. The management of Gloomy Soul Island is extremely strict, and there are very few riots or uncontrolled incidents. Therefore, these warriors who follow Mingyu rarely have the opportunity to express themselves. Today is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Taking this opportunity, he was ready to take Shahu's knife. Mingyu's favorite, a good bottle of Huntian pill, is absolutely impossible to escape. So after hearing Shahu's roar, he immediately rushed over here. In the middle of the journey, a heavy saber-shaped secret treasure has been sacrificed. He held it in the palm of his hand, but it was full of momentum. With that burly body, there was indeed a kind of indomitable prestige to stop people from killing people and Buddhas from killing Buddhas. Fierce. Shahu just stood there quietly, looking at the tallest building in the center of the island. There seemed to be a sinister gaze, paying attention to it from a distance, and meeting Shahu's gaze, colliding with fierce sparks in midair. The invisible force made the temperature of the entire Gloomy Soul Island drop a lot, and many people couldn't help it shuddered. The strong man with the knife didn't realize it, and rushed all the way to the 10 feet in front of Shahu, and then jumped up high. The long knife in his hand drew a shining arc, and there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Old man. Things, your head, I have accepted it. Shahu turned his head slowly and carefully, and looked towards the person coming. Seeing this, the visitor gasped, with a terrified look on his face. His indomitable aura was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, disappearing in an instant, and there was a strange ho-ho sound from his throat. He exhaled in one breath, and the whole person fell straight down from midair with his feet deeply sunk into the ground, staring at Shahu with a pair of eyes, and said in a trembling voice, Shah. Island Master Shah. This strong man obviously recognized Shahu. Shahu smiled coldly. Joan. I haven't seen you for 100 years and you still haven't made much progress. The strong man named Joe and frowned, and then said angrily, it's not up to you whether Joe will improve or not, but you, Island Master Shah, how are you still alive? Mingyu said I'm dead. Shahu sneered softly, looking at Joe and like an idiot, do you believe what he said? Not only is the old man not dead, but he is still alive and well. Today I am going to take it the head on Mingyu's neck, to vent the hatred in the old man's heart. Joanne's face was flickering, and although he was frightened, his attitude was still strong. Shahu, stop wishful thinking, the master of Mingyu Island has made great progress in the past 100 years, you were not his opponent back then, and you are still not today. Go to see the island owner, maybe you can escape, otherwise. Otherwise what? Island Master was able to defeat you 100 years ago, but you are still no match after 100 years. Zhou Anshan shouted. Shahu laughed. Idiots, didn't Mingyu tell you that the reason why he was superior in skill back then was because of the use of poison? Since the old man has made a comeback today, he will definitely not give him a chance. He didn't bother to pay attention to Zhou, but looked at the tallest building, and shouted, Mingyu, if you don't have the guts to come down and fight the old man, then the old man will go up. As the words fell, Shahu's figure jumped up, leaping out more than 10 feet high, approaching the center of the island like a rock spreading its wings. Wishful thinking. Suddenly there was an angry shout from all around, and at least a dozen warriors wrapped in a cloud of bright red light rushed out from the crowd to intercept Shahu. The dark red rays of light outside the body of these warriors are an obvious sign of the vitality and blood, and from the strength of the light, it can also be inferred that the vitality and blood are full or empty. Some gloomy Soul Island warriors that Yongkai met before were either too low in strength or had no real skills, so they did not show such signs. Those who didn't care about hiding their selfishness anymore, they used all their strength one after another. Shahu ignored the flanking attack of the dozen or so people, staring coldly at the front, without sadness or joy, without surprise or fear, with murderous thoughts like waves. More than a dozen people looked overjoyed, each of them desperately mobilized the power in their bodies, and each performed their ultimate move, heading towards Shahu. But before their ultimate move arrived, a young man appeared strangely behind Shahu, quietly suspended in midair, just like flying in the sky. Facing the ferocious attack of more than a dozen people, the young man still smiled calmly. After they got close enough, he quickly swung his fists out. In midair, shadows of fists poured out like a gust of wind and rain, blasting in all directions. More than a dozen figures, the bright red rays of light on their bodies burst like bubbles one after another. Everyone felt like being hit hard, and flew back amidst screams and exclamations, and the bodies of several of them were even in midair burst open. Boom boom boom. The remaining surviving people fell to the nearby houses, smashing big holes one after another in the houses, bleeding one after another. There were pieces of internal organs in the blood, fell to the ground, and their vitality was dim. Thousands of onlookers burst into an uproar, their eyes staring at the young man who was still suspended in midair in horror. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. The dozen or so people who attacked Shahu just now were all well-known strongmen on gloomy Soul Island. No one knows how strong they are in the outside world, but in this gloomy Soul Island, every one of them, enough to rank in the top 100. They are the capable generals of Mingyu's subordinates. But in the face of this youth's round of offensive, more than a dozen people were killed or injured, and none of them could get up. It can be said that the entire army was wiped out. Who is this young man? Why haven't I seen it before? Compared with this young man, Shahu's name is already known to many people. In gloomy Soul Island, Zhou is not the only one who recognizes Shahu. Among the surrounding warriors, there are also many warriors who remember the Shahu Sha Island owner 100 years ago. 1 past 10, 10 past 100, and soon, the warriors of the entire gloomy Soul Island knew what the situation was, and it turned out that the former island master came to avenge the current island owner. This is a once-in-a-lifetime drama that no one wants to miss. But the young man who showed his power just now stood in front of him. No one dared to chase after him to watch the excitement, and those warriors who obeyed Mingyu did not dare to make any rash moves. Weak and miserable howls, as long as they don't want to die, they dare not touch Yongkai's bad luck again. Yongkai glanced around and said with a smile, Old Sha is going to challenge Mingyu, everyone just watch from a distance. If anyone dares to step forward without long eyes, don't blame Yong for being ruthless. Quote, in normal times, no one would pay any attention to such a remark of such an unknown young man, but after he repelled the joint attack of more than a dozen strong men, the remark possessed absolute majesty. No one dared to provoke. Those warriors who watched the scene stood far away, looking up, wanting to know who is stronger or weaker between the former island owner and the current island owner. In the center of the island, a big battle had obviously broken out. Shahu's angry shouts were transmitted from a long distance, which seemed to be the rise of killing. Even if it was more than 10 miles away, the artistic conception of force caused by the fist and foot collision could clearly transmitted. The explosion and vibration of the air poured into the eardrums, making people excited and terrified. Yongkai stood on the spot and thought about it, and pointed to draw a mark on the ground, then walked towards the battlefield without looking back. Even after he left, no one dared to pass through that mark. They could only watch the terrifying battle over there from a distance. With a distance of more than 10 miles, Yongkai only took a dozen breaths to arrive. Under the tallest building in the center of the island, there were already some bloody corpses lying, obviously shot to death by Shahu. Some other warriors stood not far away, paying close attention to it with uncertain expressions. They didn't dare to step forward to intervene at will. When Shahu first arrived here, he killed several people with the force of thunder, and established himself as a mighty image. These people would only trouble Shahu unless they wanted to die. Now, only Mingyu is fighting Shahu. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to those strong men watching the battle, and cast his eyes on Mingyu. This is a well-mannered middle-aged man with a rather bookish air. He is dressed like a Confucian scholar. In terms of temperament alone, he is somewhat similar to Mo Yu, the elder of Qiantianzong. But his physical strength is infinitely stronger than Mo Yu's. The dark red light outside his body is extremely thick, showing the tyranny of the power of qi and blood. Every movement of his hands and feet, there is the sound of dragons singing and tigers roaring, and the ability to open up the world. The radiance of qi and blood outside Shahu's body was not inferior to him in the slightest. When Yang Kai arrived here, the two of them were fisting each other, and the fight was so dark that there were huge deep pits on the ground, and all the surrounding buildings collapsed. Even the most central building was swept down a wall and leaned to one side. Yang Kai looked at it for a moment, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Shahu regards Mingyu as his lifelong enemy, and every time he mentions Mingyu, he is filled with jealousy and hatred, which is not unreasonable. Yang Kai can assert that, 3 months ago, Shahu was definitely not Mingyu's opponent. Judging from Shahu's strength when he first met him, he would definitely not be able to persist in 100-breath kung fu under Mingyu. But in the past 3 months, Shahu has taken a lot of Huntian pills that he personally refined, and has made a certain breakthrough in physical strength, which is even stronger than 3 months ago, so he was able to fight against Mingyu. The two are evenly divided, and there is no downfall. The battle between the two was extremely brutal and savage, almost an injury-for-injury style of play. This style of play is most suitable for warriors with strong physical strength, because the physical body is strong and the blood is strong, the injuries suffered will not be too serious, and it is easy to recover. Yang Kai used this style of play more than once to kill a strong enemy. But when the physical strength of the two is balanced, this style of play can only exchange injuries for injuries. Only your own perseverance and determination determine the final victory. At this point, Shahu undoubtedly had the upper hand. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 17 14 Different Ways. My son Mingyu, you never thought you would have today, right? The old man has engraved in my heart the hatred of those years, and today this place is where you will be buried. Shahu shouted loudly while fighting with Mingyu, fisting together folding out, the arms twisted like giant pythons, passed through Mingyu's defense from an incredible angle, and punched him on the chest. Visible to the naked eye, the bright red light wrapped around Mingyu's body trembled suddenly, but the impact was not too great, and it recovered quickly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mingyu made a knife with one hand, and slashed down fiercely. That palm knife seemed to have really turned into a peerless blade, slashing on Shahu's shoulder, and Shahu's body was cut down, grinned for a while. Honestly speaking, it really surprises the island owner that you can live to this day. Mingyu's voice was tepid, in sharp contrast to Shahu's violent anger, but what surprises the island owner even more is that your strength has actually increased to this level. It seems that you have had many adventures in the past 100 years. Shahu laughed loudly. There is no adventure, but I met a noble person. Mingyu frowned slightly, and in the midst of her busy schedule, she glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. He judged the hidden information in Shahu's words almost in an instant, and felt that Yang Kai's strange face should be the noble person Shahu said. Mingyu, you are no longer my opponent now. This old man will definitely tear you to pieces. Shahu continued to roar. He seemed emotionally agitated and crazy, but he knew it better than anyone else. It is absolutely impossible to defeat Mingyu. These cruel words that sound meaningless are just to disturb Mingyu's mind. I will wait and see, the owner of this island. Mingyu's tone was still extremely indifferent, as if she didn't take Shahu seriously at all. In the battle circle, the figures of the two were ups and downs and intertwined, punching to the flesh, blood spattering continuously, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from time to time. This simple, brutal, ferocious and thrilling battle made the hearts of all the onlookers shake their hearts. Needless to say, those Mingyu's subordinates have never seen Mingyu use all his strength. At this moment, they realized that Mingyu being able to become the island owner is definitely not a fluke. His real combat power is more than stronger than himself and others. Even Yang Kai watched with relish. Although he is stronger than Mingyu and Shahu in terms of physical strength, the stones of other mountains can attack jade. Both Mingyu and Shahu are powerful warriors who have achieved something in physical strength. There are not many opportunities to watch such warriors fight up close. He put himself into it while observing and deducing the direction of the battle, and he got a small gain. Time passed slowly, and the battle between Xiahou and Mingyu continued with an astonishing intensity and speed, and it was still evenly divided, so it was impossible to see who was stronger or weaker. During the battle, the two stuffed some Huntian pills into their mouths from time to make up for the consumption of blood and the lack of physical strength, and always kept the bright red light outside the body in the strongest state. A group of Mingyu's subordinates were secretly nervous. They didn't know what would happen to themselves and others if Mingyu was defeated. They wanted to help but didn't have the guts, so they could only turn their ideas on Yang Kai. But after Yang Kai shot and killed the two people who came to provoke him with lightning speed, the rest of them didn't dare to act rashly anymore. The strength of these people is basically the same. Even if there are strong ones, they are not much stronger. Yang Kai crushed their two companions to death like an ant. If they still can't see how powerful Yang Kai is, then they are really blind. The battle here happened quickly and ended quickly, and it would not affect the battle between Mingyu and Xiahou. However, after realizing Yang Kai's strength, Mingyu paid more attention to him. Xiahou seized this opportunity in an instant, and began to bombard Mingyu indiscriminately with all his strength. The situation that had been stalemate began to slowly tilt towards Xiahou. Xiahou's aura was even stronger than the bright red light outside his body, which was even more intense than it was at first, and with an irresistible momentum, he crazily suppressed Mingyu. Mingyu's situation became more and more cramped. The faces of those warriors who had been standing nearby to watch the battle turned pale. Even they could tell that the situation of the battle was starting to be unfavorable to Mingyu. Although the degree was very subtle, Mingyu's disadvantage would become bigger and bigger if things went on like this for a long time, and eventually lost. Xiahou is so powerful. They could hardly believe it. Yang Kai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Mingyu and Xiahou are absolutely evenly matched in strength. At the beginning of the battle, even he couldn't judge the direction, but now, if there is no accident, Xiahou's victory is almost certain, and Mingyu can't recover her own decline at all. The facts are indeed as Yang Kai expected. As time goes by, Mingyu's disadvantages are getting bigger and bigger, but Xiahou is fighting more and more courageously. Out of 10 moves, 8 moves are offensive. Mingyu can only passively fall into defensively. The momentum was eroded a little bit. In the end, when Mingyu slapped out a palm and revealed a flaw, Xiahou took the opportunity to bully him and let out a sky-shattering roar. Mingyu. That voice seemed to be able to vent his century-old anger. His blood was surging wildly, his body was half short. He avoided Mingyu's blow, and with one hand formed a knife. He stabbed towards Mingyu's heart. Victory seemed within reach. A ferocious smile appeared on Xiahou's face. Mingyu, whose life was hanging by a thread, still didn't feel flustered. She glanced indifferently at Xiahou, who was close at hand, and suddenly a sarcasm smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and said lightly, "Xiahou, you never know how powerful the owner of this island is." Xiahou felt a sudden in his heart, and instinctively sensed that something was wrong, and when he was about to pull back, Mingyu's body surged with a surge of holy power, which made his already tyrannical aura suddenly rise, and his body was even more violent. A layer of body-protecting Saint Yuan emerged, blocking Xiahou's blow. The power of the potential field burst out suddenly. Xiahou's whole body immediately fell into a swamp, unable to break free, and his state of mind was instantly affected by Mingyu's potential field. Mingyu slapped out with a palm, hitting Xiahou's chest. Wow! With a sound, Xiahou flew out with his back upside down, and was in midair, bleeding without counting. After he staggered to the ground, the original bright red light outside his body became extremely dim, and his complexion was extremely pale. He stared blankly at Mingyu standing over there, his eyeballs trembled violently, and he lost his voice. "How could you? You can still use the Saint Yuan, right?" Mingyu smiled lightly. Ghost Island has its own law of heaven and earth to suppress it, and it is impossible for any warrior who enters here to use the power of the Saint Yuan. That's true, but this island owner broke the laws of heaven and earth here, so I am the island owner, you are not. Impossible, Xiahou roared, his face full of resignation. Nothing is impossible. Mingyu smiled softly, scorning Xiahou, who was covered in blood. As if to prove her words, a force continued to burst out from his body. That is the power of Saint Yuan. It is the Saint Yuan fluctuation of the Void Return Third Layer Realm powerhouse. Xiahou was dumbfounded, and stood there stupidly. In terms of physical strength alone, he is comparable to Mingyu. He was able to almost kill Mingyu just now, relying on his 100 years of patience and perseverance, but if Mingyu can use Sheng Yuan, then it is impossible for him to be its opponent. Xiahou opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say a word. The continuous high-intensity fighting almost exhausted him. After realizing Mingyu's invincibility, the momentum he maintained suddenly dissipated, and the feeling of exhaustion immediately hit him. A palm rested lightly on his shoulder. Xiaohu turned his head with a gray face, and suddenly found that Yang Kai had stood beside him at some point. Yang Kai, Xiaohu's voice was dry, I'm sorry, this old man has troubled you. He miscalculated the situation, this time coming to revenge will not work, not only will he die here, Yang Kai may also be buried with him. Being able to use Shengyuan on Yuhun Island, Mingyu has almost become the master of this place, and no one can resist. Old Sha is serious, take a break and let me do it. Yang Kai smiled slightly, without the fear that Xiaohu imagined. Xiaohu looked suspicious, he didn't know what support Yang Kai had, he was able to face an opponent who could use the Saint Yuan and the potential field, but seeing that he was so calm and relaxed, he couldn't help being encouraged, nodded, and took the initiative to move forward step back a few steps. Mingyu didn't say anything, just looked at Yang Kai with great interest, and seeing that he was looking at her without fear, she smiled slightly and said, how about taking refuge in me? I can let you be the deputy island of Gloomy Soul Island. Lord, from now on, under one person, over 10,000 people. Mingyu's subordinates immediately looked at Yang Kai with envious eyes, their brows were a little ready to move, as if they were only waiting for Yang Kai to agree, and they were going to flatter him. Deputy Island Owner, this is a precedent that has never been done before. Although Mingyu is the island owner on Gloomy Soul Island, no one has ever been able to become the deputy island owner. It seems that Mingyu has no intention of setting up this position. His subordinates he made many indirect remarks and wanted to become the deputy island owner, but Mingyu had no intention of agreeing. They didn't dare to make too much of a fuss, so they had to let it go. But today, Mingyu took the initiative to hand out an olive branch to Yang Kai, how could these warriors not be envious? Not interested in. To their surprise, Yang Kai shook his head and refused without even thinking about it. How could Yang Kai see it as the deputy island owner of Gloomy Soul Island, but he is the star owner of the entire Gloomy Star. If Gloomy Soul Island hadn't become a space by itself with its own laws, it would definitely belong to Gloom Star and be ruled by Yang Kai. Wouldn't it be self-defeating to become the deputy island owner of Gloomy Soul Island? Mingyu frowned, and said lightly, this disappoints the owner of this island. Yang Kai laughed and said, you will be even more disappointed. You want to fight against this island master? Mingyu looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. It can't be said, it's just that the way is different and they don't conspire with each other. Mingyu frowned and sighed, in that case, the island master will give you a death sentence. Yang Kai laughed. You don't have this ability. Old Sha is right. What? Mingyu and Xiaohu asked at the same time. Depending on you, it is impossible to break the laws of heaven and earth here. Yang Kai sneered. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AA. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 17:15 The Fifth Star Emperor Token. The law of heaven and earth is an extremely profound thing. Yang Kai, as the master of Gloom Star, can't break the blockade of Gloom Star's laws, how can Mingyu do it? So Yang Kai concluded that Mingyu definitely used some special methods to use the power of Saint Yuan. Yang Kai is very curious about this method. Mingyu's face was slightly startled, but she didn't appear flustered. She frowned and said, you are not the owner of this island, how do you know that the owner of this island cannot break the power of the laws here? I just know it. Yang Kai smiled softly, his face full of determination. Mingyu's face was gloomy with his knowing expression, and finally his attitude was no longer so accommodating, and he snorted coldly, it doesn't matter whether the owner of this island can break the law or not, there is no doubt that the owner of this island can use Saint Yuan. Boy, you are dead. Who doesn't know how to say big words? I don't know if you have this ability. Yang Kai suddenly shouted, come out. As soon as the words fell, a crisp and clear bird song suddenly resounded through the sky. Accompanied by this loud call, a beautiful, huge firebird that was like a flame burning all over suddenly flew out of his body. Spreading its wings, it covered almost half of the sky, and the scorching mood spread instantly. Everyone looked at the huge firebird in shock, felt the thick fire power on it, and suddenly turned pale, and Mingyu's expression also became extremely dignified. He was shocked to find that this bird had no body. The firebird, which is composed entirely of energy, not only contains the ferocious power of fire, but also the violent power of thunder in its body. In that fiery red body, there are streaks of dazzling purple ons shuttling, dancing and swimming like spirit snakes. The same body of thunder and fire. Around as Mingyu has a wealth of experience and knowledge, so she didn't know what the origin of this firebird was for a while. This is not over yet. After the firebird made its debut, another foolish stone man appeared in front of Yang Kai. His whole body was like a stone man made of rock. A huge black stick. The huge stick is in stark contrast to the small body, which looks rather funny. As soon as this little stone man appeared, he let out a low growl. During that growl, his figure quickly grew in size, and in the blink of an eye, it became a stone that was more than 10 feet high and opened up the sky and the earth. Giant. Even the black giant stick on its shoulders became thicker and longer. Everyone was looking up, and an indescribable sense of oppression fell from the sky, making it difficult for them to breathe. Mingyu's complexion finally changed. She looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Fuck him," Yang Kai ordered lightly. The sound of birds singing and beast roaring resounded throughout gloomy Soul Island in an instant. The fire bird flapped its wings suddenly, and in just a moment, it came to the top of Mingyu's head. The majestic phoenix eyes looked down and opened its mouth. The lightning that fell towards Mingyu. Mingyu cried out in shock. How dare she stay where she is? Immediately cast a body method to evade. With a bang, dust flew up on the ground, and a huge deep pit appeared where Mingyu was originally standing. Before Mingyu came back to her senses, the sound of hurried and heavy footsteps approached. Boom boom boom. The stone puppet took a step, and those two big feet were like drumsticks, violently hitting the ground, making a sound like a war drum. 20 feet away from Mingyu, the stone puppet waved the shaking sky pillar. The shaking pillar weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms is like a toy in its hands, without the slightest weight. However, the violent wind that rolled up almost sent Mingyu flying. Mingyu's face turned pale suddenly, and she stretched out her hands to connect points. After a flash of brilliance, a pitch-black hexagonal shield appeared in front of him. Strong, it is impossible for the casual void return mirror to break it open with one blow. But Mingyu didn't look relaxed at all. Her expression became more dignified, her feet slipped, and her figure suddenly retreated. Boom-a-ay! The shaking pillar hit the hexagonal shield, and the hexagonal shield didn't even have the effect of blocking it for a moment. It was directly exploded into countless fragments. The shaking Tianju continued to smash towards Mingyu with irresistible power. Fortunately, he saw the opportunity quickly and finally avoided this terrifying blow, but the aftermath of the stick's edge still forced him into a panic. His clothes were instantly torn, the strong wind tore his body, and the bright red blood flowed from every corner. Flow out. Hey, there was a deadly bird song above her head, and Mingyu looked up, her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He found that huge fire bird came to the top of his head again, and lightning fires like spirit snakes shot out from its body, tightly enveloping the place where he was, with a radius of tens of feet. There is no way to avoid it. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the flames soared into the sky, and the area within a radius of several tens of feet became a hell on earth in an instant. The entire gloomy island was trembling. Several of Mingyu's subordinates had long lost the ability to think. They watched Mingyu's figure being swallowed by the countless thunder and fire, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. And as strong as Shahu, his body trembled in shock. He didn't realize until now that when Yang Kai was fighting with him, he didn't use his full strength at all. At that time, if he released this strange stone giant and fire bird, how could he still survive? Whether it's the stone giant or the fire bird, they are enough to easily crush him. The physical strength he is proud of is not even a fart in front of these two weird creatures. Fortunately, the relationship between myself and Yang Kai did not become too rigid, and even turned enemies into friends. Thinking of this, Shahu felt scared for a while, and at the same time secretly thanked himself for his wise decision. But, what is the origin of this Yang Kai? With such a powerful strength, it is enough to sweep the entire gloomy star, right? It seems that after this time, I have to find Pang Zhen to ask about Yang Kai's origin. Shahu secretly made up his mind, and his mind drifted back to the battlefield again. Seeing this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He found that Mingyu, who was in the center of the hell on earth, did not die immediately but still had a strong vitality. Shahu didn't know how Mingyu did it. After all, if it was him, he would have to bear such a with one blow, 10 lives are gone. Yang Kai obviously discovered this too, but instead of being surprised, he looked at it with great interest. In a short while, there was thunder, electric snakes danced wildly, and the doomsday scene of the sea of AA fire and the sky disappeared. In the center of the scorched earth of tens of feet, Mingyu stood there panting, looking extremely embarrassed. At this moment, he no longer had the elegant demeanor he had before. His clothes were almost completely torn, his hair was messy, His skin was scorched, and the vitality in his body was intermittent. If it wasn't for his good physical quality, he might have died already. He was able to continue standing there thanks to the fact that he took the heavenly heaven pill all the year round to temper his body and make his body full of qi and blood. But that was the end of it. He stared at Yang Kai absent-mindedly, his face filled with unwillingness, and he clenched something tightly in his hand. Yang Kai shifted his gaze and saw the true face of the thing. It was actually a token, and this token made Yang Kai feel very familiar. From the token, there was obviously a power of Emperor prestige. Order of the Star Emperor. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He never expected that Mingyu would actually have a Star Emperor token in her hand. And under Yang Kai's perception, it was because of this Star Emperor token that Mingyu could communicate with the spiritual energy of the world of Gloomy Soul Island, mobilize her Saint Yuan and potential field, and be able to persist until the end of the Firebird's fierce attack. Not dead now. This ghost place is actually related to Yang Yan. This thought quickly flashed through Yang Kai's mind. He didn't hesitate anymore, and with a flash of his figure, he rushed in front of Mingyu and slapped him casually. Mingyu was already at the end of her strength, she couldn't resist at all. This palm directly became the last straw that broke the camel's back. She watched Yang Kai's palm strike but had no strength to resist. With a muffled sound, Mingyu fell on her back. Yang Kai had quick eyesight and quick hands, and took off the Star Emperor token and space ring from his hand. With his back to Shahu and the others, Yang Kai rubbed the Star Emperor token carefully, and soon he was sure that it was indeed the Star Emperor token, because the pieces he had were exactly the same as the one in front of him. In the spiritual induction, this Star Emperor token seems to have some subtle connection with a certain location on Gloomy Soul Island. Yang Kai raised his head and looked in that direction. Old Sha, you can handle the rest yourself, I'll go over there to check. Yang Kai said, and immediately disappeared. Shahu was stunned for a moment, but didn't pay much attention to it, but turned his head and looked at those subordinates belonging to Mingyu with a smirk. The few people didn't come back to their senses until now, and they all shouted in horror, Master Sha, please forgive me. What happened 100 years ago was Mingyu's persecution of us, and we didn't do it voluntarily. Hey, voluntary or not, I have nothing to do with the old man. The grievance has its head, and the debt has its owner. 100 years ago, you colluded with the Mingyu thief and made things difficult for the old man. If it weren't for the old man's fate, I'm afraid I won't be able to take revenge today. It's useless to say more. Take your life. A bright red light flickered outside Shahu's body. He rushed towards those warriors like a tiger joining a herd of sheep. No one was a general of them. Within 10 breaths, several of them were killed by his hands. The great hatred was avenged, and Shahu stood on the spot, looking up to the sky and screaming. The roar was like thunder, rolling in all directions. Thousands of warriors on Gloomy Soul Island all raised their eyes towards the source of the whistling sound, and their complexions changed slightly. They knew that Ghost Island had changed. In a small depression near the center of Gloomy Soul Island, Yang Kai stepped in. Since entering here, the Star Emperor token that originally belonged to Mingyu in his hand has been buzzing, as if it is about to escape Yang Kai's control. This mountain depression has a nice view, and a few huts have been built. I don't know whose residence it is, but it is empty now. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, his expression suspicious. Although he felt that this call was a little weird, but he couldn't detect what was inside it based on his observation alone. After thinking about it, Yang Kai released the suppression of the Star Emperor token on his opponent. The Star Emperor token immediately flew out, drawing a beautiful arc in midair, and as the Star Emperor token flew, one after another pitch black holes suddenly appeared in the void. There was nothingness and chaos in those holes, and the fluctuation of rich space power came out from the holes. Yang Kai's face suddenly became serious. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 17-16 What is the origin? These holes are all similar to the existence of space cracks, and they have always existed here, but usually no one notices them, and only the Star Emperor token can stimulate them. And the shape of the hole is also similar to that of the Star Emperor token. In the void, there are a total of 9 holes, and there are some subtle and mysterious connections between them. These 9 token-shaped holes are connected end to end, forming a magic circle that Yang Kai can't understand. 9 is the number, and Yang Yan once told Yang Kai that in her heyday, she made a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens, and if she could collect all 9 Star Emperor tokens, a shocking secret would be revealed. What is this shocking secret? Yang Yan did not say clearly. But obviously it has something to do with the scene in front of me. Yang Kai looked thoughtful, and gradually connected what he had seen and heard in the past, but he was still unable to speculate on Yang Yan's intentions. Gloomy Soul Island is definitely related to Yang Yan, this is beyond doubt, otherwise there would not be 9 token-shaped void cracks here, and there would not be the same number of holes as the total number of Star Emperor tokens. While Yang Kai was in a daze, the piece of Star Emperor token flew into a hole, just covering the hole tightly without leaving any gaps, as if the crack in the void was filled by the Star Emperor token. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai flipped his wrist, and 4 Star Emperor tokens appeared on his palm. These 4 Star Emperor tokens were obtained by chance over the past few decades since Yang Kai entered the star field. One of them was a gift from the Ghost Ancestor, and it was also the only piece of the Star Emperor token that sealed the supernatural power of the Great Emperor. However, during the battle with Luo Hai on Qilin Star, Yang Kai unsealed the seal, and with the help of the power of the Star Emperor token, he killed him. Luo Hai. Although there is no seal, the Star Emperor token has been preserved. The second piece is Yang Kai's first experience in the flowing flame sand field that year, and he got it from the attic on the 6th floor. The third piece was originally Yi Xian's and was transferred to Yang Kai. The fourth piece was obtained from the altar of Xingdi Mountain. Counting the Star Emperor token obtained today, Yang Kai already has 5 yuan in total. Of the remaining 4 pieces, Yang Kai only knew that the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce had 1 piece and the other 3 pieces were missing. After the 4 Star Emperor tokens were taken out, as before, they wanted to get out of Yang Kai's control, but Yang Kai kept his face and let them fly out. As expected, these 4 Star Emperor tokens were also embedded in the void after arcing across the air, making up for the existence of those holes. The next moment, the 5 Star Emperor tokens all burst into light, and an extremely mysterious force came out of the Star Emperor token and enveloped Yang Kai. The power of Saint Yuan that had been silent for a long time, like a broken dam, rumbled and flowed in Yang Kai's flesh and meridians, conveying an astonishing power. Realizing this long-lost power, Yang Kai took a deep breath, feeling relaxed and happy. By now, he had figured it out, and it was precisely because of the Star Emperor token in his hand that Mingyu was able to use the power of the Saint Yuan to catch Shahu by surprise. Just like he is now. I just don't know whether Mingyu had the Star Emperor's token in the first place or discovered it by accident here. Mingyu is dead, and these can no longer be explored. Yang Kai was like a javelin, standing in place, looking up at the void with deep eyes. His thoughts traveled through the void and reached extremely far away. He faintly sensed that behind this void, there was a wider world hidden. The splendor of this world far surpasses the star field where I am, where there are more powerful warriors and even more terrifying powers of law. Yang Kai wandered far away, unable to wake up for a long time. He wanted to see what the world looked like, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see clearly. He only vaguely felt that his soul was in a channel, moving forward, as if it would never end. Outside the mountain depression, Shahu quietly looked forward with his hands behind his back. He didn't know why Yang Kai entered there, but it had been a month since he entered it. Gloomy Soul Island is now under his complete control. All warriors who targeted him back then were all killed, and the rest the martial artist who has also pledged his allegiance to him. Shahu once again became the owner of Gloomy Soul Island. Pang Zhen, Qian Mo and Shangao came together. Shangao didn't die, but was imprisoned by Mingyu and suffered some torture. Even without taking the Huntian pill, Shangao could display a very good combat power. It is conceivable that if to what extent can he grow after taking the Huntian pill. Mingyu was naturally reluctant to kill such a potential subordinate. Her original intention was to imprison him for a period of time, sharpen his temperament, and then try to subdue him, but in the end, he still couldn't wait for that day. After Mingyu died, Shangao was rescued by Qinmo. At this moment, the 3 of them approached, and at the entrance of the call, the stone puppet with the shaking pillar on its shoulders and the extremely beautiful Qi Lingliuyan in human form looked over vigilantly. The 3 of them were instantly locked by the stone puppets and Lu Yan's spiritual thoughts, and their bodies froze instantly, not daring to move. You too, they have no malicious intentions, so don't be nervous. Shahu's mouth twitched and he clasped his fists. The stone puppet rolled its eyeballs, unmoved, and still leaned forward, maintaining a posture of attacking at any time, but Lu Yan had a slightly higher intelligence, and cast a cold glance at Shahu, restraining his hostility. Shahu blushed for a while. I think he was considered one of the best strong men in the Wu Yu back then, and he was trapped on Gloomy Soul Island for 300 years. Although he has not been able to use the Holy Yuan, but after quenching his body with the Huntian pill, he believes that he is only stronger than before, but not weaker. In this way, he is no match for these 2 subordinates of Yang Kai. Needless to say, the stone man is a guy with infinite strength at first glance. If he can't use the holy yuan, 10 shahus together may not be able to wrestle with it. That gorgeous woman was even more terrible, 2 violent powers of thunder and fire flowed in her body, her momentum was overwhelming, and the pressure on Shahu was even greater than that of Stone Puppet. Facing this woman, Shahu was like facing a Void King realm even though he didn't know how strong the Void King realm was. After comforting the Stone Puppet and Lu Yan, Shahu turned to look at Peng Zhen and the others and asked, "What's the matter?" Commander Shangao and Qinmo wanted to come over and thank Sect Master Yang. Peng Zhen replied respectfully. "Should be." Shahu nodded, looked at Qianmo and Shangao, smiled wryly, "But I'm afraid it won't work now. You have also seen that no one can pass through here, you can only wait for Yang Kai to come out by himself." "We'll just wait," Shangao snorted coldly. After learning that he was able to get out of trouble this time, it was basically the credit of Yang Kai. Shangao wanted to thank him face to face, and as for Shahu who also made a lot of effort, Shangao didn't take it seriously. The grievances between the Sea Palace and the Sea God Palace are very deep, and they cannot be easily resolved overnight. Shahu obviously knew this too, and didn't care about Shangao's indifference, but instead asked with interest, "By the way, the old man has been busy with the matters of Gloomy Soul Island these days, and I don't have time to ask carefully, Peng Zhen, Yang Kai, what is it about?" Hearing his question, Shangao and Qinmo couldn't help showing expressions of interest. The strong always only respect the stronger existence. Qianmo and Shangao are both leaders of the High Clan with high authority and great strength, but compared with Yang Kai, the two find that they are not enough. Having lived in the deep sea for a long time, they don't know much about inland affairs, not even as good as Peng Zhen, so they are naturally curious about Yang Kai's origin. Sect Master Yang is the master of Ling Xiao sect. Peng Zhen thought for a while and replied with a serious expression. Ling Xiaozong. Shahu was stunned. "Why haven't I heard of this sect?" Peng Zhen smiled wryly. "Uncle Master disappeared 300 years ago, so it is naturally impossible to hear about it. This Ling Xiao sect has only been established for 15 years. 15 years, the background is not deep." Shahu chuckled lightly. "However, with a capable person like Yang Kai, as long as he takes time, he will definitely be able to sit on an equal footing with Zhan Tianmeng and Lei Taizong." "Uncle Master." Peng Zhen looked dumbfounded. Lei Taizong and Zhan Tian League are history. "They were wiped out," Shahu exclaimed with a startled expression. "Well, it was destroyed by Sect Master Yang's Ling Xiao sect." Shahu took a deep breath. Qinmo and Shangao looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. Although Qianmo and Shangao don't know much about the situation in the inland area, they have heard of Lei Taizong and Zhan Tian League to some extent. They are the powerful forces that have dominated the inland area of Aa Gloom Star for tens of thousands of years. Xingdi Mountain was also destroyed by him. Peng Zhen threw out another shocking news. "What?" Shahu was completely shocked at this time. Even Xingdi Mountain was destroyed by him. "That's not true, because most of the strong people in Xingdi Mountain have been recruited by Sect Master Yang to Ling Xiaozong. Today's Ling Xiaozong is the strongest sect on Gloom Star. How does my ocean palace compare to it?" Shahu asked anxiously. "I'm afraid it's not as good as it is," Peng Zhen said truthfully, "but because we and Ling Xiaozong belong to the deep sea and inland areas, we don't have much intersection. Moreover, the main rudder of Ling Xiaozong is located inside the Luyan sand field, where it can almost be said to be it is as solid as gold, and no one can break it." Shahu froze instantly. Of course, he knows the Flowing Flame sand field. It is one of the forbidden areas of Gloom Star. Normally, no one can enter it. Ling Xiaozong actually set up the main rudder in it. How did this happen? Not only Shahu was dumbfounded, but both Qianmo and Shangao were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Peng Zhen wisely didn't say anything more. He could understand the shock in the hearts of the two leaders Shahu and Hai Clan. Which powerhouse on Gloom Star was not shocked when he heard the news? When this information was transmitted to the deep sea back then, Haidian was also completely shocked. The several palace masters could hardly sleep or eat, lest Yang Kai's ambition expand and extend his minions to the worry-free sea. But the facts proved that Yang Kai did not have this plan. After several years, the several hall masters of the Sea Palace gradually calmed down. A few days ago, Yang Kai was on Xiaoguang Island, and proposed to trade with Haidian to exchange needs, and those palace masters probably didn't agree because they couldn't figure out Yang Kai's intention. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 17 Conditions. After a long silence, Shahu seemed to have gradually digested the information, and asked about Yang Kai more carefully. Pang Zhen reported all the information he knew. Shahu's expression became more and more dignified, and the expressions of Qian Mo and Shengao also changed constantly. Their eyes met, as if they were secretly communicating with each other. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the mountain depression, and then, a figure walked out of it. It was Yang Kai. Shengao, Qian Mo and Pang Zhen were shocked, and they clasped their fists together. Shahu smiled slightly and said, "Is there any gain?" Yang Kai returned a salute to everyone, put away Stone Puppet and Lu Yan, and then nodded, a little bit. "So, you can also use Sheng Yuan?" Shahu asked in surprise. In the battle against Mingyu that day, the opponent suddenly used the power of Sheng Yuan and the potential field, which really shocked Shahu. After thinking hard, Shahu could only attribute the reason to the secret hidden in this mountain depression. The deep part of the mountain was exactly what he had told Yang Kai before, a place that even he couldn't find out. There must be some secrets hidden there, maybe it is related to why Mingyu can use Sheng Yuan, but Shahu can't understand the whole story, and now seeing Yang Kai's harvested appearance, he immediately has a guess. It's no problem to use the Saint Yuan. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not as happy as Shahu imagined, and then added, "I also found a way to leave here." "What?" Shahu screamed in shock. Pang Zhen and the other three were also absent-minded for a moment, and then they all looked at Yang Kai overjoyed, and asked eagerly, "Is this true?" Naturally. Yang Kai nodded. "I came out to tell you this news. If any of you want to go out with me, you should prepare early. I will leave here in a few days." Sect Master Yang. Pang Junchi looked at Yang Kai anxiously. "May I ask Sect Master Yang, how many people can you bring out?" On the side, Shengao heard Pang Zhen's question, and immediately came to his senses and asked the same question. "It's okay to take everyone out," Yang Kai replied, but what? Pang Zhen immediately became nervous. "I can take people from Sea Palace and Sea God Palace out for free. For others, well, please tell those people, if anyone wants to leave this place, help me find some lotus." Pang Zhen was startled, but quickly realized, and said with a wry smile, "Sect Master Yang has a good plan. It is conceivable that once this news spreads, those warriors who have been trapped in Gloomy Soul Island will definitely try their best to find the heavenly lotus in order to leave this place, and Yang Kai will become the biggest winner at that time." Yang Kai laughed and said, "I just charge a little bit of compensation." "What about the time? Yang Kai, when do you plan to leave?" Shahu asked from the side. "A month later." "Okay," Shahu responded, "I will help you pass on the news. As for the warriors in my Sea Palace, I won't let you work in vain. After you leave here, the Sea Palace will offer you a gift of thanks. If old Shah insists, then I will be disrespectful." Yang Kai laughed. "My Sea God Palace will not let Sect Master Yang contribute in vain." Shengao quickly expressed his opinion on the sidelines. Yang Kai glanced at him, just nodded lightly, without saying anything. The news of being able to leave Gloomy Soul Island quickly swept through the entire Gloomy Soul Island like a gust of wind. After hearing the news, 99% of the warriors expressed their unwillingness to believe it. They just thought it was a joke made by someone. After all, if there was a way to leave Gloomy Soul Island, they would not be trapped in it forever. After so many years, there are countless warriors who have fallen to Gloomy Soul Island, and there are many amazing talents among them. There should always be some warriors who can find out some ways to leave. But in fact, Gloomy Soul Island is a cage, where everyone is trapped to death. It's hard to believe that such news suddenly popped up now. It wasn't until Shahu came forward to clarify and guarantee that the warriors on Yuhun Island believed in the authenticity of the news. All of a sudden, almost all the warriors on Gloomy Soul Island were mobilized, and they began to march towards the surrounding seas in groups, looking for the celestial lotus, hoping to occupy a place to leave. Gloomy Soul Island turned into an empty island in a very short period of time. On the sea area thousands of miles away from Gloomy Soul Island, Yang Kai stood on the back of the little dolphin and headed forward. When the warriors in Yuhun Island were looking for the lotus, he himself was not idle. Naturally, the more the lotus is, the better it is, so after letting Shahu spread the news that day, he took the little lotus with him. The dolphins left Gloomy Soul Island and traveled in the distant sea, relying on the instinct of the little dolphins to search for the precious lotus. Gained a lot. The far sea has always been a difficult place for warriors of Gloomy Soul Island to set foot. Naturally, there are more lotuses here than near the sea. And after quenching the body with hundreds of void-grade heavenly pills, Yang Kai's physical quality is several times stronger than when he first entered Gloomy Soul Island. The sea beast that he thought was powerful before is now vulnerable in front of him. The farther and farther he traveled with the little dolphin, the more rewarding he gained. Guessing that the time was almost up, he let the little dolphin return to the voyage. When he returned to Gloomy Soul Island again, thousands of warriors on the island were already waiting in awe. 1 month is not enough for all warriors to harvest enough Huntian lotus. Some people are unlucky and have not seen the Huntian lotus at all. When waiting at this moment, their expressions are uneasy, lest Yongkai leave time, don't bring yourself. After meeting with Shahu and the others, after learning about the situation, Yongkai asked the warriors from Sea Palace and Sea God Palace to help him collect those heavenly lotuses. The warrior who had the lotus in his hands happily handed over his income for this month, and walked aside with peace of mind, waiting for the moment to leave. It only took a day and things were settled. The residents of the island were divided into 2 parts, one part had turned in the lotus, and the other part had not turned it in. The number of warriors who have not turned in the Kuntian lotus is not too many, only 700 or 800. Yongkai stood in front of these 700 or 800 people, looked at the anxiety, uneasiness and embarrassment on their faces, smiled slightly, and said loudly, "Don't say that Yang won't give you a chance, since you don't have a lotus, then you can only use another way to redeem your freedom. Little brother, what kind of method do you dare to ask?" In the crowd, a martial artist who looked a little old asked. Others are also paying attention to Yongkai curiously, lest he make some harsh demands. Some of you may have a lot of background, maybe your status on Gloom Star is not low, and there must be relatives and sects on Gloom Star, then after leaving here, as long as you pay the corresponding price, I can also take you away. If you cannot even pay this price, then you can be slaves for 10 years, within 10 years, your life is mine, and you have to do whatever I tell you to do. As soon as the word came out, the audience was in an uproar, some warriors were worried, but more warriors looked joyful. Yongkai is right, most of them have relatives and sects on Gloom Star, as long as they leave here, it is not a problem to raise some supplies. It is not a bad deal to exchange those materials for one's own freedom. If you can't even raise this amount of supplies, it's no big problem to be a slave for 10 years. Yongkai doesn't look like a villain, otherwise he wouldn't make this suggestion, just sit back and ignore them and abandon them on Gloomy Soul Island. Okay. 10 years later, Z can regain his freedom. Anyone who is willing, please go to Island Master Sha and leave your soul imprint. After you complete the agreement, Yang will return the soul imprint. Yongkai shouted again. The next moment, more than half of the 700 or 800 people rushed towards Shahu's direction, and the rest of them hesitated for a while, and followed as if resigned to their fate. Over there, Shahu, who had received Yongkai's instructions in advance, had already ordered the disciples of the Ocean Palace to prepare properly. After these warriors came up, they took out pieces of pure white spirit jade, and asked those warriors to engrave their soul imprints. With these spirit imprints, anyone can easily control the life and death of these warriors, presumably no one dares to ignore today's agreement. Shahu squeezed out from the crowd, came to Yongkai's side, looked at the crowds over there, smiled wryly and said, "Sect Master Yang's Ling Xiaozong, is there still a shortage of these supplies?" Yongkai chuckled. "Mosquito meat is also meat." Shahu glanced at him thoughtfully, laughed and said nothing. He seemed to have seen Yongkai's intentions. Yongkai clearly wanted to take all the martial artists out of Gloomy Soul Island, so he made such a simple request. What he did was nothing more than a double intention. On the one hand, he used the warriors on the island to help him search for the Huntian lotus, and on the other hand, he wanted to level the bowl of water so as not to be criticized by others. The only explanation for doing so is that he can go back to Gloomy Soul Island again. He has already regarded this place as his back garden, so he wants to take everyone away. Thinking of this, Shahu's breathing became a little short. Not to mention the number of heavenly lotuses that Yongkai harvested on Gloomy Soul Island these days, but in the future, as long as he wants, he may come here to collect heavenly lotuses at any time. It is conceivable that in time the Ling Xiaozong will be such a terrifying behemoth. What Shahu guessed in his heart, Yongkai didn't know, but he was old and smart. Yongkai believed that Shahu could vaguely guess his own thoughts. He didn't mean to explain, he had mastered the method of leaving, he had every right and ability to do so. He just wants to treat this place as his forbidden place. The matter of the 700 or 800 people was dealt with in just one stick of incense, and all warriors from the entire Gloomy Soul Island were assembled. Everyone's eyes turned to Yongkai, wanting to know what method he would use to bring him away from this place. Everyone's faces showed expectations and apprehension. Even Shahu and others are the same. Although what Yongkai said before was convincing, they didn't have any doubts, but when this time came, they couldn't help but get nervous. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 17-18. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yang Kai didn't move too much, he just closed his eyes and stood there quietly. However, a pure and rich spiritual power diffused from his body. The strength of that soul power made everyone's astonishment change. The power of the soul penetrates the void and extends to unknown locations. Yang Kai has mastered the power of space. Tearing space is always the best way to escape from the cage, but this method does not apply to Gloomy Soul Island. This weird place is a space of its own, closed and independent. If you can't locate the dark where the star is, even if Yang Kai uses tear space, he will only shuttle inside Gloomy Soul Island, and there is no way to leave here. But under the premise of mastering some secrets of Gloomy Soul Island, being able to use Saint Yuan, and being the Lord of the Gloomy Star, it is not too difficult for Yang Kai to determine the location of the Gloomy Star. His divine sense jumped and shuttled in the void, and within a short while, he sensed the space barrier between Gloomy Soul Island and Gloomy Star. He opened his eyes suddenly, the power of space all over his body fluctuated wildly, stretched out his hands, and suddenly poked forward. His hands went out to sea like a dragon, and under the close attention of everyone, they were inserted directly into the void. The exclamation suddenly came. Thousands of warriors stared wide-eyed, looking at this unbelievable scene. What they saw was Yang Kai's two arms disappearing strangely. This scene has surpassed them category of understanding. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly gave a deep drink. His arms were violently torn to the sides, and with his movement, the space in front of him was like a piece of brocade, torn in half, revealing a dark crack. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, and there is a terrifying aura coming from the cracks, like an ancient ferocious beast, opening its bloody mouth to devour the whole world. It wasn't until the crack expanded to about 10 feet long that Yang Kai took a deep breath and stopped tearing. But the strong power of space is still gushing out from Yang Kai's body, like a sharp arrow, pouring into the space crack, opening up a void corridor in the chaotic crack, connecting the ghost somewhere in the island and in the dark star. Shahu has long been dumbfounded. A month ago, Yang Kai said that he had mastered the method of leaving. Although Shahu didn't doubt it, he didn't know the inside story. Until now, he didn't really understand what Yang Kai had to rely on. He has practiced the extremely rare space secret technique and has mastered it to such a level that he can not only tear apart the space with his own strength, but also build a safe void tunnel. This ability, looking at the entire star territory, I am afraid that no one can match. Shahu believes that even those legendary Void King Realm powerhouses will definitely not be able to achieve Yang Kai's level. If you don't leave now, when will you stay? Just as Shahu was in a daze, Yang Kai's low voice suddenly reached his ears. He suddenly came back to his senses, waved his big hand and shouted loudly, "Follow the old man." After finishing speaking, he was the first to rush into the void tunnel constructed by Yang Kai, and was swallowed by darkness and nothingness. The disciples of Haidian followed closely behind, and disappeared one by one. Everyone in the Hai clan also hurriedly followed. Chinmo nodded slightly to Yang Kai when he passed by him. The little dolphin was flicking its tail, and made a series of strange tones at Yang, as if to make him follow quickly. After the fighters from Sea Palace and Sea God Palace disappeared, the other fighters rushed forward. The space crack that Yang Kai tore out is 10 feet long, enough to accommodate many people walking side by side, so even if there are thousands of warriors waiting, the speed is extremely fast. Yang Kai is left alone. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai was the last one to rush into the void tunnel after confirming that there were no more living people here. This void tunnel was built by him himself, so Yang Kai knew the direction of the tunnel better than anyone else. Allowing himself to swim in the void seemed to be just for a moment, and it seemed that after a long time, Yang Kai's eyes blurred, already came over a sea area. The sea breeze with a unique fishy smell was blowing in front of me, and countless warriors cried and shouted in my ears. It was the warriors who escaped from Gloomy Soul Island venting their excitement. From the moment they arrived at Gloomy Soul Island, they thought that they would never be able to get out again in this life, and would only spend their lives alone under the pressure of the dark moon, but they didn't expect that they would have the moment to return to Gloom Star. So after Yang Kai appeared, many martial artists cast grateful eyes on him. Regardless of whether Yang Kai charged them a certain reward or not, it was true that they had left the prison of Gloomy Soul Island, and everyone felt excited to see the light of day again. Yang Kai. Shahu Yukong flew over. Seeing that Yang Kai was safe and sound, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai nodded slightly, turned his head and stretched out his hand on the crack in the space behind, and the crack that opened like a beast's mouth began to collapse and quickly disappeared. Without this space crack, without the void tunnel, no one can use Yang Kai's achievements to return to Gloomy Soul Island. Where is this place? Is it still on the Warless Sea? Yang Kai asked. Pang Zhen and people from the High Clan have already gone to investigate, and news will come soon. Shahu replied. Yang Kai nodded and waited quietly. About an hour later, Pang Zhen and Chinmo with beaming faces appeared in everyone's sight. Master, this is indeed the Sea of Aa worry-free, 10,000 li to the west is the Black Reef Island, the chief rudder of our ocean palace. Pang Zhen reported excitedly. It's good news. Shahu also showed a smile on his face. It's been 300 years, and the old man actually has time to go home. Yang Kai, the old man wants to thank you. Quote, Yang Kai smiled. Old Shah is being polite. If you really want to thank me, you might as well promise me one thing. You said, as long as I don't let the old man deceive the teacher and destroy the ancestors, the old man can promise you anything. Shahu was extremely bold. Yang Kai was slightly moved, and said with a smile, it's not a big deal, but I, Ling Xiaozong, want to do some material transactions with Haidian. After all, the things produced in the inland and deep sea are completely different. This matter I had with Pang last time. The island owner also said it, but the sea palace seems to lack interest, and has not responded to me. Pang Zhen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. What does this old man think is the matter? For such a trivial matter, this old man agreed to it. Moreover, this kind of transaction is beneficial to all of us. Haidian will not refuse. When this old man returns to the main helm, he will personally preside over it. So, thank you Sha Lao. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Shahu was the previous second hall master of the Sea Palace. Although he disappeared for nearly 300 years, his prestige and seniority are there. Since he agreed, there would be no problem if he thought about it. Sect Master Yang, I wonder if my Sea God Palace can participate in this matter. Chinmo suddenly asked with a smile from the side. You also want to participate? Yang Kai looked at Chinmo in astonishment. Naturally, my Sea God Palace's control over the deep sea materials is somewhat stronger than that of the Sea Palace. Sect Master Yang is willing to make these deals with the Sea Palace. There is no reason to reject my Sea God Palace, right? Of course I won't refuse. It is my Ling Xiaozong's dream for Commander Chinmo to say that. Yang Kai laughed. Then it's settled. It's just that the inland and the deep sea are far away, and the transportation of trading materials may take a lot of trouble. Shahu also nodded slightly at the side, agreeing with Chinmo's statement that the reason why the deep sea and inland materials cannot be exchanged on a large scale is because of the distance, and this is something that warriors on the Dark Star cannot solve. There is no need to worry about this. I will deploy a space magic circle to connect Ling Xiaozong with your two families, and then the distance will not be a problem. Yang Kai already had a solution. Both Qianmo and Shahu's eyes brightened, but when they thought of Yang Kai's method of tearing the void, they believed in his statement of arranging a space magic circle. So, this commander will wait for the good news of Sect Master Yang. Chinmo pursed her lips and smiled. The old man is waiting for your good news. Shahu said. When everyone was talking, many warriors had already left this place, and the people from Sea Palace and Sea God Palace had a brief discussion, and each said goodbye to Yang Kai, and returned to their main rudder. The little dolphin was reluctant to part with Yang Kai, as if unwilling to leave. In the end, Yang Kai gave it a few bottles of Huntian pill to calm its emotions. An hour later, only 700 or 800 warriors who had been slaves for 10 years were left on the sea, staring at Yang Kai eagerly, waiting for his order. Go to Ling Xiaozong by yourself. After arriving at Ling Xiaozong, someone will welcome you. If you need to contact your relatives and sect, you can contact them at will. As long as you gather enough supplies, the suzerain will give you freedom. Yang Kai said. Thank you, Sect Master Yang. Hundreds of people clasped their fists together. Yang Kai nodded, didn't say anything more, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Returning to Gloomy Star, he can once again dominate this world, possessing all the conveniences of a Star Master, and every time he moves, it is a distance of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of miles. It took less than half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the periphery of the flowing flame sand field. Looking at the familiar scene, Yang Kai smiled slightly. No matter how wonderful the outside world is, when he is physically and mentally exhausted, home is always the best. He disappeared again, and when he appeared, he had already arrived in Ling Xiaozong. Without disturbing too many people, Yang Kai first went to visit his parents to reassure them, and then went to see the elders of Ling Xiaozong, and asked about the situation of Gloom Star in the past few months when he disappeared. The corpse spirit sect has basically been driven to extinction, and about half of the forces in the interior of the Gloom Star are in a state of ruin, and the Ling Xiao sect has become the iconic sect of the Gloom Star in a true sense after this battle. It is one of the most powerful sects with supreme prestige. If it wasn't for Qian Tong from Shadow Moon Palace to be a Void King realm expert, one of these could be removed. The Shadow Moon Hall with Shu Wangjing sitting in it can indeed sit on an equal footing with Ling Xiaozong. In addition, there are already many powerful forces and families on Gloom Star who intend to form an alliance with Ling Xiaozong, willing to follow the lead of Ling Xiaozong. Yi Xian made the decision and agreed. It can be said that the current Ling Xiaozong has already surpassed the original Xingdi Mountain, no matter in terms of strength or prestige. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 17-19 Slave Insect Bracelet. The entire Lingxiao sect has Yi Xian in charge of the overall situation. There is no need for Yang Kai to spend any more thought. Even if Yang Kai is not there, everything is handled properly. After separating from the elders, Yang Kai went to see the little senior's sister again. During this trip to Gloomy Soul Island, Yang Kai's biggest harvest was naturally the thousands of sky lotuses of different colors. With so many sky lotuses, even if Yang Kai personally refined them, it would take a lot of time. But for Shanning Shang, time is not a problem. She can completely cultivate through alchemy. It is impossible to find Hun Tianlian and Hun Tian pill in the outside world. Shanning Shang expressed a strong interest in this. After getting all the medicinal materials and elixir recipes, she immediately entered a closed state and concentrated on alchemy. I believe that in the near future, Ling Xiaozong will produce a large amount of Hun Tian pills. With these body-hardening pills, Ling Xiaozong's overall strength will undoubtedly be raised to another level. Yang Kai also has his own arrangements for these upcoming Heavenly Heaven pills. Although tens of thousands of Heavenly Heaven lotuses seem to be a huge number, if they are refined into pills, there will only be 7 to 80,000 pills at most. Now that Ling Xiaozong has tens of thousands of disciples, it is naturally impossible for everyone to share these 70,000 to 80,000 pills equally. In addition to those void-returning mirror powerhouses who are eligible to receive a certain amount of Heavenly Heaven pill to temper their bodies, Yang Kai intends to take a part of Heavenly Heaven pill as a reward to reward ordinary disciples who have contributed to Ling Xiaozong. Of course, this is just an idea in Yang Kai's mind. If he wants to implement it, he still needs to wait for a certain period of time. Moreover, he does not plan to handle this matter by himself, and is going to leave it to Yi Xian to do it all. After coming out of Pill King Peak where Shanning Shang was, Yang Kai went straight to the 6th floor of Flowing Flame Sand Field, the place where Yang Yan sleeps. When Shi Shiren entered the attic and came to the 2nd floor, Yang Yan sensed and detained his soul and spirit body into the sea of AA consciousness. Just like the situation when they met last time, the spirits of the two sat cross-legged facing each other. Underneath was the scorching sea of AA consciousness, which was roaring with yang flames. I heard from Yi Xian that you went after the Insect Emperor. How is the situation? Yang Yan asked. Now I am the Lord of the Gloomy Star, what do you think will happen to him? Yang Kai chuckled. It looks like he's dead. Yang Yan nodded lightly, and then sighed slightly. Emperor Chong is also a hero, but he didn't expect to die in your hands in the end. If his enemies know this, I'm afraid they won't dare believe it. Yang Kai didn't take it seriously. No matter how great the Insect Emperor was, it was tens of thousands of years ago. Before that, his cultivation had plummeted, he was not even in the Void King stage, and there was no way out to fight Yang Kai on Gloom Star. But this time, the biggest reason for being able to kill the Insect Emperor was because Yang Yan gave Yang Kai the origin of the Gloom Star. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current ability, he would have no choice but to take the Insect Emperor. His ability to escape is really good. Even if the general Void King realm wants to chase him down, they will be helpless. The harvest is not small. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled. There are many good things about Emperor Chong. I didn't see any good things, only a soul-killing knife and a secret treasure in the shape of a bracelet. The soul-slaying knife and the bracelet-shaped secret treasures are undoubtedly the existence of the Emperor treasure level. Like the Nirvana Thunder Bead Mysterious Boundary Bead and the Three Flames Fire Ring, Yang Kai roughly knows the function of the soul-slashing knife. It can kill the soul, the power unpredictable. It's a pity that the level of Emperor treasure is too high. Yang Kai can't use it, he can only warm up and refine it temporarily, hoping to play its role one day. But that bracelet-shaped secret treasure, Yang Kai was at a loss and didn't even know its purpose. Slave worm bracelet. Yang Yandai raised her eyebrows, revealing the name of the secret treasure. That thing is called a slave worm bracelet. Yang Kai was surprised. It's true that the secret treasures in the hands of Emperor Chong are all famous and good things. Needless to say, the Soul Slayer knife, the Slave Chong bracelet is the foundation of his foothold. Oh, what's the use of this thing, let's hear it. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The slave insect bracelet is very useful. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled, not to mention that this secret treasure is inherently able to restrain those strange insects, and even has some deterrent effects on some smaller monsters. It is said that once the little things raised by the Worm Emperor in the slave worm bracelet are released, there is no problem at all in destroying a star field. Yang Kai looked dignified, and said in amazement, "Is there something in the slave worm bracelet?" Yang Yan giggled coquettishly, "Then where do you think the Emperor Zong keeps his little things? He won't keep them on himself, right? The slave insect bracelet is the place where he raises strange insects. There are dozens of hundreds of extinct ancient insects, each of which is extremely ferocious, and each has a different purpose, and I suffered a lot from the slave insect bracelet back then." The more Yang Kai listened, the brighter his eyes became, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. Heartbeat, Yang Yan teased. "To be honest, there are some." Yang Kai gradually restrained his excitement, "However, I still think that cultivation should be people-oriented, and this kind of slavery method can only be used as an auxiliary. If I really spend my mind on it, I'm afraid some letting go of the root and chasing the end." Yang Yan slowly shook his head. "There are 3,000 ways, and slaves are one of them. Otherwise, the Zong Emperor would not be able to achieve as much as he did back then. I can only say that your way is different from the Zong Emperor." "The way is different." Yang Kai was thoughtful. Yang Yan chuckled. "It's still too early for you. You should advance to the Void King realm earlier. After the Void King realm, you will see more and see farther." "Above the Void King realm, is there a higher realm?" Yang Kai asked suddenly. "Of course there are. What about you?" Yang Kai looked at Yang Yan with burning eyes. "I'm already above that realm." Yang Yan replied lightly. Yang Kai fell silent, and from the information revealed by Yang Yan, he could easily infer that there is indeed a higher realm above the Void King realm, and above this higher realm, there are stronger existences. Yang Yan is located in this column. When Yang Kai didn't know the information, he didn't think there was anything, but after knowing it, he felt that he was standing at the bottom of the mountain, looking up at the towering mountain, and the mountains were filled with clouds and fog, making people unable to see clearly. Scenery. There is no end to the road ahead, and no peak in martial arts. Yang Yan didn't speak anymore, but looked at Yang Kai's reaction, and found that he didn't suffer any blow because of it, but after being silent for a while, he exhaled lightly, his expression became relaxed, and that the burning flame-like pupils showed the drive deep in his heart. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled, approvingly said, "Your mentality is very good." Yang Kai said, "Self-cultivation, so far for decades, step by step from the bottom, and now it is considered a small success, even if the road ahead is thorny and dangerous. I just want to do it again sooner or later. One day, I will be able to stand as tall as you and see as far as you." Yang Yan covered her red lips with her small hands, and smiled. "Can I say that a child can be taught?" "It's up to you." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and teased, "As long as you are not afraid of calling yourself old." Yang Yan couldn't help but glared at him. "By the way, can I use that slave worm bracelet now?" Yang Kai asked. "It's better not to." Yang Yan looked solemn. "The strange insects kept in the slave worm bracelet are extremely fierce. With your current cultivation base, even if you release them, you can't command and drive them." Backlashed. "Can you see Zongdi using the slave worm bracelet to deal with you?" Yang Kai shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he only used the 10,000 poisons and evil GU to control his subordinates, and by the way, he used the 10,000 poisons and evil GU to seize the house. That's it. Even the Emperor Zong dare not use it lightly, let alone you. Let's wait until you reach the Void King realm. All right. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Anyway, he has many ways to fight against the enemy now, and he doesn't lack the help from the slave worm bracelet. Next, Yang Kai told Yang Yan about Gloomy Soul Island again. Regarding Gloomy Soul Island, Yang Yan did not deny that it was related to him, and told Yang Kai that Gloomy Soul Island was indeed sealed by her means. It's just that Yang Yan didn't explain what was hidden inside. "I can only tell you that Gloomy Soul Island is a gate. If you really want to open it, just gather all the Star Emperor tokens, and you will know it when the time comes." After coming out from Yang Yan, Yang Kai went to Bingshe Peak again. Bingshe Peak is one of the 72 auxiliary peaks among the 81 peaks of the Lingxiao sect. It has a strong aura and beautiful scenery. What is rare is that there is an ice system ley line under the peak, so within tens of miles around the ice snow peak, the climate is cold all the year round, the temperature is extremely low, and occasionally there is heavy snowfall, which turns the whole mountain into a silvery white color. This situation became more obvious after Su Yan moved into Bingshe Peak. Since Su Yan became the master of Bingshe Peak, the icy aura of the entire Bingshe Peak has become so thick that it cannot be melted away. Warriors with slightly lower strength can't even get close to Bingshe Peak, even warriors with slightly higher strength. After entering the Bingshe Peak, you also have to run the Saint Yuan to resist the severe cold. But this kind of environment is extremely comfortable for Su Yan. There is no one else on the Bingshe Peak, only a few people from the original ice sect live and practice here. Besides Su Yan, there are Qingya, Qianyu Qinhao, brother and sister. Yang Kai went straight to the southwest corner of Bingshe Peak. On the ground, there was a thick layer of ice, and Yang Kai's footsteps were extremely light. In the southwest corner, under a giant tree covered in silver, Su Yan sat cross-legged on the ice jade platform for 10,000 years, with a pair of pure white Saint Yuan wings spread out behind her, and the expression on her pretty face was dignified and sacred, awe-inspiring and inviolable. She pinched the strange seal with both hands. 3 feet in front of her, the Xuanchuang Excalibur obtained from Bingxin Valley was quietly suspended in midair, and as she breathed out, the ice-type spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth flowed towards her body. The chalk swarmed in, like 1,000 streams returning to the sea, and the white wings behind them flapped with a slight amplitude. With Su Yan as the center, within a radius of 100 feet, there is a strange artistic conception pervading, as if it can freeze everything in the world. Almost a great potential field. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1720 Colluding with the Sea Clan. Just like Yang Kai integrated the power of space in his own domain into the potential field, Su Yan also integrated the artistic conception of ice and snow into the potential field. She has obviously mastered the mystery of the ice cold, and the mystery of the potential field in the domain. After watching quietly for a while, I found that Su Yan didn't intend to stop his work. It should be that his cultivation has reached a critical juncture. Yang Kai didn't bother her, but sat cross-legged and stretched out his hands in the void in front of him, drawing a line of spirit lines. The spiritual lines condensed by the Holy Yuan are arranged and combined according to certain rules, gradually forming a complicated magic circle. After watching for a while, Yang Kai showed a dissatisfied expression on his face. He stretched out his hand, brushed away the magic circle, and redrawn in the void. This magic circle, which he learned from Yang Yan just now, is the basis for constructing the space magic circle. With this magic circle, combined with some special materials, the space magic circle for teleportation can be erected. As for the formation technique, Yang Kai has never dabbled in it. But he has an advantage that others do not have. That is, he is proficient in space power, so it is not a big problem to study only one space magic circle, not to mention, he has Yang Yan's careful guidance. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai completely forgot himself and became more and more focused. He didn't know how many magic circles he had drawn. It wasn't until a certain moment that he showed an extremely satisfied expression. With a move of his divine sense, he poured his own space power into the magic circle. With a soft buzzing sound, an astonishing light lit up on the magic circle, and the whole magic circle spun at a strange speed. A trace of obvious fluctuations in space power came out of the magic circle. Yang Kai grinned and smiled. Sure enough, after mastering the power of space, delving into the corresponding magic circle will get twice the result with half the effort. If it is another magic circle, Yang Kai may not be able to describe it completely in a short time even after systematic study. After mastering this foundation, all that is left is to use materials to build the frame of the magic circle, integrate this foundation with the frame, and then add 2 or more space magic circles connected to each other to achieve distance teleportation. Yang Kai exhaled softly. Is this a space magic circle? Su Yan's voice suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai looked up and found that she had ended her cultivation at some point, and was standing quietly beside him, staring at the shining and rotating magic circle in front of her, and asked softly. Yang Kai nodded, reached out and pulled Su Yan into his arms, and asked softly, how is your cultivation going? Fortunately, Yumo is about to be able to cultivate the potential field to the Dacheng realm. Su Yan leaned on Yang Kai, with a satisfied look on her face, exhaling like blue. This is thanks to the domain stones you gave me, junior brother. Without those things, I wouldn't have been able to make such rapid progress. There are a lot of domain stones, you don't need to be frugal when using them. Yang Kai smiled lightly, feeling extremely relaxed physically and mentally. Well, you came to see me this time, what's the matter? No, I haven't seen you for a long time, so I came to see you. Yang Kai smiled. Su Yan nodded slightly, looked up at the clouds in the sky, narrowed her eyes slightly, her soft body arched in Yang Kai's arms, and changed into a more comfortable posture. Yang Kai embraced her without making a sound, and looked up at the sky with Su Yan. Under the giant silver tree, the snow is falling, and everything is quiet. The scene at this time is picturesque. In the distance, Qingya seemed to come to visit Su Yan, but before she got close, she saw this warm scene, smiled, then turned and left quietly. Half a month later, on the worry-free sea, where the main rudder of Haidian is located, Black Reef Island. Black Reef Island is one of the big islands in the worry-free sea. Its area is large enough to occupy the top 3. The most rare thing is that the heaven and earth aura of Black Reef Island is extremely good. That's why Haidian set up the main rudder on this island. As the main rudder, it is naturally heavily guarded. On the island, there are warriors flying back and forth from time to time, patrolling the surroundings. The edge of the island is also controlled by disciples of the Sea Palace, and no one else is allowed to enter. Yang Kai flew over leisurely and landed on the Black Reef Island. Immediately, a group of Haidian disciples surrounded him. The leader looked at Yang Kai with a hostile expression, and shouted in his mouth, "Who is coming? Please report your name." When he arrived at his place, Yang Kai didn't want to make too much publicity. He clasped his fist slightly and said, "Sect Master Yang Kai, came to pay a visit to Mr. Sha, to fulfill the previous agreement with Mr. Sha, and please inform me. Sovereign Master of Lingxiao Sect. Come to see Master Sha." This group of warriors was suddenly in an uproar, and the leader looked Yang Kai up and down, as if he wanted to see if he was lying, and even let out his divine sense to scan Yang Kai. But when he probed, he couldn't detect Yang Kai's depth at all, and immediately understood that Yang Kai's powerhouse was beyond his ability to detect. He couldn't help but look a lot more solemn, and after pondering for a moment, he said, "Since you know that Uncle Sha has returned, it seems that you are indeed with him." Uncle Sha knows each other, but Uncle Sha has only returned to the Sea Palace not long ago, and everything is busy, so I have to ask his old man for instructions on whether we can see each other. It's okay, I'll just wait here. Yang Kai looked kind. The leading martial artist nodded slightly, instructing the other martial artists in the team to entertain Yang Kai, then took out the communication compass and poured his spiritual thoughts into it. After a while, the communication compass in this person's hand was fluctuating, and the person hurriedly checked, and after a while, he looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, "You wait here for a while, someone will come to see you." Yang Kai frowned, calmly said, "Okay." He subconsciously felt that this trip might not go well. And the person who came to see him might not be Shahu. After all, based on his friendship with Shahu, if he knew the news, how could he let himself wait here? I'm afraid I have already ordered people to welcome them in warmly. Inside the Ocean Palace, there seems to be some turmoil. Yang Kai was thoughtful, but his affairs had nothing to do with him. He came here just to complete the agreement with Shahu, so that the inland and deep sea materials can be exchanged. This is the future development of Ling Xiaozong, of great help. Things were exactly as Yang Kai had guessed. He stood there and waited for less than a quarter of an hour before he noticed a group of void-returning mirror powerhouses flying towards this direction, but under his induction, there was no one in this group of people. There was no trace of Shahu. After a while, this group of people entered Yang Kai's eyes. The leader of a martial artist who has a powerful cultivation of the void return third layer is an old man with a dark complexion, who landed lightly a dozen feet in front of Yang Kai, and looked up and down at Yang Kai with a pair of seemingly cloudy eyes. Then he cupped his fists casually. "May I ask you, are you the lord of Lingxiao sect?" "That's right, it's Yang, the old gentleman is." Yang Kai clasped his fists and bowed back. "Old Master Qi Yunhai, lord of the third hall of the Sea Palace." The old man said calmly. "So it's Palace Master Qi." Yang Kai raised his brows. Although he didn't have much contact with High Palace, he also knew that there were 3 palace masters in total, and Qi Yunhai was obviously one of them. "I heard that Sect Master Yang is here to see my uncle Sha in Haidian." "Exactly, Mr. Yang had an agreement with Mr. Sha. I don't know Mr. Sha. Master Uncle has been missing for more than 300 years and has just returned to the Sea Palace. He is physically and mentally exhausted and is recuperating. I'm afraid he won't be able to see Sect Master Yang." Qi Yunhai looked indifferent. "Sect Master Yang is a guest from afar. If you don't mind, why don't you sit inside? Although I have lived in the deep sea for a long time, I have heard of Sect Master Yang and Ling Xiaozong for a long time, so it is a pity that I have never been able to see him, and Sect Master Yang's visit here will allow this old man to fulfill his wish." He spoke enthusiastically, but his tone was lukewarm. Obviously he didn't really want to invite Yang Kai in for a sit-down. Yang Kai glanced at Qi Yunhai, and said with a faint smile, "This is strange, when I separated from Sha Lao half a month ago, he was still fine, why is he suddenly exhausted physically and mentally now? And the distance between me and him, there was an agreement in the past, and this suzerain came this time to fulfill the agreement, dare to ask Palace Master Qi, Sha Lao can't see me, but Sha Lao himself means." There was a flash of light in Qi Yunhai's cloudy eyes, and he didn't answer directly, but asked in a forceful tone, "What does Sect Master Yang mean by that?" "Nothing." Yang Kai curled his lips, "The agreement between me and Sha Lao is not only of great benefit to my Ling Shaozong, but also to your high palace, but you have to reject the benefits that are brought to your lips. The suzerain will not accompany you either. You are not the only force in the worry-free sea. Do you dare to collude with the High Clan?" Qi Yunhai thought for a moment, his expression changed drastically. "What is collusion?" Yang Kai sneered, "Major General puts this inexplicable hat on the head of the suzerain, and I leave." Yang Kai was annoyed. Last time on Xiaoguang Island, Peng Zhen sent a message back to the main helm of Haidian. He waited for a long time, but Haidian didn't respond. That's fine. He didn't expect that he would come here in person today, and he would be rejected by others. The one who blocked the 3 and disturbed the 4, and the one who came forward was the 3rd Palace Master, which could already represent the overall wishes of the Haidian to a certain extent. Since Haidian is unwilling to do this business with Ling Shaozong, Yang Kai doesn't need to ask them. Collude with the Sea Clan and still want to leave? Boy, if you don't speak clearly, you will never leave Black Reef Island today. A majestic roar suddenly came from not far away, and the voice fell, and a burly middle-aged man had already appearing beside Qi Yunhai. He looked at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai hadn't said anything yet, and there was another terrifying roar from inside the Black Reef Island. Presumptuous, Yang Kai is the guest of this old man, who dares to be rude. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai grinned and smiled, and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated a lot. Finally, he saw Shahu correctly, and immediately came forward to defend him when he noticed his arrival. But the current situation is a bit complicated, Yang Kai secretly thought about it. He didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, but just stood there quietly waiting, wanting to hear what Shahu had to say. Over there, Shahu flew over with great momentum, and it only took a very short time before he landed beside Yang Kai. His face was full of anger, and he stared fiercely at Qi Yunhai and the burly middle-aged man. Qi Yunhai seemed a little afraid to look at Shahu, and his eyes were dodged, but the burly middle-aged man was happy and fearless, and looked at Shahu without flinching. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1721. It's just a formation. The gazes of Shahu and the burly middle-aged man collided in the void, and there seemed to be intense sparks splashing into the void. All the people in Haidian didn't dare to take a breath, and stood aside in fear. After a long time, Shahu let out a sigh. His eyes were no longer so aggressive, and he said to the burly middle-aged man, "Why on, Yang Kai is the guest of this old man, and this old man will come forward to entertain him, so you can take someone back." Hearing Shahu's address to the middle-aged man, Yang Kai immediately understood the other party's identity. The Lord of the Sea Palace, Zhang Huaiyan. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had heard of Zhang Huaiyan's name before. That was the first time he participated in the Sky Fate City auction. A void-level low-grade congealing void pill that he personally refined was spent a lot of money by this Zhang Huaiyan by it. At that time, Wei Gucheng said that Zhang Huaiyan bought the congealing void pill for his son. But this is the first time we actually met. Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally looked at the Lord of the Sea Palace, and found that this person's strength had also reached the peak of the Void Return Mirror, and his aura was thicker than that of Qian Tong back then. He was indeed the Lord of the Sea Palace. Qualifications and abilities. And, this guy is also very courageous. I don't know what kind of conflict there is between him and Shahu. Anyway, it seems that the relationship is not so harmonious now. Zhang Huaiyan smiled and said, "Uncle Sha is wrong, although this sect Master Yang is your guest, but he wants to collude with the High Clan. Please forgive my nephew for not being able to sit idly by. Uncle, you should also know, how deep is the entanglement between the Sea Clan and my Sea Palace? Every year, there are examples of my High Palace disciples dying tragically under the hands of the Sea Clan. However, since you know this person, Uncle, please avoid suspicion for a while, and leave it to the nephew to handle it, and the nephew will give the uncle a satisfactory explanation." Yang Kai raised his brows, faintly aware that he seemed to be involved in some vortex of battle, and this battle obviously came from between Zhang Huaiyan and Shahu. It seems that every family has a difficult scripture. Yang Kai sighed secretly. Why on, do you have to do this? Shahu's face darkened, and he didn't show any sign of shrinking back. Nephew is thinking about Haidian. Zhang Huiyan stood up straight, showing no signs of avoidance or guilt. Uncle, please forgive me. Shahu stared at Zhang Huiyan with a sinister gaze, and his saint chi seemed to be mobilizing faintly, as if he wanted to attack Zhang Huiyan. Realizing this, Zhang Huiyan was not only not afraid, but also showed a look of eagerness, as if wishing that Shahu would do it quickly. Old Shah, what's going on here? Yang Kai asked in a daze. Shahu turned his head and glanced at him, sighed and said, I'm ashamed, it's because I'm a bit of a woman, I'll trouble you. Old Shah is serious. Yang Kai chuckled, it's just that you are like this, and I am a little baffled. Just wait for a while, the old man has settled this matter, and I will talk to you again. Shahu said. Okay, Yang Kai nodded, putting on a posture of watching from the sidelines, looking around with a smile. Shahu turned his gaze to Zhang Huiyan, and said in a heavy tone, Huiyan, you were considered one of the unborn geniuses in my sea palace back then, but you were too narrow-minded. I thought that after so many years, you were in the hall again. The position of the master, standing high and looking far, will change somewhat, but you have disappointed the old man. No matter how high you climb and how deep your cultivation becomes, Zhang Huiyan will always be the same Zhang Huiyan back then, and there will be no change. Being accused by Shahu in front of so many powerful people in the sea palace, Zhang Huiyan obviously couldn't hold back, and said angrily, Master Nephew's affairs don't bother Master. Shahu shook his head slowly. The country is easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. Since the old man has been missing for 300 years, and this time he was helped by Sect Master Yang to return to the sea palace, he is no longer ready to participate in the struggle for power and profit. As long as he can bring my sea palace opportunities for development and growth, whoever can take the position of the 3 main hall masters of the Ocean Palace, do you think the old man wants to compete with you for the position of the main hall master? Just kidding, let me tell you something you don't like to hear, the position of the master of the Ocean Palace now, the old man really didn't pay attention to it. The corners of Zhang Huiyan's eyes twitched slightly, and he stared at Shahu, as if he wanted to see whether he was telling the truth or a lie. On the other hand, Yang Kai showed a clear expression, and finally understood why he was treated like this. Apparently it was because Zhang Huiyan treated the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, and thought that Shahu's return threatened his status, so he made things difficult for himself in every possible way to suppress Shahu. As for colluding with the Sea clan or something, it was just a good excuse. Even if there is no such excuse, Haidian will find other excuses. It can only be said that I just stepped into the vortex of other people's power struggle, and was used as a bargaining chip by others. And Shahu obviously didn't want to compete with Zhang Huiyan for power and gain. He has lived in Yuhun Island for 300 years, and he has long been indifferent to fame and fortune. In this life, he only pursues a stronger martial arts. But Zhang Huiyan was the lord of the Sea Palace no matter what, and Shahu was not happy, so he would not take action against him, so he could only endure. That's why he would say that he is a woman's benevolence. Zhang Huiyan came forward to threaten Yang Kai, forcing Shahu to come forward, making him unable to bear it any longer. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind like lightning, allowing him to guess the root cause of the situation in a very short time. This old man will give you one last chance. Apologize to Sect Master Yang, and I will treat this as never happened. From now on, you will still be the Grand Master of the Ocean Palace. As for the old man, you can stay away from the Ocean Palace and never return. Shahu looked at Zhang Huiyan coldly, his tone was unquestionable. The latter's eyelids twitched, and there was obvious anger burning in his eyes. Shahu is old and provocative, saying such words to him in an orderly tone obviously makes him extremely unhappy. If it is true what Shahu said, he apologized to Yang Kai in a low voice, then the majesty of his palace master will plummet. In the future, people will say when thinking of him, he would only feel that he was a puppet arranged by Shahu in front of the screen. This is something that Zhang Huiyan absolutely cannot tolerate. Uncle, you are the person with the highest seniority in my high palace. My nephew has always respected you, but you let my nephew down. As one of the elders of my high palace, not only do you not consider it for high palace, but you want to the master of the hall apologize to an outsider. What kind of thing is he? Uncle, the master of the hall will also give you a chance to leave and no longer participate in the affairs here. The nephew promises to respect and filialize you in the future, otherwise, you will be dismissed. It's strange that my nephew doesn't show affection. It seems that we have nothing to say. Shahu looked sad. He didn't expect that he would encounter these things when he happily returned to the sea palace where he had been away for a long time. If he had known this earlier, he might as well stay in gloomy Soul Island and not come out. Uncle Master is determined to fight against me, against Haidian. Zhang Huaiyan squinted at Shahu, and couldn't help but put on a big hat first. Shahu remained silent, but his expression was somewhat sad. Since that's the case, the nephew is not polite. Zhang Huaiyan suddenly shouted angrily, "Let's go." After saying those words, the entire Black Reef Island suddenly buzzed and trembled. The next moment, a bright light curtain enveloped the entire Black Reef Island, and the sea area within a radius of 100 miles was surging with waves rising 10 feet. Incomparably rich water-type aura frantically gathered towards the Black Reef Island. In the midair, strange beasts composed of water-type aura took shape rapidly, densely packed, invisible to the naked eye, and mixed with many creatures formed by water-type aura, of various weapons. The breath of destruction fell from the sky. Shahu's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Sound of tide and blue wave formation. It turns out that you have planned for a long time, but you don't hesitate to use this formation to embarrass the old man." Zhang Huaiyan smiled and said, "Uncle Shi was joking, this formation is not aimed at Uncle Shi, after all, you are also a member of my sea palace." While speaking, Zhang Huaiyan turned his head to look at Yang Kai. "It's not to deal with Sha Lao, but to deal with me." Yang Kai pointed to his nose nonchalantly. Zhang Huaiyan smiled coldly. "I heard that Sect Master Yang is so powerful that even the helmsmen of Zan Tianmeng, Leitai Sect and Xingdi Mountain were all lost in Yang Sect Master's hands. My palace master dare not be careless. Dianju Zhang has won the award, and has a little reputation, but it is just rumors spread by others. HMPH. Sect Master Yang is the master of the Lingxiao sect. He is not in conflict with our sea palace, but since he dares to collude with the sea clan, he is the mortal enemy of our sea palace. Sect Master Yang, you can arrest him without a fight." Zhang Huaiyan looked at Yang Kai proudly. Seems to have full confidence that Yang Kai will have no power to fight back under this big formation. "Yang Kai, you go." Shahu suddenly shouted in a low voice, "The sound of tide and blue waves formation is the grand formation of our sea palace, with the help of the abundant water spirit energy in the surrounding sea area. Once it is activated, it will continue continuously. It is impossible for anyone to break through this formation. But with your ability, it is not difficult to leave. You go first, and the old man will break the back for you." As expected of Uncle Master, you really have a deep understanding of my Haidian Zongzong great formation, but, Uncle, isn't it a bit bad for you to say so much to an outsider? Zhang Huaiyan looked at Shahu with a sneer. Presumptuous, the old man has already said that the old man has no intention of competing with you for anything, but you are so short-sighted. The sea palace will decline sooner or later under your hands. For the sake of our ancestors, the old man may even fight with you. Quote, "Old Shah, be safe and don't be impatient." Yang Kai patted Shahu's shoulder lightly, looking calm and relaxed. "You are confused." Shahu stomped his feet angrily. "Once this great formation is activated, the longer it accumulates, the stronger its power will become. If you hesitate any longer, you may not be able to leave even if you want to." "I don't want to leave." Yang Kai chuckled, "It's just a formation. That's all." Shahu's expression was stunned, and Yang Kai's evaluation of his own formation made Shahu feel strange. But after seeing Yang Kai's extremely indifferent expression, his frowning brows relaxed again, and he said thoughtfully, "Since you said that, then the old man will not waste his words, you should be more careful." Continued, "If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 1722 The Power of the Star Lord. Yang Kai nodded, his expression became a little grim. "Suddenly being used as a bargaining chip against you, my suzerain is also very unhappy. Old Shah, does it matter if Zhang Huaiyan is killed?" Hearing this, Shahu sighed and said, "Leave him alive, the old man will deal with it himself." "As you wish. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability." Zhang Huaiyan glared at Yang Kai with a look of anger. Yang Kai's calmness made him very annoyed, and his heart was also uneasy. He didn't know if Yang Kai really had any strong support, not afraid of the sound of the tide. After all, according to the rumors he heard, Yang Kai had killed too many people. A strong man who has surpassed the peak of the Void Return Mirror. However, no matter how powerful an individual's strength is, it can't be stronger than a formation, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Huaiyan's uneasiness calmed down a lot, and he looked at Yang Kai coldly, full of mockery. With the passage of time, the power of the sound of the tide and blue waves formation has become stronger and stronger, and the abundant water aura around it is continuously gathering into the formation, and the things that condense into strange beasts and weapons are getting bigger and bigger. A pressure that made Shahudu suddenly change color fell from the sky. Yang Kai still didn't intend to make a move, and stood there leisurely, as if he wanted to carefully appreciate the power of this tidal wave formation. After half a cup of tea, the power of the tide sound and blue wave formation has been raised to its peak. The sound of the tsunami came from the side of the ear, which made people feel uneasy. Looking around, the sky was also covered with countless strange beasts and weapons composed of water spirit energy, like ferocious beasts staring at Yang Kai, just waiting for a certain moment to tear Yang Kai into pieces. There was a relaxed expression on Zhang Huayan's face. He knew in his heart that even if Yang Kai had the ability to reach the sky, it was impossible for him to escape from the sound of the tide and blue waves. This huge formation has been modified and strengthened by countless capable people and strangers in the Sea Palace, and it is enough to withstand a disaster of annihilation. Sect Master Yang, since you are Master Uncle Sha's guest, you should be arrested obediently, and this palace master can consider giving you a lighter sentence. How about that? Zhang Huayan asked slowly, as if he was convinced of Yang Kai. Not good. Yang Kai shook his head and looked at Zhang Huayan with a smile. I came here with sincerity, but I don't want to be treated like this. To be honest, your Haidian has annoyed the suzerain. If it weren't for Sha Lao being here, I wouldn't be here. The suzerain even intends to remove your Sea Palace from Gloom Star, but since Sea Palace is Sha Lao's sect, I can't go too far. Just because of you, you also want my Sea Palace to be removed from Gloom Star. Who gave you the confidence? Zhang Huayan roared, you have this ability. Yang Kai chuckled, and didn't move too much, just looked at Zhang Huayan, and spit out a word gently in his mouth. Break. As the words fell, the tidal waves that had accumulated to the peak suddenly buzzed and trembled, and the weapons of the countless alien beasts suspended in midair seemed to have their own intelligence and obeyed Yang Kai's order. Amidst the dense explosions, everything exploded. Even the bright light curtain covering the entire Black Reef Island suddenly shattered at this moment. The large formation of the Haidian suppressing faction was broken in an instant. Just like the word that Yang Kai spit out has the supreme power, so that the spiritual energy in the world has to follow his instructions. Shahu was dumbfounded, deeply shocked in his heart, and looked at Yang Kai with an unbelievable gaze, as if he had just met him for the first time. Zhang Huayan was also dumbfounded, looked at Yang Kai, and looked around, and couldn't believe it. The sound of the tide and the blue waves formation were completely broken by the other party's words. The third palace master Qi Yunhai was even more dumbfounded, his body trembling slightly. The rest of the Haidian powerhouses also exclaimed in disbelief. What's going on? After a long while, Zhang Huayan suddenly came to his senses, and roared at Qi Yunhai, where are the disciples in charge of the formation? Why did they stop the formation? He thought that the failure of the formation was the result of the disciples taking the initiative to stop it, not Yang Kai's actions. Qi Yunhai felt dizzy for a while, and quickly took out the communication compass, poured his spiritual thoughts into it, and contacted the disciples who presided over the tide sound and blue waves formation. They can't activate the big formation. How is it possible? Zhang Huayan's eyeballs trembled, and he looked at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai grinned. You don't need to waste your energy in vain. Now the spiritual energy of the world within 1,000 miles is under my control. Without my consent, your formation is just a display. Nonsense. Zhang Huayan yelled, even if you are at the Void King realm, it is impossible for you to control such a wide range of heaven and earth aura. Are you a fool to be the master of this hall? Yang Kai chuckled lightly, and suddenly raised his hands slowly. His movements were not fast, but very slow, but as he raised his hands, the seawater near the Black Reef Island seemed to be boiled, and it boiled fiercely, with huge bubbles constantly rising from the sea surface. One huge vortex after another formed near the Black Reef Island, spinning crazily. Boom boom boom. Thick jets of water suddenly rushed out of those vortexes. Each jet of water was several tens of feet thick, straight into the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were rushed out of their holes. The sky is shaking, and everyone's footing is unstable. The sea surface near Black Reef Island seemed to drop a few inches abruptly. The jet of water rushed up to the sky, and returned ferociously, turning into azure water dragons. On the ferocious and huge heads, the facial features were lifelike, and even the body formed by the jet of water had patterns like dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, around the Black Reef Island, hundreds of water dragons formed purely from seawater formed. Qi stabilized his figure and looked down. The entire Black Reef Island was immediately surrounded by these hundreds of water dragons, each of which was thousands of feet long and tens of feet thick, and each one gave people a destructive pressure. It is not difficult to imagine that when these hundreds of water dragons rush down and ravage, the Black Reef Island will be reduced to ruins in a very short period of time. And Yongkai, who did all this, just raised his arms slightly, without any sign of using his Saint Yuan, nor did he use any strength. On the Black Reef Island, there was a commotion of people's voices, and suddenly surrounded by so many water dragons, the disciples of Haidian were naturally terrified. They didn't know what happened. Under the pressure of terror, they either collapsed on the ground or fought hard. Running away, the scene was chaotic. Zhang Huaiyan couldn't restrain the panic deep in his heart anymore. His whole body trembled violently, looking at Yongkai like a monster. He couldn't figure out how Yongkai managed to do this. No one dared to doubt whether Yongkai had the ability to remove Haidian from Gloom Star, and this scene in front of him was the best explanation. Impossible, the master of this hall will never believe it, this is just an illusion. Zhang Huaiyan was still a little bit unwilling, and thought of a good reason, and looked at Yongkai brightly. It turns out that sect master Yang has cultivated advanced illusions. This hall master was almost deceived by you. Stubborn, Yongkai snorted coldly, and with a thought, a water dragon swooped down and rushed towards Zhang Huaiyan. In midair, the gigantic water dragon distorted and transformed into a water arrow only 3 feet long, and it flew in front of Zhang Huaiyan in an instant. Zhang Huaiyan let out a roar, and the holy energy in his body burst out, and he stretched out his hand to connect points in the void, and shield-like secret arts gathered in front of him one after another. Everything was in vain. Where the water arrow passed, the shields burst one after another, and there was no sign of stagnation at all. Only then did Zhang Huaiyan turn pale with shock, realizing that everything in front of him was not an illusion at all, but a real attack. By the time I tried to escape, it was already too late. The water arrow pierced through his body, bringing out a stream of blood, which shot out from his back. Zhang Huaiyan's eyes widened and he fell on his back. However, because of Shahu's previous pleading, Yongkai did not kill him, so this blow almost killed Zhang Huaiyan's half of his life. If he didn't treat him carefully, his cultivation would definitely drop. One thought is born, vicissitudes of life, one thought is born, moving mountains and filling mountains. Yongkai, did you refine the origin of the dark star? Shahu asked with a trembling voice, but there was an amazing light flashing in his eyes. What? Qi Yunhai's face changed drastically, and he stared at Yongkai in astonishment. Refining the origin of the stars, this is something that only exists in legends, and once the origin of the stars is refined, it means becoming the star master of that cultivation star and can control everything. Qi Yunhai was subconsciously unwilling to believe such unimaginable things, because if he wanted to refine the origin of the stars, he needed an extremely powerful cultivation base as a guarantee, and this cultivation base was rumored to be at the 3rd level of the Void King. However, there are also martial artists at the 2nd level of the Void King, who have been lucky enough to refine the origin of the stars and become star masters. But this kind of thing is too far away after all, especially for the warriors of the Dark Star. How can Yongkai refine the origin of the stars in a Void Return 3 layer? But if it is not for this reason, then how to explain everything in front of you? The general Void King realm might not be able to make such a big battle, right? Only the Star Master who has dominated a cultivation star can control the aura of the world as he pleases, and become a dragon in the sea. Old Shah's eyes are burning like a torch. I was just lucky. Yongkai smiled slightly, and did not deny it. Qi Yunhai couldn't help moaning deep in his heart. He suddenly realized that he followed Zhang Huaiyan to do something that was enough to make him regret his whole life. Targeting the Star Master of the Dark Star on the Dark Star, is there any more stupid way in the world? Sure enough, Old Shah exhaled lightly, and sighed sadly, confused. He was obviously blaming Zhang Huaiyan for being short-sighted. Originally, he and Yongkai had a pretty good friendship, but after this incident, Yongkai's impression of Haidian must not be much better, which is extremely unfavorable for Haidian's future development. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1723 Arranging the Array. Black Reef Island, somewhere. Yongkai sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and meditated. There was a slight sound of footsteps not far away. Yongkai opened his eyes, and found that it was Qi Yunhai, the 3rd Hall Master of the Sea Palace, who came over with a group of people. You met Yongkai's gaze. Qi Yunhai quickly lowered his head, without squinting, with a respectful look. Since that day when he learned that Yongkai was actually the Star Lord of Gloomy Star, Qi Yunhai never dared to be presumptuous again. Although his cultivation level was comparable to Yongkai's, Yongkai was shrouded in the Star Master's brilliant aura. Even if there are thousands of him added together, it is impossible to be Yongkai's opponent. He immediately, pained through the past and realized it, apologized to Yongkai and admitted his mistake. Zhang Huiyan had already been abolished by Yongkai, and the position of the Lord of the Great Hall was vacated. Although Shahu didn't like Qi Yunhai's practice of being greedy for life and fearing death, but for the consideration of Haidian, he didn't make things difficult for him anymore, and personally replaced him pleading with Yongkai, saved his life. Sect Master Yang, I have brought you the people and materials. Qi Yunhai walked to stand 5 feet in front of Yongkai, and said respectfully. Yongkai looked up at the 6 people behind him, nodded slightly, stretched out his hand and said, bring the materials. Yes. Qi Yunhai stepped forward and handed a space ring to Yongkai. Yongkai scanned it with his divine sense, and found that the materials inside were no different from what he asked for, so he nodded and said, okay, you go down, and tell Mr. Shah that the space magic circle here will take about 7 or 8 days to complete. After the construction is completed, let him not have to worry about it. It is important to deal with the internal affairs of the Sea Palace first. With Zhang Huiyan deposed, there will inevitably be some turmoil within the Sea Palace. Although Shahu has no intention of meddling with power, at this time only he can come forward to control the place, so he can only work hard. Thank you, Sect Yang, for your compassion. I will definitely bring this to you. Yep, Qi Yunhai left quickly, as if he didn't dare to stay by Yongkai's side for a long time. After he left, Yongkai looked at the remaining 6 warriors. Among these 6 people, there were men and women, old and young. The older ones looked old, and the younger ones seemed to be only 17. The face of an 8-year-old is just in his prime, and his cultivation base is not high. The most powerful one is only at the 1st level of the Void Return Mirror, and the worst one is only at the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. When Yongkai looked at them, the 6 of them were also looking at Yongkai, and everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. After all, it is rumored that the person in front of him is the Star Master of Gloom Star. It is the big man who controls the cultivation star where he is. Before bringing them here, Qi Yunhai also specially told them not to disobey Yongkai's meaning. He said what he said. If he made Yongkai unhappy, he would deal with it according to the rules. Are you the most outstanding formation master in Haidian? Yongkai asked with a smile. Among the 6 people, the old man stepped forward, clasped his fists and said, return to Sect Master Yang, the 6 of us are indeed the ones who have studied the way of formation the most in the Ocean Palace. Okay, Yongkai nodded lightly. Before Qi Yunhai asked you to come here, he should have told you what to do here, right? The 3rd Hall Master said that he would assist Sect Master Yang in refining a space magic circle, connecting our High Palace and Lingxiao sect, and realizing the exchange of materials between the 2 sects. The old man replied again. That's right, since you know, then I won't talk nonsense. In terms of materials, your Ocean Palace has already prepared them. What's left is for you to refine and fuse them to form the bases and foundations needed for formations. I believe it shouldn't be difficult for you. The old man also seemed to realize that Yongkai was not the vicious person he imagined, but instead had a friendly attitude, and immediately relaxed a lot, proudly said, as long as there is a refining method, the 6 of us will definitely not disappoint Sect Master Yang. Okay, Yongkai smiled slightly, reached out and summoned the 6 people to his side, explained to them, told them what kind of materials should be matched with what kind of materials, and what kind of appearance should be refined. The 6 people have extremely high attainments in the formation method, which is not comparable to Yongkai's half bucket of water. Yongkai just explained it a little bit, and the 6 people have already understood it. Next, Yongkai took out the materials prepared by Haidian one by one, divided them into categories, and handed them over to 6 people to refine different parts. The layout of the space magic circle is extremely complicated, but before coming here, Yongkai has already set up a space magic circle outside Lingshaozong. This is the 2nd time, so he is more or less familiar with it. The main work is naturally done by him himself. The reason why Yongkai asked Qi Yunhai to bring 6 people over is just to help him, and it can save a lot of time. He was also afraid that the 6 people would learn something secretly. After all, the most fundamental formation diagram of the space magic circle is still in his hands. As long as the formation diagram does not leak out, even if they rearrange one according to the gourd, they will not be able to perform well. Effect. In this open space on Black Reef Island, 7 people perform their duties. In just 5 days, a space loss circle covering an area of about 10 feet in radius has been completely set up. Looking around, this space magic circle is different from those in the big cities. There is no round arch, only a round base placed on the ground, which looks very simple. However, it occupies a slightly larger area. After all, if the space magic circle is completed, it can span millions of miles, and it can accommodate 50 people at a time. This is simply incomparable to the space loss circles in those cities. The prototype of the magic circle has been completely arranged, and the rest needs to be done by Yongkai himself. The 6 formation masters of the Sea Palace did not leave in a hurry, but stood quietly by the side, paying attention to Yongkai's movements. It's a pity that no matter how they search, they can't see any clues. Yongkai's divine sense shuttled back and forth among the formation bases of the magic circle, depicting mysterious and complex lines, and these lines gradually converged into the formation map of the space loss circle. His consciousness is the fire of his consciousness, and it is extremely easy to leave marks on these already refined materials and to draw a formation map. The whole process did not see the slightest disturbance. Yongkai only spent half an hour to complete the formation diagram. After checking carefully and making sure that there is nothing wrong with the formation map, Yongkai smiled slightly, poured the power of space into it, activated the space loss circle, and at the same time located the space loss circle of Ling Shaozong, connecting the two places. Is that all right? The old man asked in disbelief. Almost, as long as enough saint crystals are placed in the formation, this thing will be able to work. Yongkai nodded and replied. All 6 gasped, looking at Yongkai with admiration. Space loss circle. It only took 5 days to set up such a huge space magic circle. If this kind of thing is told, no one will believe it. On the gloomy star, the layout method of the space magic circle has long been lost, and those that remain are relics from the ancient times. The warriors will only do some simple repairs, and it is impossible to rearrange them. Moreover, even in ancient times, when the layout method was not lost, it was impossible to spend such a short time. According to the records in the classics, the layout of a space magic circle is a waste of time and money. Not only will it consume huge financial and material resources, but it will also consume a lot of time. After a few years, it is already a remarkable thing to be able to set up a space loss circle. But here, it was completed in 5 days. The 6 people looked at each other, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement in their hearts. After all, no matter what, this space magic circle also has their hard work and dedication. Sect Master Yang, if you take the liberty of being old, can you give it a try? The old man rubbed his hands excitedly and asked. The first person to use the space magic circle, although there is no real benefit, but to him, it is a kind of glory. Wait a minute, Yongkai chuckled, sat down on his own after speaking, took out some strange materials from the space ring, and put them in front of him to smelt them. Under the package of Saint Yuan, the impurities in these materials were removed, and all kinds of materials gradually gathered together, like a hodgepodge. The 6 people didn't know what Yongkai was going to do, they all waited and watched in a daze, but they felt very unpredictable. After a while, something in the shape of a token appeared in Yongkai's hand. The token was inconspicuous, it looked dark, and it didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations, but on the token, there was a word, Ling, engraved on it. The flying dragons and phoenixes are like dragons wanting to go straight up to the sky, full of an indescribable artistic conception. Yongkai refined a total of 6 such tokens before throwing them at the 6 people. Each of the 6 people took a piece, held it in the palm of their hand and looked at it carefully. The old man didn't know what he was thinking of, but he looked excited and asked eagerly, Sect Master Yang, dare to ask this is? He obviously misunderstood, thinking that Yongkai gave them something good. This is a teleportation order. Without this teleportation order, the only result of activating the space loss circle is to be exiled into the void, and the return path will never be found. Yongkai explained lightly. The faces of the 6 people changed, and only then did they understand the purpose of the 6 tokens that Yongkai specially refined. The old man recovered from his lost mood, and quickly figured out the key point, clasped his fists and said, Sect Master Yang is thoughtful, I admire you. This way, it will save a large number of warriors from invading with the magic circle of the 2 sects. Happened. Hearing what he said, the other 5 people suddenly realized why Yongkai had to refine such a $6 token. Although it is convenient for the space magic circle to connect the 2 places, if an enemy invades by this means, it is not easy to guard against, but the teleportation order refined by Yongkai can fundamentally prevent this from happening. Without the teleportation order, it is impossible to use the space loss circle. Yang Kai smiled slightly, didn't say much, stretched out his hand. Sheng Yuan enveloped the 6 people, and stood on the space magic circle. Let's go, test whether this magic circle is useful or not. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1724 Sea God Orb. Before the 6 formation masters of the Ocean Palace could speak, Yang Kai had already driven the Saint Crystal used to activate the formation into the surrounding grooves. The formation immediately started to operate, and amidst a flash of white light, the 6 of them felt light all over, and when they realized it, the scenery in front of them had changed drastically. Looking around, the land in front of him was black and red, and the surrounding air was filled with rich fire aura, which seemed a bit dry and hot. This place is completely different from the environment of the Warless Sea where the Sea Palace is located. At the foot is the existence that is exactly the same as the space magic circle arranged by myself and others, and there are some warriors around, who are constructing large-scale construction projects. It seems that a palace is going to be built here. The palace is about to be completed, and it is magnificent. The warriors who were busy nearby were all wearing uniform clothes, and a small word Ling was embroidered on the clothes. Disciple of Ling Xiaozong. The 6 people in Haidian immediately realized that they and others had arrived near Ling Xiaozong, and this place was obviously very similar to the environment of the legendary Luyan Sandfield. The abnormality of the space law circle here alarmed the disciples of the nearby Ling Xiao sect, and immediately someone came to investigate, and when they found out that it was Yang Kai, they quickly clasped their fists and saluted. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'm just testing whether the magic circle over there is useful, you can go to your own. Yes. All the disciples were ordered to disperse. The space law formation of Ling Xiaozong was arranged by Yang Kai outside the flowing flame sand field. In this way, it also avoided the disadvantages of others directly entering the main rudder through the space law formation. This space magic circle is of great significance, and it is the bridge connecting Ling Xiaozong with the outside world and the inside. Yang Kai plans to set up space magic circles in the entire Gloomy Star in all the famous cities, so that Ling Xiaozong can reach all the cities anytime, anywhere. This will also be of great help to Ling Xiaozong's future development. Sect Master. A Ling Xiao sect disciple did not leave immediately, but stood there respectfully and cupped his fists. What's up? The Great Elder ordered a few days ago that if the suzerain shows up here, please be sure to tell the suzerain something. Half a month ago, the Master Qian of the Shadow Moon Palace sent a message to ask the suzerain to take time to go to the Shadow Moon. Let's go to the palace and say we have something important to discuss. I see. Yang Kai nodded. The disciple then withdrew. Qian Tong didn't know what was going on looking for him, but he shouldn't be in a hurry, otherwise, he might have to rush over in person, and now that Qian Tong is still a Void King Realm powerhouse, there are few things in this world that can threaten him as things. Yang Kai didn't take this matter too seriously, he was going to finish what he was doing before going to Shadow Moon Palace to meet Qian Tong. After testing the smoothness of the space law circle, Yang Kai brought the 6 people from Haidian back to Black Reef Island. The 6 of them were a little bit unsatisfied. The old man looked extremely admiring, and said, Sect Master Yang, the old man has used a lot of space magic circles, but every time he uses them, depending on the length of the transmission distance, there are dizziness and dizziness. The magic circle has never made this old man feel this. Sect Master Yang is a great talent, this old man admires it. The other 5 people also nodded in agreement. The space magic circle is really convenient to use, but space teleportation is a kind of behavior that will cause a load on the warrior. This load not only comes from the physical body, but also targets the spiritual consciousness. The greater the distance, the greater the load. Therefore, warriors who are not strong dare not teleport too far away. If one is not good, it is very likely that the sea of AA consciousness will be destroyed and become an idiot from then on. Even if it is a short-distance teleportation, it cannot be teleported too many times in a short period of time. Of the 6 formation masters, who hasn't used a space formation? It's just a question of how many times. I am well aware of this disadvantage. But the 2 long-distance teleportation at the level of tens of millions of miles just now did not make them feel any discomfort. It was as easy as visiting a neighbor's house. In other words, the space magic circle arranged by Yang Kai has surpassed those relics of the ancient times in various degrees and reached a new height. The octogenarian certainly admired it to the extreme. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's just a small trick. Well, please transfer the transmission order in your hands to Old Sha, and tell Old Sha, if Haidian is settled down, please send someone to Ling Xiaozong, then the great elder of Zhongyi will discuss with him the issue of material exchange. Sect Master Yang is going to leave now. Do you want to rest for a few days and meet Uncle Sha? The old man asked to stay. No, I still have to go to see God Palace. Yang Kai waved his hand, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. The 6 people all had regretful expressions on their faces. After discussing briefly for a while, they hurried towards the center of the Black Reef Island. The $6 teleportation order was very important, and they did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The Sea God Palace is a huge force that rivals the Sea Palace on the worry-free sea, taking over the intelligent creatures in the entire deep sea. To some extent, the Sea God Palace is much stronger than the Sea Palace, no matter the cultivation level or the number of high-level warriors. But although the two have frictions from time to time, they don't fight on a large scale, so they can coexist in a worry-free sea. The location of the Sea God Palace is actually somewhere under the deep sea. The huge undersea palace complex is beautifully built, protected by formations, and the air inside is clear and natural. For others, trying to find the main rudder of the Sea God Palace in the vast worry-free sea is simply looking for a needle in a haystack. Even the Sea Palace has always been unable to figure out where the Sea God Palace is located. But for Yang Kai, it is simple and easy. After leaving Black Reef Island, it only took him 1 day to lock the location of Sea God Palace and come here easily. Here, he didn't encounter any difficulties. Although the Sea Clan looked down on the Human Clan, they were different races from the Human Clan, but they always respected the strong. Yang Kai undoubtedly has the capital to let them treat him politely. What's more, the little dolphin, who is the princess of the Sea Clan, is extremely intimate with Yang Kai. Qian Mo and Shang Ao, the 2 commanders, are also very grateful to Yang Kai. Therefore, the cooperation with the Sea Clan is easier than with the Sea Palace. Yang Kai personally went to meet the king of the Sea Clan, the father of the little dolphin, and the patriarch of the Dolphin Clan, Li Kong. After the other party tried a little to confirm that Yang Kai's strength was unfathomable, the two hit it off and immediately started cooperation. Still the same as in the Sea Palace, Yang Kai made the request and the Sea God Palace provided the materials. He spent a few days setting up a 3rd space law circle in the Sea God Palace and refining a few transmission orders. With the 2 teleportation formations of the Sea Palace and the Sea God Palace, Ling Xiaozong will be able to truly set foot in the deep sea from now on. At that time, no matter whether it is used at home or sold out, Ling Xiaozong will never lose money. Instead, it can take advantage of this advantage to expand the material storage of Ling Xiaozong, so that disciples will have no worries about their cultivation and don't have to worry about the shortage of supplies. This is an advantage that no sect in the entire Gloom Star has. Yang Kai didn't plan to stay in Sea God Palace for a long time. After everything was settled, he said goodbye to Sea God Palace Master Li Kong. But before leaving, something unexpected happened to everyone. The little dolphin ran to Yang Kai's side wagging its tail, and handed the bead it was biting to Yang Kai. This bead is the size of a fist, the color of azure, as deep as sea water. It doesn't look big, but when he got it, Yang Kai found that it was extremely heavy, and there was a hidden sound of waves and tsunami coming out of it. Abundant water aura. After seeing the bead, the masters of the Sea God Palace, Lai Kong and Qinmo Shangao, and other leaders all changed their expressions and looked dignified. Many people even showed nervous expressions. This thing, I can't accept it. Yang Kai smiled slightly, stroking the little dolphin's head. Although he didn't know exactly what this bead was, but judging from the expressions on everyone's faces, the value of this bead was definitely not trivial. He had just reached a cooperative relationship with Sea God Palace, so he would rashly accept such an important gift. It will make the Sea Clan unhappy. The main reason is that it was sent by the little dolphins. The little dolphins only have the IQ of a few-year-old child. They act according to their preferences and cannot represent the wishes of the entire Sea Clan. If it was sent by Lai Kong himself, Yang Kai would not think so much. Seeing Yang Kai's refusal, several leaders of the High Clan showed relaxed expressions. The little dolphin was not hesitant, and made a hasty call, as if Yang Kai would not give up if he didn't accept it. Yang Kai earnestly persuaded a few words, but the little dolphin refused to take it back. His eyes were almost overflowing with tears, so he was really helpless. He could only look at Lai Kong. Li Kong was happy and angry, and stared at the little dolphin with soft eyes. After a long while, he smiled slightly and said, "Since Sect Master Yang is so destined to be with my little girl, then please accept the things. Look at this posture. If you don't accept it, my little girl will surely be sad. After all, Sect Master Yang is also my daughter's savior. This is my daughter's thank you gift. Sect Master Yang doesn't have to decline." Yang Kai frowned, and asked, "Dare to ask what is this thing? What's the use?" This is one of the treasures of my sea god palace, the sea god orb. It may not be useful to sect master Yang himself, but if it is obtained by warriors who practice water-type exercises and secret arts, it will be very useful. There is a source of the sea sealed inside it. The aura of the water system is abundant, pure, and almost inexhaustible. It was a birthday gift I gave my daughter 2 years ago. Since it is my daughter's own thing, she can certainly give it to sect master Yang. He opened his mouth and explained. The source of a sea. Yang Kai was slightly moved. This thing is really useful to me. Since it is so, then Yang will accept it. Li Kong smiled and nodded. Several commanders have seen the matter so far, so it is hard to say anything more. However, the sea god orb is really too precious. How about this? Yang is willing to exchange it with 500 void-grade Huntian pills. What's Lai Konggong's idea? 500 void-grade Huntian pill. Lai Kong's eyes lit up. The expressions of many commanders are also suddenly excited. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Ahixi. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1725 Struck by Lightning. What is the function of the Huntian pill? The powerful people of the High Clan have already learned from Qinmo and Shangao. Although they know that the function of the Huntian pill is against the sky, the main material of this thing only exists in Gloomy Soul Island. Even if they want it, can't get it either. There are some little dolphins, but the number is not many. They were all given to it by Yang Kai before. It is its own thing. Who is willing to take the pill of the princess of the Sea Clan? Even Li Kong just took a Huntian pill from the little dolphin and studied it. After the research, he gave it back to his daughter. At this moment, Yang Kai actually sent out 500 void-grade Huntian pills as soon as he opened his mouth. This is a windfall for the High Clan. Greatly increase your physical strength. So when he heard that Yang Kai was willing to exchange 500 void-grade Qingtian pills for this sea god orb, Lai Kong couldn't stabilize his emotions anymore, and his joy was beyond words. Not bad. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Although 500 illusory-level Huntian pills are a huge fortune, they are nothing to Ling Xiaozong. The Huntian lotus he brought back last time has all been handed over to Shanning Shang. There must be so many people in the world. Come on, she also refined a lot of pills. Li Kong said dryly. How can this be done? If Palace Master Li Kong disagrees, then Yang will be ashamed to accept this sea god orb. Li Kong pondered for a while, then nodded and said, since Sect Master Yang is so forthright, Li Kong will not hold back anymore. I agree. May the friendship between Sea God Palace and Lingxiao Sect last forever. Okay, I will send 500 heavenly pills to the Sea God Palace. Please wait a few days. Yang Kai clasped his fists at all the strong Sea Clan experts. Yang is leaving now, everyone stay here. Quote. After finishing speaking, Yang Kai stepped directly into the space magic circle, and with the help of the power of the magic circle, he teleported outside Ling Xiaozong. The sea god orb that he got by accident this time is really useful to Yang Kai. Although he didn't practice any water-type skills or secret techniques, he needed the 5 elements supreme treasure to practice the immortal 5 elements sword. Among the 5 elements, the fire element supreme treasure does not need to be considered. The energy contained in that piece of sun essence is boundless, and Yang Kai has used it to practice for so long, and the sun essence has hardly changed. On the contrary, the treasures of the other 4 attributes are more or less impaired. Whether it is Lei Mu, Xuanian sunflower water or Xuanjin and Dian Shensha, they can't last long. The sea god orb obtained this time was just used to replace the Xuanian sunflower water, as the material for practicing the immortal 5 elements sword in the future. Among the sea god beads, there is a source of the sea. The water system is full of spiritual energy and pure. Compared with the Xuanian sunflower water, the grade is not lower, which undoubtedly meets the requirements. Moreover, the energy stored in it is definitely higher than that of the Xuanian sunflower water. Much more. It seems that there is no need to worry about the treasure of the water element for the time being, but the 3 elements of gold, wood and earth need more attention. However, with Yang Kai's current status, it is not difficult to find these 3 series of materials, and it only needs 1 command to go down, but it is not certain whether it can be comparable to the treasure of the sea god orb. After returning to Lingxiao Sect, Yang Kai went to find Yi Xian, told him about the deal between himself and Sea God Palace, and asked her to send someone to collect 500 void-grade Huntian pills from Shanning Shang and send them over. Yi Xian has no objection. In the next 2 months, Yang Kai ran around the famous cities and sects of Gloom Star, constantly arranging space magic circles. 2 months later, with the magic circle outside Ling Shaozong as the foundation, Ling Shaozong's traffic route covered almost the entire gloomy star. As long as the disciples needed it, they could go to any city they wanted at any time. This kind of handwriting is unprecedentedly huge, and it has never happened on Gloom Star. In this way, Ling Shaozong can not only control the situation and information of the entire Gloom Star anytime, anywhere, but also buy all kinds of materials from all over the world. Yang Kai put Sky Fate City in the last place. After all, he was going to see Qian Tong, so he simply dealt with the arrangement of the space magic circle and this matter together. On this day, Yang Kai came to Tianyan City, overlooking the post-war city from the sky. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Back then when he was living in the gloomy star, he was only at the second level of sainthood. After all these years, he had already cultivated to the peak of the gloomy star. Looking back, it was at the Dragon Cave mountain outside the Tianyan city that he started to make a fortune. Today's Ling Shao sect was established with great precision. The bits and pieces of the past, recalling it now, is like reappearing yesterday. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and went straight to the city lord's mansion. After being plundered by the corpse spirit cult, the Sky Fate City was devastated, but after such a long period of recuperation, the current Sky Fate City has once again flourished. Fei Zhitu is still the lord of Tianyan City. When Yang Kai saw him, he had recovered to the void return third layer realm. It seems to be because after being tortured by Fang Fengqi from the corpse spirit sect last time, he broke down and stood up. Yang Kai couldn't help being a little happy for him, and after seeing Yang Kai, Fei Zhitu was even more excited, and after learning about Yang Kai's intentions, he immediately decided to let Yang Kai do it. Yang Kai was also polite, and immediately began to arrange a space magic circle in Tianyan City, connecting Tianyan City and Ling Shaozong. It took only 2 days before and after, and the space magic circle has been set up. With the study of the space law formation, Yang Kai has become familiar with the layout of this kind of thing, which can save a lot of time. With a flash of white light, Fei Zhitu disappeared from the space magic circle, and after a while, he appeared again from the space magic circle, and laughed loudly. Sure enough, it was teleported to Ling Shaozong. That's all right now. In the future our two sects can communicate with each other at any time, and we don't have to worry about sending a letter that will take many days. Yang Kai smiled softly, and suddenly asked, by the way, Senior Fei, is Qian Lao here? Hearing Yang Kai ask about Qian Tong, Fei Zhitu's expression immediately became serious, nodded and said, I've arrived, but I saw you were arranging a space magic circle, and I didn't bother you. You should go and see him quickly. Old ghost Qian seems to have something. It's like things can't be resolved. Even Qian Lao can't solve it. Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't understand what was going on. Even a strong man like Qian Tong couldn't do anything. When he set up the space magic circle here, he had already asked Fei Zhitu to send a message to the Shadow Moon Palace. 2 days was enough for Qian Tong to arrive here. He no longer hesitated, and hurriedly went to meet Qian Tong under the leadership of Fei Zhitu. In a hall of the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai stepped in, and there were only 3 people waiting. These 3 people are all old acquaintances of Yang Kai. Apart from Qian Tong, they are Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner, a pair of Mandarin ducks in distress. Seeing Yang Kai, Qian Tong's eyes lit up, and he said with a wry smile, "You kid is here." "Excuse me, Mr. Qian. I thought it was nothing serious, so I didn't rush here. I have been running around on the gloomy star for a while." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. If he had known that Qian Tong was so eager, he would definitely be the first came to Sky Fortune City. Qian Tong smiled. "It's not too urgent, otherwise the old man will go to Ling Shaozong himself." On the side, Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner both stood up and greeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the salute, and with a sweep of divine sense, he found that both of them were on the verge of breaking through. As expected of the most elite disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall, he was promoted to the Void Returning Mirror less than 10 years ago, and he was about to make another breakthrough. Logically speaking, even with the aptitudes of Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner, the progress of cultivation would not be so rapid. Yang Kai reckoned that it had something to do with the last time the Corpse Spirit sect harassed Gloom Star. Warriors are often able to force out all their potential in desperate situations. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner were on the verge of death several times in that incident, which will be of great benefit to their future cultivation. It is always lively when young people meet. When Yang Kai was talking to Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner, Qian Tong Fei Zhitu didn't interrupt, but just watched with a smile on his face. After a while, Yang Kai slapped his head and looked at Qian Tong Dao. "By the way, Mr. Qian, what do you want from me?" I heard from Senior Fei that even you can't solve this matter. Qian Tong's expression gradually became serious, nodded and said, well, I really can't solve it, so I want to ask you. What exactly? You should know if you look carefully. Qian Tong didn't answer directly. After he finished speaking, a torrent of mysterious power suddenly came out through his body and radiated outward. Field. It belongs to the domain field that can only be owned by the strong in the Void King realm, and it is the ultimate evolution of the potential field. It has only been a few years since Qian Tong was promoted to the Void King realm, and his field is not too powerful in the Void King realm, but when his field was released, the whole world seemed to tremble. Fortunately, he didn't target anyone present, but restrained himself, so even if Wei Guchang and others were heavy and their Saint Yuan was obscure, they wouldn't be harmed. Yang Kai paid close attention to Qian Tong. Suddenly, his face changed, and his spiritual sense began to check around Qian Tong. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Qian Tong immediately knew that he had noticed something, and spared no effort to continue to maintain his domain, so that Yang Kai could see it more clearly. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and frowned. Since you are the Lord of the Gloomy Star, you should see something wrong. Qian Tongson went to the field, looked at Yang Kai and asked. Fei Zhitu, Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner were at a loss, and they didn't know what was wrong with Qian Tong. From their point of view, there was nothing wrong with Qian Tong. Once the field was released, it would be overwhelming. Gas. The laws of heaven and earth here are rejecting you. Yang Kai asked suspiciously, with a look of shock in his eyes. You really saw it? Qian Tong sighed deeply. What? Fei Zhitu turned pale with shock. Old Ghost Qian is rejected by the laws of heaven and earth. How is such a thing possible? Nothing is impossible. Qian Tong smiled wryly and shook his head. If it wasn't for being rejected by the laws of heaven and earth, do you think the old man was struck by lightning for no reason last time? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1726 Repelled by the Law. Elder Qian was struck by lightning. Yang Kai wondered. Qian Tong nodded. Although he didn't suffer any serious damage, the power of the thunder is still not to be underestimated. Fei Zhitu opened his mouth wide, and exclaimed, I thought you were practicing some kind of secret technique last time, which caused the sky thunder, so it's not like that. How can I practice any secret technique? Qian Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There are many secret techniques in Shadow Moon Palace. You don't know what kind of secret technique can cause thunder. Besides, even if there is such a secret technique, the old man will not have time to practice, and it's too late to consolidate my realm now. What about the ground fire last time? Dong Xuaner asked from the side. What fire? Fei Zhitu was stunned. Dong Xuaner blinked her big eyes, and explained. 2 months ago, in the place where Master retreated, a terrifying ground fire suddenly burst out, burning that place to ashes. Is there such a thing? Fei Zhitu was very surprised. It's also because the old man was rejected by the laws of heaven and earth. Qian Tong was extremely annoyed. Since the old man returned to Gloomy Star, he has encountered this kind of thing more than once. What? Not only that, when the old man was flying in the sky, in the void, there was a gust of scattered souls rushing into the sea of AA consciousness, draining the power of the old man's soul. Now the old man dare not fly in the sky for too long, nor dare to flying too high, for fear of causing unbearable consequences. Quote. Heavenly thunder, earthly fire, stellar wind. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Mr. Qian, you have had such a bitter life. Hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, Qian Tong looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. This kind of life is really scary, but fortunately, Qian Tong has not closed the door these days. Otherwise, if he is disturbed, he is very likely to go crazy, and even if he is a Void King realm powerhouse, he will not be able to save himself from danger. Why is there such a thing? Fei Zhitu had an unbelievable expression on his face. His eyes were full of surprise. This city lord has lived for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I've heard of it. It's the first time for this old man. Qian Tong sighed heavily, and then looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai, you are the lord of the Dark Star now. Can you find a way to let this old man avoid these worries? He was really troubled, and he didn't know when things like thunder and fire would strike, so he couldn't go to retreat anymore. Now all his expectations can only be pinned on Yang Kai, hoping that he can figure out a way. But to his great disappointment, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I can touch the laws of the world of Gloom Star, but it is impossible to break it. When Qian Tong heard this, he sighed again. There was silence in the hall for a while, and the expressions of several people were quite heavy. It was an extremely honorable thing for Shadow Moon Palace to have the only Void King realm expert in Gloom Star, but now Qian Tong is being rejected by the law of heaven and earth, which is not good news. After a while, Qian Tong suddenly said, "It seems that the only way is to leave." "Old Ghost Qian, are you leaving Gloom Star?" Fei Zhitu was startled. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner also looked at Qian Tong with reluctance, as if they wanted to say something to persuade them, but they didn't know where to start. "If you don't leave here, the old man will suffer from these troubles for the rest of his life, and he will never make any progress in his cultivation." Qian Tong smiled slightly. It was hard for the old man to be promoted to the Void King realm. "I want to go higher, stand farther, and see the more wonderful scenery. It's a lot of age, and it's still so ambitious." Fei Zhitu smiled wryly. "Old Fei, are you willing to stay in the void returning mirror for the rest of your life?" Qian Tong asked back. "How is it possible?" Fei Zhitu snorted. "If it wasn't for the fall of the realm last time, the city lord would have left Gloom Star with you. No matter whether I can pry into the mystery of the Void King realm, I have to try it. Eh? Yes, people go to high places, and water flows to low places. Since you have made up your mind, then I have nothing to say. Don't worry about Shadow Moon Palace, I will take care of it." Fei Zhitu said seriously. "Yang Kai, if this old man wants to leave here, I have to rely on your strength." Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai. "Of course it's no problem." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Actually, I have a plan, and I plan to implement it recently, and it coincides with your idea, Mr. Qian." "What plan?" Qian Tong's eyes brightened up when he heard this. "I'm going to arrange the space magic circle on other cultivation stars. Extra distance teleportation across stars." Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu exclaimed in unison, looking at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai nodded. "The gloomy star has been closed for a long time, and it's time to go out and have a look. If this thing can really be achieved, after the gloomy star warriors have reached the peak, they can leave the gloomy star and go to other places, comprehend the mystery of the Void King realm." Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu remained silent for a long time, but their eyes widened in shock. After a while, Qian Tong Kai asked eagerly, "Can this kind of thing be done?" "It's all about human effort." Yang Kai chuckled. "At least, I don't think there's any problem with the arrangement of the space magic circle. But what if other experts from the Star of Cultivation invade the gloomy star with the help of the space magic circle you arranged?" A trace of worry appeared on Qian Tong's face. "Haha, you don't have to worry about this." Fei Zhitu laughed loudly, took out a few tokens with the word Ling engraved on them from his space ring, shook them in his hand and said, "There is no such thing, it is impossible to use the space magic circle arranged by Yang Kai." "What is this?" Qian Tong was puzzled. "Teleportation order." Fei Zhitu immediately explained, and after Qian Tong understood the function of the transmission order, he couldn't help but relieve the worries in his heart, and said thoughtfully, "Yang Kai, you made this transmission order, see it looks like it has been planned. Eh? Of course, setting up a space magic circle on gloomy star is just for practice." Yang Kai smiled. His real goal is to connect the gloom star with the star field. This is not just a whim, but something that Yang Kai has been considering for a long time. It takes too long to go from the gloom star to the bustling place of the star field, but if there is a space magic circle, these problems will not exist. Now in the Lingxiao sect, there is more than one person who is at the peak of the void return third layer, and Yang Kai, as the suzerain, must plan for their future. Even he himself has reached the third level of void return, and urgently needs to leave Gloom Star to prepare early for promotion to Void King realm. What's more, with the help of arranging the space magic circle, Yang Kai can also cultivate the power of space. After these days, he found that his grasp of the power of space has become more profound. Yang Kai naturally won't let go of things that can be achieved in one fell swoop. Okay, you are so thoughtful, so the old man can rest assured, you can become the master of the dark star, it is the blessing of the whole star. Qian Tong laughed. Then Mr. Qian, do you want to leave with me, or wait for me to set up the space magic circle before teleporting away? Yang Kai asked again. Qian Tong thought about it seriously for a while, and said, after you finish setting up the space magic circle, the old man will stay in the gloomy star for a while, and there are still some things to deal with in the Shadow Moon Palace. Then Qian Lao will wait for my good news. Yang Kai smiled slightly. After discussing properly, Yang Kai did not stay in Tianyan City for a long time, but returned to Ling Shaozong directly. Calling all the elders in the sect, Yang Kai told them about his next plan. Yi Xian, Yang Shouju and others all looked at Yang Kai excitedly and agreed. Needless to say, Yi Xian, she was originally the most promising existence in the entire Gloom Star to be promoted to the Void King realm, but last time she had to stay at Ling Shaozong to take care of Yang Yan, so she missed the opportunity to leave with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai can really arrange the space law formation to the nearby cultivation star, then she will have a chance to get rid of the constraints of the gloomy star. And Yang Shouju and others also have this thought. Last time they failed to advance in the blood prison trial, it does not mean that they are hopeless for the rest of their lives. Naturally, they must spare no effort in such things as promotion and breakthrough. The wall is also irreversible. Since everyone has no objections, then the suzerain will let it go. Yang Kai grinned and looked around, but before that, I still need you to help me raise supplies. What supplies? Yi Xian asked. Space Spirit Crystal. Yang Kai looked serious. The most critical material for arranging a space magic circle is the Space Spirit Crystal. Depending on the distance between the two space magic circles, the number of Space Spirit Crystals required is also different. For ultra-long distance space magic circles, the more ethereal crystals, the better. Okay, let's do it. Yi Xian nodded heavily. Now Ling Shaozong can easily communicate with the entire gloomy star, and the matter of raising supplies is not laborious, the key is how many sky spirit crystals can be raised. After all, these things are really rare, and even if some are found occasionally, they are all used to refine space rings. Yang Kai had a lot of them before, and they were all mined at the bottom of Longshe Mountain, but he had already consumed them all by his cultivation of space power. During this period of time, the void spirit crystals used in arranging the space magic circle were all looted from the warehouses of the various sects and cities. 3 months later, I will leave Gloom Star. I hope you can help me raise a sufficient number of void spirit crystals. Yes, all the elders agreed one after another, and hurriedly dispersed to contact the sects on Gloom Star. I believe that after 3 months, Yang Kai should be able to gain a lot. The high-level members of Ling Shaozong dispatched their nests, and Yang Kai was idle. He spent a few days with his parents and brothers, and then brought Su Yan and Sha Ningsheng to roam the gloomy star. After going there, he didn't know when he would be free. He only hoped that he could spend more time with these 2 senior sisters within 3 months, and enjoy more tender time with his 2 women. Such a life, to him, is simply a luxury. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1727 3 months. Is this the Taiching Mountains where Luluman is located? Su Yan asked as she looked at the rolling mountains below, like a crouching dragon. Yang Kai, who was standing next to her, nodded, let go of his consciousness, and with the help of Star Master, swept across a range of tens of thousands of miles, and smiled. It seems that when the corpse spirit sect is looting, Luluman main rudder did not suffer too much damage, similar to when I came here last time. Sha Ningsheng looked into the distance, and said softly, the aura of heaven and earth on Gloomy Star is really not comparable to that of Tongshuan continent. Anywhere we go these days, no matter the aura or the scenery, it is much better than Tongshuan continent. Quote, she looked slightly disappointed. Yang Kai is the Dark Star Master, and she is the Star Master of Tongshuan continent. For every Star Master, the cultivation star who has been refined into the origin of the star is like his closest partner, like his own child. The depression in Tongshuan continent and lack of aura made Sha Ningsheng a little sad. The Star Master is closely related to the Star of Cultivation, little senior sister. If you work hard to improve your cultivation, one day Tongzhan continent will be rejuvenated again. Yang Kai said in relief. Sha Ningsheng nodded obediently. Let's go, the palace sect master should have received the news. Yang Kai held the 2 girls' little hands from left to right and flew them forward. It has been almost 3 months since he started to roam the gloomy star that day. In the past 3 months, the 3 of Yang Kai visited almost the entire famous scenic spot of Gloom Star, and saw all kinds of customs, the magnificent waves of the worry-free sea, the endless silence of the desert, and the majestic and steepness of many famous mountains and rivers, all of which left the footprints of the 3 of them. And figure. The 3-month journey will definitely become the best memory in the hearts of the 3 of them. The glazed tile sect is the last stop that Yang Kai made. He didn't come here to see the scenery, but Yang Kai wanted to ask Gong Aofu for something. Although Gong Aofu led Luluman to join the Ling Shaozong when the corpse spirit sect was looting, and she herself became one of the elders of the Ling Shao sect, Yang Kai let Gong Aofu return after the hidden dangers of the corpse spirit sect. Taiching Mountain is here. He knows better than anyone else what the division means to warriors. Just like the sect he established in Gloomy Star is called Lingshaozong, even if Gong Aofu stays in Lingshaozong, there will be better room for development, but she will always miss Lulumen, the sect that gave birth to her and raised her. What's more, when Gong Aofu joined Lingshaozong, Yongkai also said that she was allowed to rebuild Lulumen in the future. Letting her back was just fulfilling the original promise. Gong Aofu was really grateful. Although she led the warriors of Lulumen back to Mount Taiching, she made a solemn oath that from now on, Lulumen will be under the control of Lingxiao sect and become a subordinate sect of Lingxiao sect. This is the first affiliated sect of Lingxiao sect. And it is a very important affiliated sect. When Yongkai came here with Su Yan and Shaning Shang, he had already sent a message to Gong Aofu. When they arrived at the main peak of Lulumen, there was already a group of people standing densely below. The leader was a beautiful woman, full of style and plump. She was naturally Gong Aofu. Dai Yuan still had a face full of pockmarks, and the bumps on her face looked extremely ugly. Just standing beside Gong Aofu, it made Gong Aofu more and more beautiful. Behind the two are the only remaining elders and elite disciples of Lulumen. Yin Sudi is also among them. Seeing Yongkai's escaping light falling, the group of people below immediately saluted with solemn expressions. My subordinate, Gong Aofu, met the suzerain, and met the two suzerain wives. Gong Aofu said hastily. It's not an outsider, so don't be so polite. Yongkai waved his hand. Su Yan smiled at Gong Aofu and accepted her address, but Shaning Shang, even with a veil, could still see it. Her face was blushing, and her delicate earlobes were like weeping blood. After so many years, the little senior sister is still shy. Miss Dai Yuan, long time no see. Yongkai turned his head to look at Dai Yuan again. His eyes flicked on her face with deep meaning. Others didn't know what kind of face was hidden under this disgusting face, but Yongkai it is clear. Dai Yuan's figure is indeed exquisite and well proportioned, but that honor is very unappetizing, and it is extremely difficult for people to have a good impression of her. Yongkai and Dai Yuan are like one another. Did the dragon soaring in the sky ever look at the crawling ants on the ground? So almost everyone didn't know why Yongkai took such good care of Dai Yuan. Facing Yongkai's greeting, Dai Yuan just nodded slightly, and did not show much enthusiasm. Gong Aofu pursed her lips and smiled. This subordinate heard from the great elder that the suzerain has been wandering around the gloomy star for the past few months. What have you gained? Just looking at the scenery, how can there be any gains? Yongkai laughed and shook his head. The suzerain and the two wives are talented and beautiful, and they are a match made in heaven. It seems that traveling together is the greatest harvest. Yongkai turned his head, looked at each other with Su Yan and Shaning Shang, and smiled knowingly. Although they knew that Gong Aofu was flattering, none of the three felt disgusted. But I don't know why the suzerain came to Lulumen today. It's just to enjoy the scenery and relax. If that's the case, then the subordinates will try their best to arrange it. The scenery of my Taiching mountain is not bad. That's not true. Yongkai shook his head. I'm here because I have an unfeeling request. Sovereign, but it's okay. Gong Aofu smiled coquettishly. Without the care of the suzerain, my Lulumen would have ceased to exist. It is my Lulumen's honor to ask the suzerain for my Lulumen. Please. Seeing her being so forthright, Yongkai nodded. Then let me tell you clearly, I came here to want some 1,000 illusion glazed glass. Your 1,000 illusion glazed mountain was not destroyed by corpse spirit sect, right? 1,000 illusion colored glass. Gong Aofu raised her eyebrows. The 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain is a wonder of heaven and earth, and the corpse spirit cultists cannot destroy it. But if the suzerain wants 1,000 illusion colored glass, it's a bit difficult. I have accumulated Lulumen for so many years, and there are only 3 taels of weight. I wonder if it is enough for the suzerain. 3 taels are too few. Yongkai laughed dumbly. Then, let Dai Yuan use secret techniques to mine some. Gong Aofu asked inquiringly. In the entire glazed gate, only Dai Yuan who has practiced a special secret technique can refine 1,000 illusions glazed and mine some strange things like this. So even though Lulumen has a rare treasure like Qianwan Lulishan, it has been unable to use it. It has to be said that this is indeed a tragedy. I can't mine much, but I think Yongkai has his own way. Dai Yuan looked at Yongkai with beautiful eyes. Presumptuous. Gong Aofu yelled sharply, looking at Dai Yuan majestically with her beautiful eyes. How dare you call the suzerain's name directly? Although her tone was blaming, her attention was all on Yongkai, and she felt relieved when she found that Yongkai didn't intend to get angry. It's okay, Miss Dai Yuan and I have known each other for a long time, so it's no big deal to call out our names. Yongkai smiled. Dai Yuan gritted her silver teeth and glared at Yongkai reproachfully. Before the corpse spirit sect plundered Gloom Star, she and Yang Kai were already friends, and they always called him that, but now, this guy jumped up and became the person who ordered his master. Dai Yuan felt extremely awkward. There are so many suzerains, it's because the subordinates have neglected to teach Dai Yuan. Gong Aofu bowed and changed the subject, can the suzerain mind the thousand illusion glaze? Yang Kai nodded. In this case, it will be convenient. As much as the suzerain wants, even if we mine it ourselves, anyway, we don't know how to use it. Suzerain, please follow me. Gong Aofu said, and immediately led the way. Yang Kai and Su Yan Shaning hurriedly followed. The warriors of the Lulaman were also very curious about what method Yang Kai was going to use to mine the thousand illusion luli, and naturally they all affixed to it, wanting to see what happened. You idiot! Yin Sudi looked at the crowd going away, leaned close to Dai Yuan, and said with a look of resentment, when the suzerain took the initiative to greet you, why did you look so cold? Quote. Then what should I do? Post it. Dai Yuan cast her a glance. Yin Sudi was choked speechless for a while, thought about it, and suddenly giggled coquettishly, if it were me, I would have posted it. He is the most powerful person in Gloomy Star, so it is not shameful to post it on his own initiative. You want to, but do you think you can compare to those two girls beside him? Dai Yuan looked at Yin Sudi with contempt. Yin Sudi was startled, recalling the demeanor of Su Yan and Shaning Shang, she couldn't help feeling like a dwarf. Needless to say, Su Yan, with her icy aura and strong invisible aura, made her feel pressured. With Su Yan around, she didn't even have the courage to talk to Yang Kai. Even that extremely delicate woman with a veil has a holy and inviolable aura, which is enough to make people feel ashamed. So what if I can't compare? As long as the suzerain is happy, I have a chance too. Yin Sudi snorted coldly. I'm too lazy to tell you. Dai Yuan gave her a white look, and with a sway, she also chased the crowd away. Senior idiot, ugly woman. Yin Sudi cursed behind her back, baring her teeth and claws. Dai Yuan pretended not to hear. The Thousand Illusion Glazed Mountain, as a whole, is a small mountain composed of thousand illusion glazed glass. It is extremely heavy and looks simple and unpretentious, but in fact, something like thousand illusion glazed glass can be born with the divine light of glazed glass. Luli Shengguang has the magical effect of restraining the five elements and restraining the body and soul. Dai Yuan gave Yang Kai a glazed bead before. After she swallowed the thousand illusion glazed glass, it formed a bead in her body similar to the inner alchemy of a monster. It had been refined by Yang Kai and fused with the demonic eye of exterminating world, greatly the power of the demon eye of destroyer has been increased. In addition, there are thousands of strange things in Qianwan Luli. It is rumored that if the secret treasures are refined with thousand magic glazed glass, the secret treasures can be changed in many ways when facing the enemy, making the enemy hard to defend against. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1728 Transfer Station. When the Void King class battleship of Ling Xiaozong was refined, a large amount of thousand illusion glazed glass was added, which not only greatly improved the defense of the battleship, but also could be controlled by the battleship's inner formation, and when sailing in the star field, can make the battleship disguise as a meteorite, which can confuse the line of sight. Only Yang Yan can come up with this kind of method. It is impossible for any craftsman in the entire star field to refine so many thousand magic-colored glazes into the battleship. In front of Qianwan Luli Mountain, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yang Kai just released the stone puppet and let it mine by itself. The stone puppet's innate supernatural power is to devour all kinds of rare minerals and refine the mineral essence. Since Qianwan Luli belongs to the category of minerals, it will inevitably be restrained by the stone puppet. Even the domain stone mountain in the blood prison was hollowed out by the stone puppets, so how could the Qianwan Luli mountain resist the stone puppet's claws? Under the astonished gaze of Gong Aofu and others, the stone puppet quickly came to the front of Qianwan Luli mountain, then opened its mouth wide, lay down on the bottom of the mountain, and began to gnaw. Ka 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 ka. There was a crisp sound, and the stone puppet could see a hole in the Qianwan glazed mountain, visible to the naked eye. In such a short period of time, a large piece of the thousand illusion glazed mountain, which had made Lulaman helpless for thousands of years, was missing. The warriors of Lulaman were dumbfounded. After a while, the stone puppet's entire body had penetrated into the thousand illusion glazed glass mountain. Although it couldn't see clearly what it was doing inside, the cracking sound was still heard. It is conceivable that when the sound is remembered, it must be many thousand illusion glasses were devoured by it. Sect Master, this puppet creature actually has such a magical ability. Gong Aofu exclaimed. She knew about the stone puppet's existence. After all, she had watched from afar during the battle at Longshe Mountain. It's just that at that time, the stone puppet just turned into a stone giant, wielding the shaking pillar, and was extremely mighty. But he didn't expect that in addition to his outstanding fighting power, the stone puppet could also easily eat the 1,000 illusion glazed glass. Hee, it is a very special existence, and it has helped me a lot. Yang Kai answered casually, without any intention of explaining. After thinking about it, he said, I need a lot of 1,000 illusion glazes. The suzerain is free to do whatever he wants, even if the 1,000 illusory glazed glass mountains are all moved away. Gong Aofu took the initiative to express her position before he could finish speaking. That's not enough. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. This 1,000 illusion glazed glass mountain is not small. I only take 1%, it is absolutely enough. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to wait for 2 or 3 days. If the suzerain doesn't dislike it, why not go to the main peak to rest first? Come back after 2 or 3 days. All right, Yang Kai nodded. Gong Aofu made arrangements immediately, personally took him, Su Yan and Shaning Shang to the main peak, and lived in the best palace. She also didn't arrange any banquet for Yang Kai, because she knew that Yang Kai didn't care about these things. She just asked her disciples to serve him wholeheartedly and never disturb Yang Kai when he didn't need it. 3 days later, everything was in order. The stone puppet devoured the 1,000 illusion glazed glass for 3 days, and its belly looked a little chubby, showing the huge number. Yang Kai asked him to spit out the 1,000 illusion glaze, put it into the space ring, and bid farewell to Gong Aofu. Before leaving, he left Lulaman with some imaginary level secret treasures, some imaginary level panacea for cultivation. The right is the reward for taking away those 1,000 illusory glasses. Whether it is a virtual level secret treasure or a virtual level panacea, they are all extremely precious things on Gloomy Star. Gong Aofu was naturally overjoyed and led the door. The elders and elite disciples respectfully sent Yang Kai away. 10 days later, Ling Xiaozong. On the square of the Great Hall of Discussion, a brand new space law formation was set up under the auspices of Yang Kai. This space magic circle is somewhat different from the ones that Yang Kai had arranged on Gloomstar before. The main difference is that it occupies a smaller area, but the whole magic circle feels more dignified. This is a magic circle that can carry out ultra-long distance cross-star teleportation. It is also the magic circle that Yang Kai used to locate Ling Xiaozong. Just like what he did before, with this magic circle as the foundation, Yang Kai only needs to arrange another magic circle on the nearby stars, locate it here, and then he can teleport. So far, Ling Xiaozong's 2 space magic circles have taken shape. One is arranged outside Ling Xiaozong, used to connect the entire Gloom Star, and the other is just arranged, and Yang Kai is also looking forward to where it can be connected to the star field in the future. In 3 months, the entire Lingxiao sect had put all their efforts into collecting less than 2,000 void spirit crystals for Yang Kai. These void spirit crystals are almost all the reserves on Gloom Star, unless there are undiscovered void spirit crystal veins. According to Yang Kai's estimation, there should be no problem with these void spirit crystals being used to arrange 3 or 4 space magic circles across star fields. After arranging all the trivial matters, and saying goodbye to all the relatives and friends, Yang Kai went to the 6th floor of the Flowing Flame Sand Field again, chatted with Yang Yan for a while, and then sacrificed the star shuttle and flew straight up. In the Lingxiao sect, tens of thousands of people looked up, watching the ray of light rushing straight into the sky, before finally disappearing from sight. Be careful all the way. Su Yan and Shaning Shang were in different mountain peaks, wishing silently in their hearts at the same time. Millions of miles away from the gloomy star, invisible star field winds are everywhere. Large and small star storms gather here to form, wreak havoc, annihilate, and then take shape again. Repeatedly. The rapidly speeding meteorites can smash any warrior or battleship that breaks into this place to pieces. This is a layer of barrier for Gloom Star. The warriors of the gloomy star are called the Dead Zone. It is 1,000,000 miles away, wrapping the gloomy star, preventing anyone from leaving the gloomy star, and preventing anyone from breaking into it. If there are only these dangers, it is not enough to stop the pace of the Void King Realm powerhouse. Even if the gloomy star is located in a remote place, there will always be Void King Realm powerhouses in these tens of thousands of years. But in this dead zone, there is something that makes even the Void King Realm powerhouses turn pale. The power of Emperor Prestige. Only the power of Emperor Prestige can deter those who are strong in the Void King Realm. The last time Yang Kai took Qian Tong and others to leave Gloom Star, he relied on the powerful defense of the Void King class battleship to forcefully rush out from here. But this time, he was alone, and the Void King-class battleship also stayed in Ling Shaozong to prevent accidents. Yang Kai can only rely on himself. He didn't know how this dead zone was formed before, but after listening to Yang Yan tell so many ancient secrets, he clearly realized that this dead zone was the battlefield left over from the battle between Yang Yan and the Zong Emperor. That's why this place is filled with the power of Emperor prestige, and that's why this place is extremely dangerous. Fortunately, although the power of Emperor Wei is terrifying, it is not the first time for Yang Kai to feel it. When the Emperor Garden was opened, he even used the power of Emperor Wei to integrate the power of space into his own potential field in one fell swoop. Yang Kai's self-confidence is not inferior to anyone's resistance to the power of Emperor Wei. He rushed straight into this dead zone, avoiding the meteorites attacking from all directions. The invisible wind of the star field blew on him like sharp knives, cutting his body, splashing out dazzling flames, and making an ear-piercing sound that made people grind their teeth. The multicolored glow bloomed outside Yang Kai's body, and he had used the Immortal 5-element sword to protect his body. Coupled with the constant use of the Heavenly Heaven Pill, Yang Kai's current physical strength has already sublimated to an unimaginable state. The invisible gale that made even the Void King realm fearful could not hurt him in the slightest. Occasionally, meteorites hit him, and they fell apart in an instant. He happily rushed into a group of star-field storms without fear, and the huge storm that could almost swallow a star quickly submerged his figure. But not long after, Yang Kai rushed out from the other side of the storm. Cut through thorns and thorns all the way, rampage all the way, unstoppable. Yang Kai even had the leisure to feel the magic and mystery of Emperor Wei in this dead zone. This is more helpful to one's own growth and improvement than absorbing the energy in the domain stone. His momentum has already reached the realm of Dacheng, and his sage, physical body, and spiritual consciousness have all reached the peak level of the Void Return Mirror. If it wasn't for being suppressed by the laws of the Dark Star world, he could also try to break through the shackles of the Void King realm and achieve the prestige of the Void King realm. Time passed slowly, and his gains were getting bigger and bigger. However, Yang Kai quickly discovered some problems. It is indeed a rare experience to comprehend the power of Emperor Wei in the dead zone, but he always felt that the power of Emperor Wei was too inscrutable, not as good as the field energy in the domain stone easy to grasp. After a little thought, Yang Kai understood. I am now at the peak of the Void Returning Mirror, and the next realm is the Void King realm. After the Void King realm, there is another higher realm, Prestige. It is indeed a bit far to go to comprehend Emperor Wei now. It's like a child who has to stand up and walk before he has learned to crawl. Naturally, he is powerless. From the looks of it, to practice in the dead zone, it is best to come back to the Void King realm. Thinking of this, Yang Kai didn't waste any more time and rushed straight forward. In his Sea of AA consciousness, he has a star map, so there is no need to worry about getting lost in the vast star field. And through the star map, he can roughly estimate the distance between different stars and the dark star. This advantage facilitates him to choose the location to arrange the space magic circle. On a certain day a year later, Yang Kai descended on an icy death star. This kind of death star is innumerable in the entire star field without the breath of life, without the aura of heaven and earth, and without even the laws of heaven and earth. Perhaps after hundreds of millions of years, some of these dead stars can evolve laws and give birth to souls. But this time is too far away. Most death stars have been in this desolate and lonely state from birth to destruction. After falling, Yang Kai did not rest immediately, but searched in a radius of 300,000 miles nearby. After confirming that there was no breath of life here, he found a valley-like terrain, and prepared to set up the first space magic circle here. This space law circle will become a transfer station for the Dark Star to contact the outside world, and it is an indispensable existence. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1729 Accidental Discovery. The stone puppet was released by Yang Kai, allowing it to move on its own. Over the past year, Yang Kai occasionally landed on some death stars, and whenever this happened, he would release the stone puppet to let it explore and see if there were any other gains. The stone puppet did not disappoint him. It was endowed with extraordinary talents and could often find some rare minerals. But the quantity is not too much. Yang Kai didn't care much, just ordered it to be refined and absorbed by itself. By absorbing these mineral essences, stone puppets can strengthen themselves and become stronger and stronger. The stone puppet's small body quickly disappeared from Yang Kai's sight, and he took out various things from the space ring and began to arrange the space magic circle. The area of the valley he chose is not small, and if you look down from the void, it looks like a hole in the dead star. Yang Kai determined the position at a certain place close to the rock wall, and various materials and minerals began to melt in his hands, turning into various shapes, and one after another, large and small parts appeared and accumulated over time. By Yang Kai's side, these things are the basis for arranging the space magic circle. As long as the refining is complete, then they are completely pieced together, and then the power of space is poured into it, and the formation diagram of the space magic circle is engraved, and you're done. Yang Kai has done these things more than once, and before leaving the gloomy star, he personally arranged a super long-distance space magic circle across the stars, so all this is not difficult for him. All that is needed is time. It does take a little longer to deal with this alone without the help of others. It took about 15 days for Yang Kai to complete the arrangement of the space law array. The arranged space law circle is next to the rock wall. If you don't search carefully, you can't find it at all, and it is extremely concealed. However, if this is the case, the safety of the space law circle cannot be guaranteed. As Yang Kai shot a Saint Yuan into the magic circle in front of him, the space magic circle began to change color, and soon, it looked exactly the same as the surrounding land. At first glance, this space law circle seems to be a part of the Earth. Only when you look closely, you will find some clues. Before leaving, Yang Kai went to the glazed gate to ask for so many thousand illusion glazed glasses, not without purpose. The main reason he wanted those 1,000 illusion glazed glasses was to join the space magic circle and enhance the concealment of the magic circle. Although this place is a Death Star, who can guarantee that no warrior will come here? If the magic circle is too obvious to be discovered, it must be a troublesome matter. However, it is different with the refining of the 1,000 illusion glazed glass. The 1,000 illusion glazed glass can be transformed into thousands of illusions. It is extremely simple for Yang Kai to refine it into the magic circle to enhance the concealment of the magic circle. Furthermore, with the integration of Qianwan Luli, the firmness of the magic circle has also been greatly enhanced. In this way, even if there are occasional meteors or storms, the magic circle will not be destroyed. After checking it out and confirming that there is nothing wrong with his arrangement, Yang Kai was very satisfied. He just started to engrave the formation diagram inside the magic circle, and with the completion of the formation diagram, Yang Kai poured the power of space into it again. The magic circle hummed instantly. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, his face showing joy. With this movement, it means that the magic circle I set up has been connected with the one of Ling Xiaozong, but whether it can be teleported there remains to be tested and verified. Naturally, he can only do this kind of thing in person. He is proficient in the power of space, so even if the teleportation goes wrong, he will not be afraid. At worst, he can rely on the power of space to tear the void and break through the cracks in space. After calling Stone Puppet in his heart, Yang Kai stood there and waited quietly. After a full day of effort, the Stone Puppet arrived late. If it weren't for the special spiritual connection between Yang Kai and it, knowing that it was safe and sound, I'm afraid it would have thought that something happened to it, and it fell here. Yang Kai glared at it, and when he was about to reprimand him, his eyes suddenly fixed on Stone Puppet's stomach, staring non-stop. The Stone Puppet's belly is chubby. One can tell at a glance that this guy has devoured a lot of minerals in the past half a month, and it is a huge amount of minerals. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to make his belly like a bottomless pit become like this. Yang Kai was very surprised. Because along the way, on the Death Stars he encountered, the products were extremely barren, and some Death Stars didn't even have any valuable things, so it could be said to be a barren land. But right now the Stone Puppet has harvested so many minerals from this dead star, it can be seen that although there is no aura of heaven and earth here, it definitely has minerals. And the value of the minerals that Stone Puppets can look at will definitely not be too low. Spit it out and let me see, Yang Kai said to Stone Puppet. The Stone Puppet scratched its head, but without hesitation, opened its mouth, and a piece of minerals of different sizes and exuding various colors appeared in front of it, and then piled up higher and higher, gradually forming a hill. After vomiting, it patted its shriveled stomach with an innocent expression on its face. This is. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, staring at a piece of silvery radiance from the mineral mountain in front of him, about the size of a washbasin. He stepped forward and reached out to touch it, released his spiritual sense to investigate, and whispered, Tian Suo Yin. Today's Yang Kai is no longer the boy he was back then. After so many years of wandering and experience, he has created extraordinary eyesight and profound knowledge. He dare not say that he knows all kinds of cultivation materials in the star field, at least it's no problem to recognize everyone. Such a piece of silver ore the size of a washbasin is obviously a virtual grade top-grade material, tiansuo silver. If this thing is added to the secret treasure refined, it can greatly increase the flexibility of the secret treasure. In this way, it will be difficult to damage the secret treasure during battle. To put it simply, tiansuo silver is an auxiliary material that can be added when refining secret treasures. Any secret treasure can be added, and it is a universal material. Warriors regard their secret treasures as extremely valuable, and if there are materials to improve the performance of secret treasures, it will inevitably cause competition. Tiansuo silver is this kind of material, and its value is not low. Tiansuian, the size of a pigeon egg, can be sold for at least 100,000 top-grade holy crystals. Tiansuo silver the size of a washbasin is worth at least a few million. Before Yang Kai recovered from his surprise, his eyes were once again attracted by a piece of ore emitting golden light. The profound handle essence, colorful sand, huang lei jade iron. There are so many holy crystals. Yang Kai checked everything, and after a while, he was completely stunned by what Stone Puppet had gained in the past half-month. He silently estimated the value of the pile of things in front of him, and suddenly found that the Stone Puppet's income for half a month was almost equivalent to the entire storage of a medium-sized sect in Gloom Star. These minerals are all good materials for refining secret treasures, and some have even reached the Void King level, but what Yang Kai can't figure out the most is that Stone Puppet has swallowed a large number of saint crystals. It is understandable that there are so many minerals in this dead star, but there is no aura of heaven and earth in this place. How could such things as holy crystals be produced? Saint crystals are generally only born on cultivation stars that have aura and life, and will never appear on the Death Star. Yang Kai's eyes flickered, and two completely different guesses appeared deep in his heart, and without hesitation, he let the Stone Puppet swallow the things in front of him again, and said, "Where did you find these? Take me to see." The Stone Puppet didn't say a word, used both hands and feet, and led the way ahead. 100,000 miles away from the valley where Yang Kai arranged the space magic circle, there was a pit-like cave. After the Stone Puppet came here, he jumped directly. Yang Kai followed closely. When arranging the space magic circle before, he also checked the situation in a radius of 300,000 miles, and found no danger, but he didn't pay much attention to such a cave. Stone Puppet obviously found something good from inside. The cave seems to be very deep. All the way down, there is only the sound of strong wind blowing by his ears. Yang Kai is not afraid, he releases his spiritual sense, checks the situation below, even if it is pitch black, he can see clearly. It has been going down for about 3,000 feet before reaching the bottom of the cave. After putting his feet on the ground, Yang Kai immediately expanded his spiritual sense and searched around. After this investigation, he was immediately shocked. This underground is not a deserted burrow as he imagined, but a huge and unparalleled space that even his divine sense can't reach the end of. The air is a bit dry, and it does not affect breathing, but under Yang Kai's divine sense, he was surprised to find that in this space, there are ruins and ruins after the collapse of buildings, stretching to an extremely far position. This place turned out to be a ruins. And judging from the style of those buildings, it is obvious that this relic has existed for a very long time, and it is very likely that it is a relic left over tens of thousands of years ago. And this relic is obviously the master rudder of a certain big sect. Sure enough, although Yang Kai looked shocked, his heart was extremely calm. All of this was more or less the same as he had imagined. After discovering that Stone Puppet brought back a large amount of Saint Crystal, Yang Kai guessed two possibilities. One possibility is that this Death Star is gestating its own laws, and it is about to be formed. At this level, the Death Star cannot be seen from the outside, but it can produce holy crystals inside. These holy crystals will emit aura in the countless years to come, filling the world of the Death Star, making the Death Star gradually suitable for the survival of living beings. This is also the process of the Death Star evolving into a cultivation star. Such a Death Star can be regarded as a newborn among the stars. But in Yang Kai's induction, he did not notice any traces of laws. In this way, this possibility is unlikely to be established. Another guess is more likely this Death Star was not a Death Star a long time ago, but a real cultivation star, but due to some accidents, the law collapsed and the aura dissipated, became what it is now. If Tongshuan continent does not make changes, it may become a member of the Death Star in tens of thousands of years. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1730 Mineral Star. People are born, aged, sick and die, and stars are no exception. Although Yang Kai didn't know what caused this star to become a Death Star, he could only tell from the supplies brought back by Stone Puppet. A long time ago, this place was obviously a star with rich products and beautiful scenery. And the ruins in front of him should be where the chief helm of a certain sect was. A calling sound came from not far away, interrupting Yang Kai's thinking, and when he turned his head to look, he suddenly found that it was Stone Puppet calling him. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his figure swayed, and he chased after him. Along the way, Yang Kai checked the surroundings from time to time, and soon, he found that there was no danger here, because there was no spiritual energy in the world, so even if there were formations left in the ruins, even if they remained intact, they could not be activated. In other words, this ruin is an extremely safe existence. After a while, Stone Puppet brought Yang Kai to a warehouse-like place, where a large amount of minerals, some jade bottles, and other miscellaneous things were accumulated. Those jade bottles in full bloom are obviously panacea. Yang Kai picked up a few jade bottles and inspected them, and found that the spirit pill inside had lost its aura and turned into ashes, so he didn't pay any more attention, and some worthless things were obviously some herbs that had gone through countless years. The properties of the medicine passed away and became useless. There are also a lot of holy crystals, but these holy crystals are basically useless because of improper preservation. The holy crystals swallowed by Stone Puppets are probably all the useful holy crystals in it. In such a warehouse, the only things that are really valuable are those minerals left. Minerals are durable and will not lose their efficacy even if they are not preserved in special ways. In the warehouse, there are still several times as many minerals as Stone Puppets devour, all of which are rare and of great value. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked all the minerals into his space ring, and then continued to explore around with Stone Puppet. A day later, he had explored the entire ruins. There is no special harvest. Among the ruins, valuable things are probably stored in the warehouse. Even the space rings on the skeletons have long since collapsed because they were not nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the things stored inside are also gone. All destroyed. However, Yang Kai discovered that in this huge underground space, this piece of ruins is just the tip of the iceberg. This underground, as if there is another world. The footprint is positively vast. He decided to explore. After leaving the ruins, Yang Kai flew forward for less than half a day before he came to a deserted mountain range. In the mountain range, there were countless mine-like existences. After arriving here, the Stone Puppet who had been closely following Yang Kai showed an eager expression, as if he was very interested in the interior of the mountain range. There are minerals in it. Yang Kai turned to look at it. Stone Puppets are particularly sensitive to minerals, and the more precious something is, the more it can arouse its desire. Just like wolves and dogs are born with a keen sense of smell, Stone Puppets have a unique sense of smell for minerals. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Stone Puppet nodded quickly. Go and see. Yang Kai laughed loudly, stretched out his hand, and Sheng Yuan rushed into the mountain range wrapped in Stone Puppets. After a while, Yang Kai's low voice came from inside the mine, Annihilation Crystal Vein. There is indeed a vein here, and it is an extremely rare Annihilation Crystal Vein. The Annihilation Crystal cannot be used to refine secret treasures, because it itself is extremely repulsive to the aura of heaven and earth, and it can be said that it is incompatible with the aura of heaven and earth. If it is used to refine secret treasures, no one will be able to use them, and the secret treasures will be completely destroyed. But its value is beyond doubt. It is because of its natural repulsion to aura energy, so it can be used to arrange formations. The array arranged with annihilation crystals can restrict warriors from using holy energy. If they accidentally fall into it, it will be like being in trouble on Gloomy Soul Island, and they can only rely on their own physical strength. The famous Annihilation Jitsu Great Formation requires the use of annihilation crystals as the eyes of the formation. A martial artist who cannot use Saint Yuan, or even secret treasures, is he still called a martial artist? The residents of Gloomy Soul Island use the Huntian pill to temper their bodies, and they can survive in that kind of place, but not every warrior has the medicine of the Huntian pill, and not every warrior pays attention to tempering their bodies. Annihilating the Great Formation of Silence can be said to be the nemesis of almost all warriors. Even if the Void King Realm powerhouse falls into it, it will inevitably be disheartened. Although the power of the large formation is strong, the Annihilation Crystal is extremely rare, and it is rare to see it. But here, there is actually an Annihilation Crystal vein, and judging from the exposed spar on the stone wall, the vein here is actually a rich mine. There are 3 grades of ore veins: rich ore, ordinary ore, and poor ore. Have unique criteria for judging. Generally speaking, the ore veins that have reached the level of rich ore can only be mined at will to collect the corresponding minerals. The value is astonishing and the quantity is extremely rare. Yang Kai didn't expect that he could find a rich ore of annihilation crystal here. The stone puppet had already rushed forward and devoured it with a big mouth. After a while, it swallowed countless annihilation crystals into its belly. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, and rushed forward to search for a while. Although this place is affected by the annihilation crystal, and the Saint Yuan is suppressed to a great extent, but Yang Kai's physical strength is extremely strong, and the mining speed is only a line slower than stone puppet. In less than a day, Yang Kai mined at least 500 pieces of annihilation crystals, and it is impossible to calculate the number of stone puppets. 500 annihilation crystals are enough to form a magic circle covering a small sect. But no sect would be stupid enough to do this. If they really did, the disciples would not have to practice in the future. You can't even sense the aura of heaven and earth, and you're still practicing. Annihilation crystals are very suitable for arranging arrays in some special locations, such as a certain forbidden area, or a trap. The ore veins in the mountain belly did not appear to be decreasing. Yang Kai's spiritual sense was released, and he couldn't help feeling a little overwhelmed. It was simply unrealistic for him to mine this rich ore completely by himself. He may have to delay here for several years for this. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai didn't continue. He greeted Stone Puppet, took him away from the mountain range, and continued to explore ahead. Another day later, under the magical induction of the Stone Puppet, Yang Kai came to another mountain range. Looking at the internal situation, Yang Kai was well informed, and couldn't help moaning, "Heavenly Hook Jade." Quote. This turned out to be the Skyhook Jade vein that can nourish the power of the soul. Skyhook Jade is a very special kind of jade, showing a green color. If it is inspired by the Holy Yuan, this kind of jade can release a kind of soft power, nourish the sea of AA consciousness, and strengthen the soul power of the warrior. This kind of property is somewhat similar to the 7-color warming god lotus, but its effect is far inferior to that of the warming god lotus. The warming god lotus can exist in the sea of AA consciousness of the warrior, nourishing the soul of the warrior all the time. The reason why Yang Kai's spirit power is so strong is because of the nourishment of the warming god lotus for so many years. But Wen Shenlian is the most precious treasure in the world after all, how can she get it casually? This kind of thing is something that even Void King realm powerhouses covet. Skyhook Jade is different. Even though it is much lower grade than Wen Shenlian, it is still an extremely precious thing, and it is the best material for cultivating the power of the soul. In the market of every star, some Skyhook Jades occasionally appear, but they are always looted by warriors. Skyhook Jade is a priceless cultivation material. But here, there actually exists a Skyhook Jade vein. Judging from the scattered green light, this Skyhook Jade vein is not too rich, but it is definitely not barren. It is the grade of a normal mine. As usual, when Yang Kai was stunned, the Stone Puppet had already started to devour the Skyhook Jade. Yang Kai didn't collect much, he just collected hundreds of pieces of Skyhook Jade and stopped, calling out to Stone Puppet, and continued to explore with it while he was thinking about it. He faintly felt that this Death Star that he accidentally landed on seemed to contain unimaginable wealth. 3 days later, Yang Kai discovered a Wangali Jade iron vein again. A month later, Yang Kai discovered 8 ore veins, and one of them was actually the Saint Crystal Mine. He didn't continue to explore. After a month, he had vaguely figured out that this Death Star was definitely the legendary Mine Star. Every star of cultivation has its own laws of heaven and earth. These laws of heaven and earth are roughly the same, but there are some subtle differences. This difference will lead to vastly different materials produced on the cultivation star. Perhaps, some stars are suitable for the growth of drugs, and such stars are called drug stars. The elixir that usually takes 100 years to mature may only take 50, 30 or even 10 years to mature on this medicine star, which greatly shortens the growth time. And some stars are suitable for the birth of minerals, and this kind of stars are mine stars. On the mine star, there are countless rare minerals, a variety of varieties, and extremely rich. In the star field, the most powerful forces have a certain number of mine stars and medicine stars. For example, the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce where Shuiyu is located has more than one mine star and medicine star. With this kind of backing, the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce can do business all over the entire star field, and its reputation is far-reaching. And the Death Star discovered by Yang Kai is undoubtedly a mine star, and judging from the quantity and quality of those ore veins, even among the mine stars, this star can be considered top-notch. Now it's developed. If Ling Xiaozong can control this mine star, why worry about it not growing in the future? Yang Kai's mood was fluctuating, and he was a little excited. Immediately, without hesitation, he immediately began to set up a space magic circle in the holy crystal vein he was in, and connected it to the magic circle in the surface valley. Because the layout is not an interstellar ultra-long-distance space magic circle, the speed is undoubtedly much faster. It took only a day before and after, and Yang Kai has already arranged it completely. Standing in the magic circle, he punched into the groove of the formation base entering the Saint Crystal. With a flash of white light, Yang Kai has come to the surface valley. Without delay, Yang Kai took out the Saint Crystal again and entered it into the super space magic circle under his feet. His divine sense locked the light spot representing the dark star in the magic circle and activated the magic circle. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1731 The Mystery is Underground. When Yang Kai appeared in 100 Gardens, Yi Xian, who was teaching the little girl Lin Yuner to practice martial arts, was stunned for a while before she realized, and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Sect Master, why did you come back so soon? What is the danger? After all, the last time Yang Kai left Gloom Star, it took 7 or 8 years to return. From Yang Shouju and others, she also learned how remote Gloom Star is, and the time spent on the road alone is already several years. But now, it has only been more than a year since Yang Kai left Gloom Star. How could he come back at this time? I found a Mind Star. Yang Kai said concisely. While answering Yi Xian's words, he swept Lin Yuner with his divine sense. He was horrified to discover that this girl, who was only 14 or 15 years old this year, was endowed with extraordinary talent and possessed a powerful physique. The vitality in her body was as strong as that of an old void-returning monster who had lived for hundreds of years. There is a fight. Although the petite body looks soft and weak, but there is a power that is hard to ignore in every gesture. Compared with the last time Yang Kai saw her outside Mahai city of Qiantianzong, Lin Yuner had grown up by more than a little bit, even her body had grown a little bit, her small breasts were tall and straight, her legs were slender, and her hair was beautiful. The hair was tied casually at the back of the head, looking heroic. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her, Lin Yuner obediently called the sovereign uncle. Yang Kai nodded gently. Mind Star. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Although she has been living in Gloom Star and has not been able to experience the splendor of the star field, it does not mean that Yi Xian does not know what the word, Mind Star, means. That represents wealth, strength, development, and a bright future. Especially for a sect, a rich Mind Star, Yi Xian asked with interest. It's very rich, rich beyond your imagination. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. I only explored there for a month and found 8 ore veins ranging from rich to poor, including the Annihilation Crystal ore veins, Wangli Jade Iron Heavenly Hook Jade, Panchen Mat, Shuiyan Steel, and Holy Crystal Mine. So many. Yi Xian's heart was calm, and she couldn't help but be shocked by the news brought back by Yang Kai. Her beautiful black eyebrows rose slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled a little. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Kai shook his head. Is it dangerous there? It's not dangerous, it's just a Death Star without the aura of heaven and earth. Yang Kai laughed. If it was dangerous, I wouldn't come back on purpose. I searched there for a month, not to mention dangerous, even a living thing none. The suzerain means. Yi Xian looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes. Naturally, the whole sect is going to mine it. Yang Kai grinned. However, it's too big for our Ling Shaozong family alone, and some of them can't handle it. Look at the sects that have cooperated with us recently. There are reliable alternatives. Let a few come out and let them get some benefits. Since it is the order of the suzerain, the palace will naturally not resist, but, although there are a few sects who cooperate with us, it is very good for everything to follow our lead, but the benefits cannot be given in vain. Let them mine what they mine. Pay 30% or 40% to our Ling Shaozong, and we have to wait for us to get a foothold there before inviting them. That's fine, Great Elder is very considerate. Yang Kai nodded, but Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Palace is naturally not included in this list. Yi Xian pursed her lips and smiled. She also knew the friendship between Yang Kai and Qian Tong. It obviously does not need to be measured by benefits. Okay, you can deal with this matter. I'll refine some special teleportation orders. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he left immediately. Because this time is to take many people to that mine star to mine minerals, the teleportation order must be specially refined. Yang Kai spent some time refining 50 special teleportation orders. This kind of transmission order is different from the previous ones. Each transmission order can ensure that 50 people can safely pass through the space array arranged by Yang Kai. Moreover, when the transmission order was refined, Yang Kai also asked Yi Xian to use his own Saint Yuan has issued a restriction internally. In this way, if you want to use the transmission order, you must first ask Yi Xian to pour Holy Yuan into the transmission order, and then cancel the restriction before you can use it. Although the method of use is a bit cumbersome, it can guarantee the safety of use, and it can also ensure that if a teleportation order falls into the hands of an enemy, the enemy will not be able to use it. All those who need to use the transmission order must first obtain the consent of Yi Xian. It took Yang Kai a lot of time to refine this special teleportation order, and it took him 10 days to complete it. He originally wanted to see Su Yan and Sha Ningxiang again, but to his surprise, both Su Yan and Sha Ningxiang had already retreated. In desperation, he had no choice but to give up. Anyway, he could return at any time after he had completed the arrangement of the major space magic circles in the communication star field in the future. Qian Tong led a group of elites from Shadow Moon Hall to Ling Xiaozong. He was obviously very interested in the news from Yi Xian, so this trip, he recruited 1,000 disciples, which was quite a lot for the Shadow Moon Hall who was recuperating. After arriving at Ling Xiaozong, after listening to Yang Kai's detailed description of the situation on the Death Star, Qian Tong couldn't wait to say, "Then what are you waiting for? Go there quickly, if so many rare minerals can be mined, you and my two families want to Ida hard not to get rich, eh?" Qian always wants to leave Gloom Star earlier. Yang Kai looked at him with a half-smile. Qian Tong was startled, and laughed loudly. That's true, the old man was struck by lightning again in the past few days, and as time went by, the law of heaven and earth here has become more and more repulsive to the old man. The old man was afraid at first, if you don't come back for decades, what should I do? Now I have such an opportunity, the old man will naturally have to grasp it. Yang Kai, don't worry, the old man will temporarily sit on the Mind Star, if there is something wrong the guy found it there, and the old man will handle it well. If Yu Qian said that, I'm really relieved. Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and waved. It's not too late, let's go. In front of Ling Xiaozong's super space magic circle, more than 2,000 warriors waited one by one. Among the 2,000 people, 1,000 are warriors from Shadow Moon Palace, and the rest belong to Ling Xiaozong. Everyone's cultivation base is not high, but they are all above the Saint King realm, and there are some void returning mirror warriors in the middle. After all, they are going to an unknown star, and some strong people must be responsible for safety. A team of 50 people, with the leader holding a teleportation order, under the auspices of Yi Xian, entered the super space magic circle one by one. Qian Tong followed the first batch of teams to enter, and went to explore the way first, lest there be any danger over there. Wait. The white light kept flickering, and the space law circle had hardly stopped since it started running. It only took a stick of incense, and the 2,000 people disappeared completely. On the cold and desolate Death Star, everyone appeared in that valley, turned their heads and looked around, almost everyone was a little panicked. For the 2,000 people, it was the first time they experienced the vastness and horror of the star field. This Death Star, which has no aura of heaven and earth, and no living things, made them feel a little depressed. Seeing Yang Kai appearing last, Qian Tong hurried over and asked, "Is this the Mind Star you were talking about?" "Yep, it doesn't look very rich." Qian Tong was puzzled. Yang Kai laughed and said, "The Death Star is already lifeless, from the outside, where can we see any richness? The real mystery is here." While speaking, Yang Kai stomped his feet. "Underground. Not bad, come with me." Yang Kai greeted and led the way first. 2,000 people followed closely behind him, guarding the surroundings while advancing forward. They didn't relax until they realized that there was really no danger here. In a place without the aura of heaven and earth, it is indeed difficult for any danger to arise. It took an hour to lead 2,000 people through the wilderness before Yang Kai came to the pit, jumped and jumped down. 2,000 people fell in an orderly manner. Soon, everyone stood in front of the ruins. Listening to Yang Kai's various guesses about the ruins, both Qian Tong and Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. Birth, old age, sickness and death, the reincarnation of heaven and earth, even the stars cannot escape such a fate, so can warriors. Perhaps in an unknown number of years, they will also turn into handfuls of loess, and the powerful Lingxiao sect and Shadow Moon Palace will also become ruins that no one has set foot on for countless years, just like the scene before them. Both of them couldn't help but feel a little sad. My idea is this. This place is just used to build a camp. Anyway, the site is ready-made, and you only need to move your hands. With this as the center, you spread and explore around, mine minerals, and those who need to rest disciple, you can also come back here to rest and recuperate. What do you two think? Yang Kai asked, pointing to the ruins in front of him. Very good, I think there is no problem. Qian Tong nodded. Where's the great elder? Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian again. Of course I'm fine, but, the materials for building a house. Qian Tong frowned. Yi Xian pursed her lips and said with a smile, we brought it here. Since the suzerain had this idea long ago, why didn't he make a plan? Before coming, he had already asked his disciples to prepare everything. Since that's the case, the old man will follow suit. Qian Tong laughed loudly, turned around and shouted, the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall obey the order and assist the brothers and sisters of Lingxiao sect to build houses here. This will be your temporary home in the future. Quote. Thousands of people from Shadow Moon Hall suddenly agreed. The ruins, which had been deserted for countless years, suddenly became bustling. 2,000 people shuttled through it, building buildings with various materials they brought. Yang Kai began to arrange the space magic circle here. Since this place will become a camp, it is natural to need a space magic circle to contact the outside, whether it is the super magic circle in the valley, or the magic circle that Yang Kai left in the vein before, they all need a transit to connect with each other. In this way, it is also convenient to mine minerals and saves a lot of time for the disciples to go back and forth. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1732 Unexpected Attack. 10 days later, on the original ruins, there was an extra stretch of houses. Because it was a camp that needed to live for a long time, the disciples of the two sects spared no effort in building it, and there was nothing sloppy about it. These houses don't look exquisite, but they are extremely practical. Living in them is like living in their respective sects, except that the aura of heaven and earth is slightly lacking. But this is not a big problem. If you really want to practice, you can rely on Saint Crystal. Around the road in the ruins, there is a night pearl hanging at a certain distance, exuding a soft light, illuminating the originally dark ruins brightly, making it very lively. Yang Kai had already told Qian Tong and Yi Xian the locations of the 8 mine veins he had explored, and he didn't bother to worry about how the 2 mines would mine these 8 mine veins. Naturally, Qian Tong and Yi Xian were responsible for their support. If more manpower is needed, they can be replenished from Gloom Star at any time. Yang Kai has already arranged everything for them. Not only that, everything is in order here. After the disciples started mining minerals, Yang Kai went out alone, and within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, 3 space magic circles were arranged in different positions one after another. In the next few decades, these space magic circles arranged by Yang Kai will ensure that warriors from the gloomy star can move easily and conveniently within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. A month later, Yang Kai was about to leave. After all, his original intention was to open up the connection between Gloom Star and the outside world, and the discovery of this mine star was just an accidental harvest. Now that this place is already on the right track, there is no point in him staying. Standing on the ruins, Yang Kai called Stone Puppet in his heart. He has never taken back the Stone Puppet, because this is simply a paradise for stone puppets, and the Stone Puppet can strengthen itself by devouring various rare minerals. If a sufficient amount of the same type of minerals is devoured, it can even develop its own supernatural powers. Like its lava armor, it is the ability it obtained after devouring and refining the real fire of the sun. Once the lava armor came out, no one within a radius of 10 feet could approach it. The scorching temperature is enough to make even void-returning mirror powerhouses shy away. Anyway, the amount of minerals on the mine star is huge. No matter how much the Stone Puppet swallowed, it couldn't swallow much. So during this period of time, Yang Kai has not cared much about it. But when he was calling for the Stone Puppet at this moment, he found that the Stone Puppet had actually gone deep into the ground for an unknown number of feet, and he didn't know if he had found anything good. Aware of Yang Kai's call, only then did the Stone Puppet slowly come up from below. An hour later, Stone Puppet reappeared in front of Yang Kai. But at a glance, Yang Kai couldn't help but stunned. Because of the state of the Stone Puppet, something seemed wrong. Before the Stone Puppet grew bigger, it always looked stupid, because its intelligence was not high. So it is intuitively reflected from the appearance, but at this moment, it seems to be even more stunned, and even the charm that originally existed in the eyes has disappeared. Walk up the road. It was even more wobbly and staggering, as if drunk. Yang Kai was taken aback, thinking that the stone puppet swallowed something that shouldn't be swallowed, and there was an accident, but when he checked carefully, he was surprised to find that the stone puppet did not have any accident, its physical condition has never been better. And, Yongkai also noticed a special, strange power from its body. This kind of power seems to be familiar, just like the law of heaven and earth that enveloped the dark star when he refined the star source of the dark star and became the star master. The power of law. Yongkai's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly investigated more carefully. After a while, he withdrew his divine thoughts with an uncertain expression. I didn't feel wrong, the stone puppet did have a trace of the power of law, but it was very slight, compared with the law of the dark star, it was like a sky and a ground. But the law is a law after all, it is a field that even the Void King realm can't touch. How could there be a trace of law power in the stone puppet's body inexplicably? Recalling its previous location, Yongkai's eyes lit up, and a bold guess emerged in his heart. You devoured and refined the origin of this Death Star. It still has the origin. The stone puppet raised its hazy eyes to look at Yongkai, with a dazed expression, then raised one foot, turned around a few times, and fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a cloud of dust. Yongkai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He realized that stone puppet wasn't in danger, it was just because of this faint power of law that it was difficult to digest, causing some uncomfortable reactions, so he put it into the space ring. But this kind of thing is still too unexpected for Yongkai. Moreover, it is indeed surprising that such a dead star still has some original sources left. It is impossible for the origin to exist on the Death Star, because without spiritual energy, there would be no law of heaven and earth, and naturally there would be no origin, just like after a person dies, the body rots and the body dies. But there are always exceptions to everything. According to Yongkai's previous speculation, this Death Star was originally extremely rich, but gradually died in the passage of hundreds of millions of years. It is not impossible to say that it retains some of its origin. Before the stone puppet, it was obvious that it had gone deep underground to refine the trace of its original origin. This is its own blessing. If it is the source of a true cultivation star, it is impossible for the stone puppet to refine it. This kind of refinement is completely different from the refinement that Yongkai became a star master. The star master and the cultivation star are closely related, we share weal and woe. After Yongkai became the star master, the origin of the dark star still exists, and there is a mysterious connection with him, which allows him to have many conveniences that others cannot have on the dark star. But the stone puppet directly devours and absorbs it, and its origin of refining is gone, and it will only become its powerful capital. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yongkai's mind, and he was sure that his guess should be correct. Since the stone puppet was fine, Yongkai was no longer so worried, and after talking to Qian Tong and Yi Xian, he left the Mind Star and continued on his way forward. It is lonely and boring to advance in the star field, especially when there is no star of cultivation in the surrounding area. Through the star map, Yongkai was able to confirm that the closest cultivation star to him was at least a year away. He was not in a hurry, and sometimes fell on a moving meteorite, and while practicing, he let the meteorite carry him forward. Sometimes he would go to a Death Star to see if he could find anything else. But the Death Star is a Death Star after all, and Yongkai searched many Death Stars in a row, but there was nothing to gain. It was a surprise that there was such a big discovery last time. That kind of accident shouldn't happen a second time. However, on a certain Death Star that he passed by, he left another hidden super space law circle, which is connected with the previous one. During this period of time, Stone Puppet has been sleeping in his space ring without any movement, but Yongkai keenly discovered that there seems to be a thick layer of impurity-like things outside Stone Puppet's body, slowing it down. Slowly wrapped up, forming a stone cocoon-like thing. Just like the Stone Puppet was in the same state before it was born. Stone puppets can still evolve. While Yongkai was suspicious, he was also looking forward to it, wanting to know what would happen to the stone puppet on the day it broke out of its cocoon. And after he himself practiced these days, he also faintly noticed a barrier. That is the shackles of the Void King realm. Only by breaking through this barrier can one achieve the Void King realm. At this time, if he could find a cultivation star and retreat for a year or so, Yongkai would have the confidence to give it a try and see if he could be promoted smoothly. On this day, Yongkai checked the stone puppet's situation habitually. Because the stone puppet has not moved during this year, he basically checks it every once in a while. There has been no abnormality in the stone puppet all the time, but this time, he clearly felt that there was something wrong with the stone puppet. A sign of breaking out of the cocoon. Overjoyed, Yongkai wanted to find a place to stay for a while, waiting for stone puppet to complete his evolution. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai rushed straight towards a nearby meteorite sea. This sea of meteorites is quietly suspended in the void, showing no signs of moving, and it happens to be used as a place to stay. But when Yang Kai approached the meteorite sea, he suddenly frowned. He noticed the aura of living beings, hidden in the sea of meteorites, and there was more than one. Although those auras were hidden, each one was extremely powerful, and they were all void-returning mirror experts. It is also thanks to Yang Kai's strong spiritual power, otherwise, he would not have been able to find it. This group of people are hiding here furtively, apparently with some kind of plot. Yang Kai felt bad luck, and didn't want to be involved in any muddy water, so he turned around and left. But as soon as he moved, a brilliance suddenly flashed in the distance, and then, a beam of light shot straight from behind a meteorite. There was an unimaginable terrifying power in that ray, even if it was dozens of miles away, it hit in an instant, making Yang Kai feel a sense of crisis that his skin was tense. Void King Realm. Yang Kai's face sank, and there was a Void King Realm expert hidden in the meteorite sea. He didn't even notice it just now. Although with his current strength, he is invincible under the Void King Realm, but facing the Void King Realm, he still dare not take it lightly. The Void King Realm and the Void Returning Mirror are completely different existences, otherwise there would not be so many Void Returning third-layer powerhouses who would be stuck in the Void King Realm checkpoint for a lifetime, and would not be able to advance an inch for a lifetime. The opponent made a sudden move, obviously planning to kill Yang Kai with one blow. But the person who made the attack underestimated Yang Kai's ability after all. Faced with such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai let out a long roar, stretched out his hand, and hundreds of golden blood threads condensed from his own golden blood shot out. These 100 golden blood threads twisted and squirmed, intertwined with each other, forming a golden shield directly behind Yang Kai. Chapter 1733. Can I talk now? Boom! There was a loud noise, and at the same time as the golden light splashed, Yang Kai also flew upside down, spattering a mouthful of blood in midair. The blood shield he was proud of, which was made up of hundreds of golden blood threads intertwined, could not completely block this blow, which made him terrified. But this moment of confrontation also made him see clearly what was attacking him. It was a long spear, 1 foot long and short, the thickness of a baby's arm, and the whole body of the spear was full of brilliance, and there were extremely extraordinary spiritual fluctuations surging on it. Void King level secret treasure. Although the secret treasure's body long spear was blocked by the blood shield, the power coming out of the long spear could not be completely blocked, and it invaded Yang Kai's body, instantly making him feel as if he had been pierced by countless needles. The pain was incomparable, and his face suddenly distorted. With the strength of the person who shot the sneak attack, and the terrifying power of this long spear, the general Void Return 3-layer would indeed be killed immediately, but Yang Kai had a strong foundation after all, so he only suffered a small injury. From Gloom Star to the present, it was the first time I found a place where there were people, but I didn't expect to be attacked by a Void King realm with a Void King secret treasure. Yang Kai was furious, turned his head, like an enraged beast, stared fiercely at the sea of meteorites, then quickly flew away into the distance, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And the long spear that attacked Yang Kai flew back the same way after a blow, and fell into the hands of a middle-aged man standing on a huge meteorite. This middle-aged man had a sinister appearance, a tall figure, and was wearing a navy blue robe. The place where he stood was filled with a gloomy and cold atmosphere, and no one dared to approach him in a radius of 10 feet. Holding his own secret treasure, the sinister middle-aged man showed some surprise on his face, as if he didn't expect that his blow would fail to kill Yang Kai. It's interesting, not only did you find your hiding place early, but you were not killed on the spot after taking a blow from me. The sinister middle-aged man sneered, glanced in the direction where Yang Kai was escaping, and said, "Who do you know that person?" Around him, there were at least 20 void-returning mirrors, and all of them were strong men above the second level of void-returning, and none of them were at the first level. Hearing this, they looked at each other, and all shook their heads. Said that he didn't know Yang Kai. Since you don't know each other, then he is not from there. It seems that he is passing by. The sinister middle-aged man pondered for a while, but this matter is of great importance, and no mistakes can be tolerated, even if he is passing by. Yes, you can't let it go. My lord, can he survive after being hit by you? Someone asked. They all saw the blow from the sinister middle-aged man just now, and everyone present did not have the confidence to take such a blow without dying. Although the other party didn't know where it came from, it was obviously just a void return mirror, and naturally there was no exception. Be careful, there is no big mistake, Zhang Fu, Lu Dong, go and bring his body back to me. The shady middle-aged man ordered. He obviously believed that Yang Kai must die, and he was just dying to escape. Yes. The two void-returning third-layer realms who were named immediately agreed, sacrificed their star shuttles, and chased after Yang Kai's escaped location. 30,000 miles away from where Yang Kai was attacked, on a meteorite, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, staring at the direction he came from, and waited quietly. Although he didn't know why the Void King realm attacked him for no reason just now, judging from the furtiveness of those people, it was obvious that they were ambushing someone, and even if he passed by unintentionally, he might have disturbed their plans. That's why he attracted the opponent's attack, trying to kill people to silence him. That being the case, if I run away now, the other party will definitely not let it go. There should be pursuers coming. It was precisely because of this judgment that Yang Kai stopped on purpose and did not leave in a hurry. After suffering such a big loss for no reason, how could Yang Kai let it go? Although the opponent's blow just now was terrifying, Yang Kai also noticed that the person who shot was just a Void King First Order. He has even beheaded Luo Hai, so why is he afraid of the first level of Void King? Although there is no Star Emperor token in his hand to use, even if he can't fight, it is still no problem to escape. Luo Hai had been chasing Yang Kai for several months in the star field back then, and was extremely distressed. Could a little-known First Order realm be more powerful than Luo Hai? His guess was indeed correct. After waiting for less than half a cup of tea on this meteorite, two rays of light suddenly appeared in the distance. Judging from the brightness and speed of the lights, there were two people coming. Return to the virtual three-layer environment. There was a sneering smile at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth, and when they got close enough, he pretended to be in a panic, jumped up from the meteorite, sacrificed the star shuttle, and continued to fly forward. It's just that due to his deliberate actions, his light flickered and his speed was extremely slow, as if he had been seriously injured and had reached the end of his strength. The two warriors named Zhang Fu and Lu Dong saw this scene, looked at each other, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. They actually stalked behind Yang Kai unhurriedly, with a mentality of cat and mouse, not in a hurry come forward and kill the killer. Flying forward, Yang Kai looked back from time to time, as if he was afraid that he would be caught up by the other party. This scene made Zhang Fu and Lu Dong even more unscrupulous, not only hanging behind Yang Kai, but also constantly threatening. After an hour, guessing that the distance was about the same, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, turned around, and stood still in the void. With a flash of light, Zhang Fu and Lu Dong appeared at 30 feet in front of Yang Kai, looking at him mockingly. Zhang Fu, who was taller, looked Yang Kai up and down, and sneered, "Boy, you are amazing. After taking a blow from Master Li's soul-breaking gun, you didn't die, which makes Zhang really admire." Lord Li, Yang Kai frowned, his face was gloomy and terrifying, his complexion was snow-white, and he kept coughing lightly while speaking. "I have no grievances with you, dare to ask that Lord Li, why did you attack me?" Quote. Zhang Fu smiled coldly, playing with a ring-shaped secret treasure in his hand in his spare time, his eyes raised slightly and said, "We have no grievances or enmities, I only blame you for not having eyes, and you have to pass by here, hee. Master Li hates his plan being disrupted." "What plan?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Dong, who was standing next to Zhang Fu, said impatiently, "The boy is going to die, why ask so many questions?" "It's because I'm going to die, so I want to ask clearly, lest the death is unclear." Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Do you want to die to understand?" Zhang Fu looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. "Good, it's not that I can't tell you. Anyway, you," Zhang Fu said in a joking tone, but Lu Dong interrupted him before he finished talking. "What are you talking about so much nonsense with him? Hurry up and kill him. It's important for him to go back and return Master Li." "That's right." Zhang Fu nodded in agreement, and then glanced at the space ring in Yang Kai's hand. "This kid can take a blow from Master Li without dying, and he doesn't look like a guy to be messed with. This kind of person is a good thing. There must be a lot. Wait for the things in his ring, let's split 50 to 50. "No problem." Lu Dong nodded. Between the two of them, Yang Kai's belongings were divided up. Anyway, Lord Li only said that he would take the corpse back, but he didn't say that he would bring back the things. These things would naturally fill their pockets. I believe that with the identity of Lord Li, I don't like it, let alone pursue this matter. "Want something from me?" Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said coldly, "I'm afraid you will die to take it." "The kid is crazy." Lu Dong snorted coldly. The next moment, his complexion suddenly changed, his eyeballs protruded outwards, staring at Yang Kai's original location, but there was no one there. Yang Kai didn't know what had disappeared. Suddenly there was a faint chill on the neck, and Zhang Fu's horrified cry sounded beside his ears, "Brother Lu, hide." After all, Lu Dong is also a void-returning third-layer expert. The moment he found out that Yang Kai had disappeared, he realized that something was wrong. Hearing Zhang Fu's reminder at this moment, there was no hesitation. As soon as Sheng Yuan urged him, he had to start from where he was. Dodge. But what made him utterly horrified was that the Saint Yuan in his body was crazily suppressed by a force field, flowing extremely slowly, and even the void around him was completely frozen. Such a powerful potential field. Lu Dong's liver and gallbladder were torn, and he quickly activated his own power field to resist. This is an inevitable means and process of the duel between the void-returning mirror powerhouses. Often the strength of the potential field can determine the final outcome. But the facts made him extremely desperate. Just as his own potential field diffused out of his body, it melted instantly like a snowflake meeting the scorching sun, and it couldn't be formed at all. At this moment, his neck felt cold, and then his gaze suddenly turned upside down. Through his own eyes, he saw a headless corpse standing in the void, spraying out from the neck. The bright red blood like a fountain is magnificent. The clothes, figure, and ring on this man's hand seem to be the same as him. Am I already killed? Lu Dong's forehead froze, and he faintly realized something, but soon, darkness fell, swallowing all his consciousness and vitality. Can we talk now? When Yang Kai reappeared, he was already standing 3 feet in front of Zhang Fu. His complexion was rosy, and he still looked like he was injured before. He stared at Zhang Fu coldly, and on his finger, a golden blood thread that seemed to have spirituality flew around, like a spirit snake that chooses to eat people, swallowing out the snake core. Zhang Fu shuddered all over, and a chill hit the soles of his feet from his head, almost making the soles of his feet cramp. Lu Dong, whose strength was equal to his own, was decapitated in the face of the other party. At that moment just now, he only saw a gleam of golden light flashing on Lu Dong's neck, and he didn't even see clearly how Yang Kai did it. In this world, is there such a powerful void return mirror? Even if Lord Li wanted to kill himself and the others, it would be so easy, right? Zhang Fu stood on the spot with a pale face, bead-sized beads of sweat oozed from his forehead and slid down his cheeks. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1734 Taishu Sword Body. Your companion is not very sensible, so he died. Yang Kai looked at Zhang Fu indifferently, without any emotion in his eyes, making Zhang Fu sweat like rain. He wanted to escape, but found that he couldn't muster the courage no matter what. He had a feeling that if he really ran away, he would be the next to be decapitated. I hope your answer can satisfy me. Yang Kai observed his words and continued to put pressure on Zhang Fu. Zhang Fu's face was ashen, his eyes were terrified and fearful. He pursed his dry lips, and said, if I tell you what you want to know, can you let me go? What do you think? Yang Kai sneered. Zhang Fu's body trembled, and he said in a shy voice, since you won't let me go, why should I cooperate with you? It's just a matter of death. I will give you a good time, so that you will not be aware of your own death. Yang Kai smiled softly. That smile was like a demon crawling out of hell. Zhang Fu felt that facing this young man was more frightening than facing Master Li. I need to think about it. Zhang Fu swallowed his saliva, and when he spoke, his eyes wandered from side to side, obviously looking for a way to escape. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, and suddenly flicked his fingers. Under the shining golden light, Zhang Fu suddenly screamed, and quickly stepped back. But only when his body moved, an extremely powerful potential field wrapped him up, making him unable to move a single inch. Zhang Fu's eyeballs trembled violently, and he looked down. He suddenly found that an inch or so of fingers on the front of his left hand had been cut off by some kind of sharp weapon. The incision was neat, and blood spattered into the void. This kind of pain is actually nothing to a void-returning mirror who has been in battle for a long time. What really frightens Zhang Fu is that he has no power to fight back in front of Yang Kai. We are both in the third layer of void return, but the other party is like a high god, who can easily control his own life and death. The golden light shines again. Zhang Fu felt the pain again, and the finger that had been cut off by an inch was actually cut off by an inch again. The severed finger was floating in the void, slowly drifting away into the distance. The other party didn't speak anymore, just kept shaking his fingers, and the golden thread wrapped around his hand kept shining. 1 inch, another inch. Zhang Fu's left hand became shorter inch by inch, until the entire palm was cut off. Yang Kai still didn't intend to stop, but continued this movement with relish, controlling the cut-off size without any hesitation. Difference. To Zhang Fu's astonishment, while the other party continued this game-like method, there was an extremely cold voice. After cutting your left hand, I will cut your right hand, and then your left leg, right leg. I believe that with your cultivation level, you will not die for a while, and then I will cut your body inch by inch. Don't worry, I guarantee that you will live well before I cut your heart veins, yes, so that you can see exactly how you died. Zhang Fu couldn't restrain the panic in his heart any longer, resisted the piercing pain, and shouted, "Enough, I will tell you everything you want to know. Don't torture me anymore. There is only one death left and right, and short-term pain is worse than long-term pain." Zhang Fu really couldn't bear to see how he died with his own eyes. Just thinking about that scene already made him shudder. The movement of Yang Kai's hand was slightly paused, and he looked at him leisurely, and smiled lightly. "If you do this earlier, you will suffer less torture, why bother?" Zhang Fu gritted his teeth and growled, "Win the king and lose the bandit, I'll just tell you." "Okay, who are you guys?" Yang Kai didn't hesitate and asked directly. "We belong to the Sword Union." "Sword Alliance?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The Sword Union is considered a big force in the star field, and it controls several cultivation stars. Although it is not as large as the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, its strength is not to be underestimated. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had also dealt with the warriors of the Sword Alliance, but that was many years ago. In the Star Field, in addition to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, the Sword League, and forces like the Purple Star, there are also many forces such as the Spine of the Galaxy, the Abandoned Lair, etc., each occupying a certain territory of the Star Field. Competing for supremacy among each other, occasionally some large and small frictions will break out. "Who are you hiding there? Who are you going to ambush?" Yang Kai asked again. Zhang Fu's eyes flickered for a moment, he seemed a little hesitant, but finally he gritted his teeth and said, "He's also a member of our Sword League." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Zhang Fu immediately shouted, "I didn't lie to you. The only thing we want to ambush is our enemy. Although everyone belongs to the Sword League, there are always factions." Yang Kai nodded slightly. From the eyes of the other party, Yang Kai saw that he did not lie, and the explanation was reasonable. For a big force like the Sword League, it is naturally impossible to be monolithic internally. There will always be some internal struggles, but it is a bit unbelievable to get to such an extent to ambush and sneak attack like this. "Be specific." To be on the safe side, Yang Kai asked. Since Zhang Fu has chosen to cooperate, it is naturally impossible to hide anything, and immediately talked to Yang Kai in detail. In Sword League, there are several different factions, but there are two largest factions. One is the faction represented by the current leader, and the other is the faction where the deputy leader belongs. They have been fighting openly and secretly for many years. The Master Li, he said before, whose real name is Li Minghai, is one of the most powerful men in the Sword League, and belongs to the faction of the vice leader of the Sword League. This time, the person they ambushed and attacked here was the rising star of the leader's faction, and also the descendant of Ji Yu Kanyan, the leader of the Sword League, Ji Yu Jianxin. A rising star, even a descendant of your lord, isn't it worth mobilizing so many people? Is he actually dispatching the Void King realm to ambush? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Fu in astonishment, and thoughtfully said, "What does this person deserve so much from you? Where did you do it?" Zhang Fu smiled wryly. "If it's an ordinary void returning mirror, naturally you don't need to pay too much attention to it, but the young Alliance Master is a Taishu sword body that has never been seen in the world, and now it has reached the level of the void returning third layer. If he is promoted to the Void King realm, the faction of the vice leader will surely have no future. Therefore, we planned this operation when the young leader didn't have any strong helpers around him this time, but your appearance made Mr. Li feel that the plan was being overthrown. Interference, that's why I want to kill you." Taishu sword body. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. "Is this a special physique? It can make you fearful here, so is it very powerful?" Young leader is only 60 years old this year, and he has already reached the third level of void return. Do you think he is powerful? Zhang Fu looked solemn. "I think your real age is not very old, but your strength is quite impressive, but if we meet our young alliance leader, we may not be sure who wins and who loses." "Really?" Yang Kai chuckled. "A martial artist who cultivated to the third level of returning to the void at the age of less than 60 is indeed already extremely talented. However, Yang Kai's age seems to be around 50. Calculated, it is more powerful than that Ji Yu Jianxin. However, warriors often don't notice the passage of time when they are practicing, so they don't care much about age. If you say that, I'm a little interested in your young leader." Yang Kai smiled. Zhang Fu looked him up and down, nodded and said, "People like you will collide with each other one day, and sparks will be splashed. But, the young leader must be able to escape this pursuit. Alright, what you want to know, I have already told you, you can do it now. Go all the way. Yang Kai nodded lightly at him. Do it, Zhang Fu urged impatiently, but there was still no sign of Yang Kai making a move, but the next moment, his consciousness was blurred. Sure enough, no pain. Standing at the same place, Yang Kai took down the space rings of Zhang Fu and Lu Dong, popped out 2 magic flames, and burned their bodies, and then took a thoughtful look at Luan, the Imperial Envoy Star Shuo, go back. He didn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble, but Li Minghai didn't ask the reason, just because he passed by, he directly killed the killer, and he couldn't bear it. After being hit by someone, how can there be any reason not to fight back? He is going to join in the fun. It would be great if he could find a chance to kill Li Minghai. In the sea of AA meteorites, a group of warriors headed by Li Minghai waited silently, like a dormant beast, waiting for an opportunity to move. After a long time, someone frowned and said, why haven't Zhang Fu and Lu Dong come back? With their abilities, they should have succeeded, right? Is there any danger? How can there be any danger around here? You don't want to say that he was killed by that guy, right? How is it possible? It was a fluke for the passerby to survive Master Li's blow. How could he have the strength to kill Zhang Fu and Lu Dong? However, it's really strange not to come back for such a long time. My lord, do you want to belong to me? Go out and look for it. The man asked Li Minghai while talking. No need, if they can't even do this little thing, it's useless to live. Don't act rashly. In a day or two, the battleship of the young leader will pass by here. We just wait quietly. Quote, yes. After talking for a few words, the group of people remained silent, just occasionally glanced in a certain direction, looking forward to the arrival of the young leader's warship. This sea of AA meteorites is huge, and it is extremely easy to hide, otherwise Li Minghai would not have chosen to ambush Ji Yu Jengson's battleship in this place. It is precisely because it is so big that when Yang Kai sneaked around from an extremely far away position, no one found him. At this moment, Yang Kai is only 100 miles away from Li Minghai and the others. He also hit on a meteorite, looking in the direction of Li Minghai and the others with a cold expression. With his current strength, he can definitely go forward and do a big fight. Even if he can't do anything with that Li Minghai, it's no problem to kill a few of his subordinates before calmly retreating. But Yang Kai didn't plan to do this. Li Minghai was the one who injured him before, so he naturally wanted to settle the score with Li Minghai. He is also waiting for that young leader to come over, waiting for the two of them to fight, and then wait for the opportunity to sneak attack, and use his own way to deal with him. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1735 Ji Yu Jianshin. Dormant somewhere in the meteorite sea, Yang Kai concealed his figure and aura. He believed that even if the opponent had a Void King Realm expert, it would be impossible to find his trace when they were hundreds of miles away from each other. He checked the situation of the stone puppet again. Before, it was because he noticed some changes in the stone puppet that he wanted to settle in this sea of AA meteorites but was discovered and attacked by that Li Minghai. While waiting now, he naturally turned his attention to stone puppet. Looking at it, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The stone cocoon-like thing that wrapped the stone puppet actually cracked the gaps, just like the situation when the stone puppet was born, and now the stone puppet is obviously about to break out of its shell again. The space ring is not a suitable place, and neither is the meteorite sea. Yang Kai doesn't know if the stone puppet's evolution will cause any obvious signs. If it stays here, it will only be discovered by Li Minghai and others. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only sacrifice the mysterious boundary orb, and took the stone puppet into the mysterious small boundary. Ever since the elites of the human, monster, and demon races from the Tongshuan continent were brought to the Ling Shaozong, the mysterious Shaoji had once again been vacant, and now that Yang Kai had arrived, the interior was still silent. The stone cocoon was placed in front of Yang Kai, and he stared at it quietly. After a while, the stone cocoon made a crackling sound, and the existing cracks became bigger, more numerous, and denser. Finally, when the stone cocoon was covered with cracks, the stone puppet burst out from it. The small body deftly landed in front of Yang Kai. The eyes that originally only had a faint charm, became extremely bright at this moment, as if they contained the light of wisdom. Seeing Yang Kai staring at him, stone puppet grinned and stood there, scratching his head with his knee-length arms. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and let out his spiritual mind to scan stone puppet. Nothing special. After a while, he murmured, with a look of suspicion on his face. This time the stone puppet's evolution, he thought it would bring about some earth-shaking changes to the stone puppet. But now it seems that my expectations are a bit too high. The stone puppet looks a little different than before. After all, it devoured a lot of rare minerals on that Death Star. After condensing the essence of these minerals, the stone puppet will definitely increase in strength and strength. This is equivalent to a martial artist who eats the panacea used for cultivation, and his strength will definitely increase. But if we say that there are too many changes, there are no. On the contrary, the stone puppet's eyes became brighter, and it was obvious that their spiritual intelligence had also increased, but it was not to such an extent. Let me see if it gets bigger. Yang Kai ordered stone puppet. When the stone puppet got the order, it turned into a stone giant in an instant, with a height of 10 feet, majestic, and the sense of oppression was extremely fierce. What about the lava armor? Yang Kai asked again. The scorching sun's real fire immediately appeared on the stone puppet's body surface, making its whole body turn red, and the armor covering its body was as terrifying as flowing magma. Sure enough, there is no significant change. Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. Still unable to understand the reason, it is reasonable to say that stone puppet devoured the remaining trace of the source on the Death Star, which is definitely of great benefit. After all, after devouring it, its reaction was extremely strong, and it even turned into a stone cocoon. But the final result was somewhat surprising. I can't figure it out for the time being, and Yang Kai didn't continue to explore it. Anyway, the road is long, and there is always time to study the stone puppet to restore its shape, and then left mysterious small world with it. Just when he returned to the meteorite he hid before, Yang Kai sensed something was wrong. Hundreds of miles away, Li Minghai and a group of people all performed the secret technique of concealing the breath, which almost disappeared in Yang Kai's perception. And there is a warship approaching here from a very far position. The battleship where the young leader of the Sword League is located. It came so soon, no wonder Li Minghai didn't hesitate to kill the killer when he found himself. Obviously, the time they planned was very tight at that time, and he didn't want any accidents, so he didn't hesitate to do it himself. In the end, not only did he fail, but he also provoked a hidden enemy for himself. If Li Minghai knew this, he didn't know how he would feel. Yang Kai looked at the location of the battleship and the direction it was traveling, and estimated that the two sides would hand over within an hour at most. At the moment, I hold my breath even more, waiting for the good show to debut. Time passed by little, and the atmosphere in the huge sea of AA meteorites seemed to have become a little dignified. And as the battleships approached, Yang Kai discovered that there were more than one battleship of the Sword Alliance Young Master, and a slightly larger battleship in the middle was about 30 feet long. On the left and right sides, there is also a slightly smaller warship, which is also 20 feet long. This is obviously a team composed of 3 warships. The distance is too far, and Yang Kai doesn't know what grade these 3 battleships are, but they will definitely not be lower than the virtual grade. Zhenwu is not small. False-class warships can be regarded as the treasure of the clan on Gloom Star, but here, there are 3 of them appearing together. However, the appearance of these 3 battleships is not the same as that refined by Yang Yan. Strictly speaking, they are more like big ships, especially the one in the middle, which is like a huge ship sailing in the void. The collision angle is as sharp as a knife, and the shape of the entire battleship is extremely smooth. From a distance, it looks like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, showing its sharpness. On the decks of the 3 battleships, there were vaguely active figures of warriors. The warship sailing was unaware of the crisis ambush in the meteorite sea, and was still driving straight towards this side. When the distance between each other was only about 50 miles away, Li Minghai, who was hidden in the meteorite, made a decisive move. Even separated by hundreds of miles, Yang Kai could clearly feel a clear wave of energy coming from that side. Immediately, this wave of energy became more and more intense, and in some places in the meteorite sea, even more intense glare emerged. Immediately afterwards, dozens of pillars of pure white light shot out from the sea of AA meteorites like arrows leaving the string, and covered the 3 warships in the distance like thunder. With such an obvious abnormality and such a strong energy fluctuation, the 3 warships have obviously sensed the impending crisis. The warriors on the deck rushed to each other for help, and each sacrificed their defensive secret treasures to block in front of the battleship force. And the 3 warships also made a defensive response at an extremely fast speed. With a flash of brilliance, the 3 warships all lit up energy light films visible to the naked eye. Not only that, they even made evasive movements in an attempt to escape from the attacked area. But Li Minghai and the others had been lurking here for a long time, they were well prepared, and the timing of the sneak attack was just right, so it was impossible to avoid all such attacks. Dozens of pillars of pure white light submerged the three warships in an instant. From a distance, it seemed that the three rocks were submerged by huge waves. A brighter light erupted from a certain place, and it turned out that the battleship on the far left could not withstand such an attack. First, the defensive shield was disintegrated and breached, and then, the huge ship was directly pierced by several beams of light. After such a heavy damage, this warship exploded directly. No one has escaped such destruction. The warriors on this battleship, together with the battleship itself, were completely wiped out in the first round of sneak attack by Li Minghai and others. The battleship on the right was luckier. Although the defensive shield was disintegrated in a very short time, it did not suffer too many attacks. There were only 2 beams of pure white light piercing the hull. Although the battleship was completely scrapped, it did not explode after all, and it is unknown how many people died. The warrior slaves who were still alive fled from the battleship in a panic, and everyone was inexplicably panicked, looking for the enemy's traces, like hatred. Among the 3 battleships, only the center position, the largest battleship, is in the best condition. Although it has suffered more attacks than the other 2 ships, the grade of this battleship is obviously extremely high, and the defensive shield has not been completely breached, but it has become extremely dim. Before everyone came back to their senses, Li Minghai and others had already rushed forward. The moment the attack was launched, Li Minghai and the others had already started to act. They seemed to have anticipated this situation, so as soon as they came to the front of the battleship, they sacrificed their own attack secrets and bombarded the battleship. Past. The already dim defensive shield was finally completely broken. Li Minghai, it turned out to be you. A terrifying roar came from the living battleship. From the sound, it could be deduced that the owner of the voice was not very old, but he seemed a little angry because of the outrageous anger. How could you, if you dare to attack this young master? Do you know what the consequences will be? Of course I know the consequences of attacking the young leader. Li Minghai, who was recognized in the crowd, looked indifferent and showed no signs of panic. How can you not understand? It's just that if you want to use the rules of the alliance to suppress the old man, let's wait until the young leader can escape this calamity. Okay, very good. It seems that you are ready to bear the wrath of this young master. At the same time as Ji Yu Jengson's voice came out from the battleship, a young figure appeared on the battleship deck. He was handsome, his eyes were as rich as jade, and there was an extremely sharp charm in his eyes, just like 2 sharp swords that could hurt the soul were hidden in those 2 eyes. The young leader of the Sword League, Ji Yu Jianxin. He stood straight on the deck, even facing a Void King like Li Minghai. He still did not change his expression was indifferent, his waist was straight like a sharp sword. Beside Ji Yu Jianxin, on the left and on the right, stood 2 women. One was tall, with big breasts and buttocks, and her eyes were moving, seeming to have an indescribable charm, while the other was petite, with picturesque eyebrows, and one had the long black hair can almost cover the buttocks. The temperament of the 2 women is completely different. The only thing in common is that, like Ji Yu Jianxin, there is no look of fear on their faces, but a little eager to try. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AC plus or minus a degree a diaresis T. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1736. 3 Swords with the Same Glory. The gazes of Li Minghai and Ji Yu Jianxin collided in the void, sparking fierce sparks. The former frowned slightly. He was shocked to find that Ji Yu Jengson's aura seemed to be thicker than when he saw him last time. The rumors are indeed true. If there are no accidents, Ji Yu Jianxin, the leader of the Young Alliance, will be able to attack the Void King realm in the last 3 to 5 years. Once he is allowed to attack successfully and advance to the Void King realm, with his special physique of the Taishu sword body, coupled with the left and right sword servants behind him, no one in the Void King realm will be his opponent, even the Void King. He can fight at the 2nd level of the king. Monster. No wonder Wei Qianzong, the deputy leader, was in a hurry to get rid of Ji Yu Jianxin. Obviously, he also noticed the horror of Ji Yu Jengson's growth. Fortunately, this opportunity is rare. As long as Ji Yu Jianxin and his group are killed, the future Sword League will be ruled by the vice leader faction. A genius who has not grown up will never be a real genius. Li Minghai, my young master just asks one question. Ji Yu Jianxin stood on the deck with his hands behind his back. How do you know that this young master will pass by here? Li Minghai narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a cold voice, young leader already has the answer in his heart, why bother to ask this old man? Ji Yujianxin nodded slightly. It seems that there is indeed an unbelievable person by my young master's side. Very good, after this incident, this young master will find him out. Young leader, don't worry about it anymore, you have no future. Li Minghai waved his hand while speaking, and sternly shouted, kill them all, don't let a single one go. If they get away from anyone, they will be in great trouble. This time their actions are based on the intention of leaving no one alive. With an order, the void-returning mirror warriors around Li Minghai took action one after another, attacking the warriors who had escaped in groups. In the battleship where Ji Yujianxin was located, a large number of warriors also emerged, and they greeted them without hesitation. For a time, the star field near the meteorite sea was filled with colorful brilliance, and the power of secret treasures and secret techniques continued to bloom. Although the number of people on Li Minghai's side is not many, only 30 at most, but all of them are strong men with more than 2 levels of return to the void, so their combat effectiveness is particularly strong. As for Ji Yujianxin's team, although there were more than 200 people, their cultivation levels were uneven, and their high-end combat power was not as high as that of Li Minghai's. More importantly, with a Void King realm like Li Minghai sitting in charge, the pressure on people was too great, and the void-returning mirror warriors on Ji Yujianxin's side couldn't exert their full strength. Therefore, as soon as the two sides came into contact, warriors died continuously, and all of them were from Ji Yujianxin's side, but Li Minghai's side had no casualties. For a moment, Li Minghai's side was as imposing as a rainbow, and the oppressive Ji Yujianxin's men and horses cried out in agony. The battle had already started, but Li Minghai was not in a hurry to make a move. He looked at Ji Yujianxin and the two women beside him, with a serious look gradually appearing between his brows. It seemed that the man and woman in front of him were opponents worthy of his seriousness. He didn't move, and Ji Yujianxin, who was on the weaker side, naturally didn't dare to act rashly. He could only watch his subordinates fall one by one, wanting to tear him apart. After a while, Li Minghai said calmly, Master, do you do it yourself, or do you need the old man to give you a ride? Old dog Li, do you think you have settled for the young master? Ji Yujianxin said coldly. Li Minghai shook his head slowly. Since Li dared to do something here, he was naturally prepared. The dragon among the masters of the Young League, who bears the sword body of Taishu, and the left and right sword attendants have practiced together since childhood, and they are connected with each other. It is indeed extremely difficult to deal with, but, after all, young lord, you have not reached the Void King realm. If you have already reached the Void King realm, this old man is definitely not your opponent, but unfortunately, you are destined to be unable to escape today, young lord. If you can escape, you will know if you try. Ji Yujianxin shouted loudly, and suddenly a snow-white long sword appeared in his hand, wrapped in sword light, and jumped out from the deck. The sword light was like a round sun rising, covering the earth, extremely powerful. At the same time as he was moving, the two women who had been standing behind him also moved together. Like Ji Yujianxin, they took out their long sword secret treasures, wrapped them in the light of the sword, and followed Ji Yujianxin closely. After Kenshin. Different from Ji Yujianxin, the two women's zhenwu showed a vision of a crescent moon and stars. When the sword light was swaying, it was like the moonlight pouring down in the sky full of stars. The three sword lights merged into one halfway, exuding a power that surpassed the void return mirror, as if they wanted to cut through the world. Dragging the long tail of the sword light, they slashed at Li Minghai. Li Minghai's eyes glowed, and he seemed to be shocked by Ji Yujianxin's secret technique, and he yelled, the secret technique of the three swords of the sun, moon and star with the same brilliance really deserves its reputation. With this blow alone, you, the young lord, can hit the void returning mirror invincibly. It's a pity, your left and right sword servants are not as good as you are, and you are not at the Void King realm, so I will let this old man tell you how big the gap is between the Void King realm and the void returning mirror. While speaking, an invisible force spread out from Li Minghai's body. Field. It has been 500 years since Li Minghai was promoted to the Void King realm. It can be said that he is already a veteran Void King realm expert. But that is a field after all. The void returning mirror that is shrouded in the field is destined to be completely suppressed and do nothing. However, Li Minghai's field couldn't stop the three of Ji Yujianxin at all. From the sword light of the three of them, another different force surged out, easily breaking through Li Minghai's field. Blockade. A light flashed in Li Minghai's eyes, and he shouted, Minghai Domain Separation Mirror. The Lord really gave you this rare treasure. Minghai Domain Division Mirror, Void King level secret treasure. After using it, can resist the domain field of Void King realm powerhouse to a large extent. If the opponent is not strong enough, it is possible to disintegrate the domain field. Looking at the entire star field, this rare treasure is also famous. After all, there are not many secret treasures in the entire star field that can resist the field. With the help of the power of this strange treasure, Jiyu Jianxin and the two sword servants were not suppressed by Li Minghai's domain, and still sent the attack to Li Minghai. Facing the Sun Moon Star Three Swords Qi Wei's secret technique, Li Minghai was not careless, flipped his wrist, and the long spear secret treasure that had attacked Yang Kai before suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand, and the mighty Saint Yuan poured into it, shaking his head. A gun flower, shooting out extremely terrifying power from the tip of the gun, actually fought a personal battle with Jiyu Jianxin and the three of them. The sound of jingling sounded in an instant. Gun shadows and sword lights filled the huge space, and the figures of Li Minghai and Jiyu Jianxin could hardly be seen anymore. In the distance, Yang Kai stared at all this in astonishment, with a surprised expression on his face. Being able to fight against the Void King realm with the cultivation base of the Void Returning Mirror is not something that can be done casually, but Jiyu Jianxin did it. Although he borrowed the abilities of the other two women, after all, there was no downside in a short period of time. Moreover, those two women's cultivation bases were obviously not as good as Jiyu Jianxin's, and they both seemed to be at the Void Return level too. But a certain secret technique practiced by the three of them can condense the three forces into one, exerting a strength beyond the Void Return Mirror. The young leader of the Sword League is really amazing. When the two sides were fighting, Yang Kai had already run out of his hiding place, and came to the closest position to the battlefield, hiding his body and secretly investigating. He put 80% of his attention on Li Minghai, ready to see if there was any suitable opportunity to sneak attack. To deal with Void King realm like Li Minghai, if the timing is not grasped, it will only alert him, so Yang Kai can only wait patiently. Originally, he was a little worried that Jiyu Jianxin and the others would be defeated in one blow, but now it seems that the young leader can fight with him for a while. While investigating, Yang Kai found a few escaping lights, which escaped towards the meteorite sea. Obviously, the battlefield has begun to expand, and some warriors who are invincible are trying to escape, and this meteorite sea full of meteorites is undoubtedly the best place to escape. Fleeing ahead were two slightly weaker fighters. Judging by their size, they should be women. And the ones chasing behind were the fighters from Li Minghai's side. From the point of view of escape, the cultivation base of the two fleeing women is only at the third level of the Holy King. Such a cultivation base is really useless in this kind of battle. However, the warriors chasing behind them have the second level of Void Return, and their strengths differ greatly. It is already a miracle that the two of them can escape from the battle circle. Because of Li Minghai's order not to leave anyone alive, the Void Returning Realm two-layer warrior didn't intend to let the two women go, and chased after them, and the distance between the two sides was quickly shortened. The relationship between the two women is obviously good. Even if they were fleeing, they did not abandon each other, and they still guarded each other tightly, but what made Yang Kai feel helpless was that the direction they were heading was actually his hiding place. If there is no accident, after a while, they will fly in front of him. Sighing secretly, Yang Kai was ready to make a move. After a while, the two women who were running in front flew past the meteorite where Yang Kai was hiding, such a short distance, plus the two women looked around from time to time, looking for a suitable hiding place. They naturally found Yang Kai. Open existence. The eyes of each other collided. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and the two women on the opposite side were obviously dumbfounded for a while. At this moment, the Void Returning second-layer realm warriors who had been chasing after him finally arrived here, and suddenly bursts of mysterious light shot out from their hands, heading towards the foolish two female hoods. Judging from the power of these attacks, even if the two women resisted with all their strength, they would inevitably be seriously injured. But those profound lights inexplicably dissipated halfway, as if they had never appeared before. What's going on? The Void Return second-layer warrior who was chasing after him was stunned. Before he could react, he saw a golden light flashing in front of his eyes, and there was something like a golden thread cutting through his neck. The body's holy element was like paper paste. It didn't play any defensive role at all, and the pain came, and the warrior's eyes were dark. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. School starts, September, ask for various tickets. School starts today, and my daughter is finally going to kindergarten. For no reason, Xiaomo is even more nervous than when he went to school. He didn't sleep well last night. Is this a strange situation? Ask for all kinds of tickets to appease, Shroud. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Ask for a monthly pass. Please click, please subscribe, read. What? I hope that my magic sound can reach your eardrums. Chapter 1737. In the sea of AA meteorites, Yang Kai stared at the two women not far away in astonishment, seemingly surprised. The two women were undoubtedly more surprised than Yang Kai. When the void return mirror who was chasing him died inexplicably, both women exclaimed in unison, turning their heads and looking around, as if they wanted to see who was helping. There was no one around. They finally turned their eyes back to Yang Kai again. They already had some guesses in their hearts, and there was an unbelievable look in both pairs of beautiful eyes. What are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up! Yang Kai called out in a low voice, waving while shouting. Only then did the two women come to their senses, looked at each other, turned around, and landed 3 feet away in front of Yang Kai, sizing up Yang Kai constantly, with uncertain expressions on their faces. Yang Kai looked at them with a smile, raised his eyebrows and said, "What? I haven't seen you for many years, so you don't recognize me?" Hearing what he said, the two women took a deep breath, confirming that the guess in their hearts was correct, but it was precisely because of this that they found it even more unbelievable. Called, "Yang Kai. It's really you. Did you kill that person just now? How did you become so powerful? Why are you here?" Another woman who looked younger chirped and asked many questions in one breath. After asking, he suddenly became alert again, gritted his teeth and said, "Could it be that you belong to Li Minghai?" As soon as she opened her mouth, it seemed as if she hadn't finished, and Yang Kai didn't have time to answer her questions. The older woman in the lead looked at Yang Kai seriously, then slowly shook her head and said, "Little sister, don't talk nonsense. If he belongs to Li Minghai, how could he help us just now?" Yang Kai chuckled, looked at the younger woman, and teased, "He meow, you are still so reckless." When He Meow heard this, her face turned red, and she twisted a bit and said, "I'm sorry, I was a little surprised." "It's okay." Yang Kai smiled slightly, looked at the two women, and said with emotion, "I didn't expect to see you again in this kind of place after so many years." These two women are the two sisters, He Zhao and He Meow, who were the first warriors Yang Kai encountered when he first entered the star field. After many years, since leaving the Hanging Continent that year, they have never seen each other face to face, so Yang Kai was quite surprised when they first saw each other. But thinking about it carefully, the two sisters, He Zhao and He Meow, are warriors of the Sword League, so it is not impossible for them to appear here. It's just that being involved in such a thing, the luck of the two sisters is pretty bad. "Yeah, I haven't seen you for many years." He Zhao felt a little emotional. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Did you kill that person just now?" Yep. Seeing Yang Kai's admission, even though they had guessed in their hearts, the two sisters were still a little speechless. Back then when they met Yang Kai for the first time, Yang Kai was only at the first level of sainthood. The two sisters had higher cultivation levels than Yang Kai, one at the third level of sainthood and the other at the second level of sainthood. In the past 30 years, they have all grown to the third level of the Holy King. Their aptitude is not bad, and their progress is extremely fast. But compared with Yang Kai, it seems that it is still not enough. Being able to instantly kill a Void Return 2 layer, even under the premise of a sneak attack, also shows that Yang Kai has at least reached the level of the Void Return mirror. Maybe, it's the Void Return 3rd layer. Because at the moment when Yang Kai made a move just now, He Zhao felt the energy fluctuation not weaker than that of the young leader Jiyu Jianxin. Both sisters were deeply shocked. Suddenly, He Zhao's expression changed again, and he said, "Yang Kai, can I ask you for a favor?" "What? Save my master." "Your master?" Yang Kai frowned, and quickly realized that what He Zhao was talking about should be that beautiful woman Yuxi. When they were in trouble on the Hanging Continent, Yuxi, the master of the He Zhao sisters, was also there. Yang Kai had some dealings with her, and they didn't get along very happily, because Yang Kai's place of origin was too remote, and his cultivation because the realm is not high. Yuxi looks down on Yang Kai very much. Furthermore, Yang Kai also killed one of Yu Zai's apprentices, causing Yuxi to hate Yang Kai even more. However, due to various reasons, Yuxi changed her perception of Yang Kai, and in the end, with the help of Yang Kai's power, she successfully left the Hanging Continent, but the facts proved that her apprentice was not a good thing, and death was not a pity. Yuxi is here too. Yang Kai glanced at the battlefield again, only seeing a large area of AA brilliance flashing in his eyes, and it was impossible to tell who was fighting. He Zhao had an anxious look on his face. "We were able to escape, thanks to Master who delayed the enemy, but her situation is not optimistic, and I don't know how long she can last. Yang Kai, can you?" She obviously also knew that her request was a little too much. The battlefield was in chaos right now, and even Void King realm powerhouses were fighting, and anyone who broke into it might be turned into ashes. But she is a third-layer Saint King, unable to help Yushi at all, so she can only bite the bullet and ask Yongkai for help. Brother Yang, He Miao called out in a low voice, with a look of pleading on her face. Now she also lacked her usual wit and vigor, and seemed a little lost. He Miao almost burst into tears when he thought of the possibility that the master who raised him might perish in that battlefield. Maybe it was because of the experience of escaping from the hanging continent back then, or maybe it was because Yongkai just killed a Void Return 2-layer warrior with a single strike, which caused the two sisters to have inexplicable confidence in Yongkai, as if they thought that as long as he made a move, the master will be safe and sound. Yushi had a bad impression on Yongkai at the beginning, but she had nothing to say to her two apprentices, otherwise she would not have been alone in danger, delaying the enemy and letting He Zhao and He Miao escape. Yongkai pondered. Seeing this, He Zhao and He Miao didn't dare to urge anything, and could only wait anxiously. After a while, Yongkai raised his eyes and said seriously, speaking of which, the reason why I hide here is mainly to sneak attack on that Li Minghai. He Zhao and He Miao suddenly exclaimed, looking at Yongkai in shock. An incredible brilliance appeared in her beautiful eyes. A void returning mirror actually wants to sneak attack the Void King realm. Speaking of, this kind of thing is like an ant hiding in the corner, and it has a leg to trip the elephant, which is a little unbelievable. I'm not kidding, I was attacked by him when I passed by here before, so I stayed here. Yongkai looked at them lightly, so it's not convenient for me to come out now. The light in the eyes of the two sisters quickly dimmed. However, since He Miao even shouted out Big Brother, I can't sit idly by. Yongkai chuckled. He Miao looked at Yongkai in surprise. She had been pale and bloodless, and shyness and blush flashed across her palpitations. Come out, Yongkai suddenly shouted. The next moment, a fiery red streamer suddenly shot out from Yongkai's body, and then, the streamer turned into a human form. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman with a hot body appeared strangely in front of He Zhao and He Miao. This beautiful woman has fiery red hair, which is as gorgeous as a burning flame, and the clothes on her body are also fiery red. From such a close distance, both He Zhao and He Miao felt that there was a strange smell in this woman's body. Palpitating energy fluctuations. That is a force of destruction. Master, what are your orders? The woman you asked Yongkai respectfully as soon as she appeared, without even looking at He Zhao and He Miao, as if in her eyes, the two women were like air and could be ignored. You go with them and protect their safety. Yongkai pointed to sisters He Zhao and He Miao. The woman then turned her attention to the two sisters and nodded slightly. Yongkai, she is. He Zhao asked hesitantly. My friend, you can call her Lu Yan. Yongkai replied. Even Yongkai didn't notice that when he introduced Lu Yan to He Zhao and He Miao, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a faint but bright light. It turned out to be Sister Lu Yan, and this time I will have Sister Lao. Although He Zhao could see that Lu Yan was not a physical creature, but the other party showed a very intelligent appearance, and she did not dare to neglect her in the slightest. Master's order, Lu Yan will obey. Lu Yan didn't talk much, but he was concise. Go. Yongkai nodded lightly at Lu Yan. Lu Yan understood, twisted his figure, turned into a streamer again, and before He Zhao could react, he got into her body. He Zhao exclaimed, but soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because she felt that there was an extremely terrifying power dormant in her body, although this power was not under her control, and even brought her a little hot discomfort, but if there was this power, then Master can be rescued from that battlefield. She looked at Yongkai gratefully. Thank you. Be careful. Yongkai smiled slightly. Sisters He Zhao and He Miao looked at each other before fleeing towards the battlefield. With Lu Yan's assistance, the safety of the two sisters will be no problem. Since swallowing the mass of dry thunder flames from Huo Yaozong, Lu Yan has not only evolved spiritual wisdom but also his strength has skyrocketed. Before devouring it, she was able to single-handedly fight against the strong Void Return third layer without losing the wind. After devouring, she can fight with ordinary Void King first-level powerhouses. In that battlefield, only Li Minghai was at the Void King realm, and none of the rest was a match for Lu Yan. It is conceivable that He Zhao He Miao, who returned to the battlefield with Lu Yan, would give the area a one-sided battle. What changes the battlefield brings? Gathering his mind, Yongkai turned his attention back to the battle circle between Jiyu Zhanxin and Li Minghai. Their battle is the most intense in the entire battlefield, and the energy fluctuation is the largest, so it is very convenient to find it, and Yongkai saw it immediately. Jiyu Zhanxin and his left and right sword attendants are still 3-in-1, wrapped in the light of the sword, the three visions of the sun, moon and stars are shining together, the sword light is swaying and shooting, Li Minghai's long spear flickers back and forth, as agile as a snake. The two sides have fought so far, it is actually an evenly matched situation. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at ch8296929 Dian Hanji. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1738 You Have No Chance. Yang Kai only glanced at it, and saw that something was wrong with Jiyu Jianxin. When he and the two women performed this secret technique before, the three visions of the sun, moon and stars were extremely bright, and the crescent moon and stars lingered around the sun, nourishing each other, but now, the vision of the sun, moon and stars there were some signs of laxity, and the momentum of the three of them was not as good as before. On the contrary, Li Minghai, as always, did not see any signs of decline. It seems that if there are no accidents, Jiyu Jianxin will still lose in the end. Taking advantage of the fierceness of their battle, Yang Kai also began to move his position, approaching there. It was not easy for Jiyu Jianxin to achieve this step. Even if he couldn't hit Li Minghai severely at the last moment, he might still be able to hinder him. No matter how bad it was still possible to attract Li Minghai's attention. As long as Li Minghai's attention is distracted, Yang Kai can take the opportunity to make a move. In a moment, Yang Kai had already reached somewhere 10 miles away from the battle circle. This is already the limit position that he can get close to. If it goes any further, Li Minghai will definitely notice it. Just as he was hiding his body, Li Minghai's voice came over. Young master, if you only have this ability, then this old man will send you on your way. Jiyu Jianxin didn't speak, and he didn't know if he didn't have the time to talk or didn't want to answer. The sword lights carried by the left and right sword waiters suddenly rose sharply, and instantly turned into a huge sword light with a length of hundreds of feet, fiercely facing Li Minghai cut it off. Li Minghai laughed loudly. Small tricks. At this point, young lord, do you still have to resist? After saying that, the soul-severing spear in his hand shook, and a jet-black mysterious light shot out from the tip of the spear, meeting the huge sword glow. The two rays of light, white and black, collided in midair, and circles of halos spread like ripples towards the surroundings. In the halos, there was a terrifying power that made the void-returning mirror retreat. It can be seen that the fierceness of this confrontation degree. The two distinct rays of light were at a stalemate in the void, but soon, this situation was broken. I don't know what kind of secret technique Li Minghai used, but the pitch-black light soared in a circle and directly suppressed the sword glow. There was a loud bang. The sword light exploded, and amidst muffled groans, three figures shot in different directions. Jiyu Jianxin's face was pale, and there were signs of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, obviously he had suffered some trauma. And his left and right sword servants are even more unbearable. As the servants who practiced together with Jiyu Jianxin since childhood, the left and right sword servants originally existed for Jiyu Jianxin, and their cultivation level was always lower than that of Jiyu Jianxin. Coupled with the fact that they shared more damage just now, the left and right sword waiters were all trembling at this moment, and a large amount of blood overflowed from their mouths and noses, staining their clothes red. Li Minghai's eyes flashed violently. He didn't take the opportunity to take Jiyu Jianxin's life, instead he raised his spear and killed the nearest Zuo Jianxin. As a Void King realm expert, his combat experience is naturally extremely rich. Although this is the best time to kill Jiyu Jianxin, Jiyu Jianxin's identity is extraordinary after all. The treasures are all on his body, so it is not guaranteed that he has other more powerful secret treasures. Li Minghai didn't have the confidence to kill him with one blow. So he will choose Zuo Jianxi as his target. As long as there is no help from Zuo Jianxi, Jiyu Jianxin will not be able to perform the secret art of the three swords of the sun, moon and stars, and he will be able to grind Jiyu Jianxin to death by grinding alone. Li Minghai's actions imprinted in his eyes, and there was a trace of determination and uneasiness in the beautiful eyes of the right sword waiter. He hurriedly stabilized his retreating figure, urged his own holy yuan, and with his sword light, he tried his best to move towards the left sword waiter. Go over there. And Jiyu Jianxin yelled hysterically, Lin Yu, hide. At the same time as he shouted these words, he, like the right sword attendant, rushed over there desperately. The three escaped lights chased Zuo Jianxi together, and the distance was quickly shortened. A sarcasm smile appeared on the corner of Li Minghai's mouth. Sensing that the timing was almost up, he suddenly returned the carbine, threw the soul-destroying spear in his hand viciously, and killed the sword waiter on the right. Everyone froze for a moment. It wasn't until this time that everyone realized that Li Minghai's initial goal was not the left sword servant but the right sword servant. Or maybe he adapts to the situation and chooses a better attack target. After the soul-breaking gun flew out of Li Minghai's control, it shook its head and tail, turned into a giant python, opened its bloody mouth, with a fierce aura, and fell in front of the right sword waiter in an instant, and it was about to bite her swallow. This is a virtual king-level secret treasure in the true sense. It is impossible to catch a person with the right sword alone. If he is hit in the front, the only ending is the fragrance disappearing and the jade dying. At this moment, somewhere on Ji Zhengxin's body, there was a sudden flash of brilliance, and he didn't know whether he used some secret technique or secret treasure. He appeared in front of the right sword servant strangely, and hugged the right sword servant with one hand. Body, protecting her at the side and rear of her body, a cyan treasure armor composed of scales emerged outside her body. On the treasure armor, the brilliance flowed, and at first glance it was an excellent defensive secret treasure. After being activated by the ancient sword heart and holy yuan, a layer of energy light film emerged outside the treasure armor, which seemed extremely strong. Just after all this was done, Li Minghai's attack had already arrived. The giant python swayed and struck Ji Zhengxin's armor. The bright energy light film became dim at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it lasted for less than 2 breaths before it burst into pieces. The remaining power bombarded Ji Zhangxin, and the Ji Zhangxin who hit him had no blood to count, and fell backwards on his back flying out. Even the right sword waiter who was protected by him spurted a mouthful of blood, his face was pale and bloodless. Young leader really values AA love and righteousness, I admire you, but, you can save the first one, can you save the second one? Li Minghai's triumphant voice sounded, with a trace of sarcasm and mockery. Ji Zhangxin, who was flying backwards, looked intently, and suddenly found that Li Minghai did not know when he had killed Zhuo Zhangxi again, and was raising one hand to pat Zhuo Zhangxi. On that palm, the Saint Yuan surged, forming a vortex visible to the naked eye. With the power of the vortex and the coercion of the Void King Realm powerhouse, the suppressed Zhuo Zhangxi couldn't move at all, and couldn't make any resistance. But when death fell, she didn't worry about her own safety. Instead, she looked towards Ji Zhangxin with worried beautiful eyes. Seeing that Ji Zhangxin was not killed, but suffered heavy injuries, she actually showed a hint of relief. She smiled, and her red lips twitched immediately. He couldn't hear her voice, but Ji Zhangxin knew that she was letting him escape. Li Minghai, Ji Zhangxin roared like a wounded beast, resounding through the void. At this moment, his eyes turned red. Young master, go. The right sword attendant, who was held in Ji Zhengxin's arms, grabbed Ji Zhengxin's arm tightly, and shouted in Ji Zhengxin's ear with a crying voice, Sisterling Yu, won't I want you to go all out? As long as you leave, Sisterling Yu's death will be worthwhile. Ji Zhangxin remained motionless, but a look of astonishment appeared on his ferocious and distorted face, and immediately burst out a light of surprise, looking behind Li Minghai. He found that at some point, a figure appeared behind Li Minghai. This person was like a ghost, and he was so close to Li Minghai that he was less than 3 feet away, but old dog Li didn't notice it. Immediately, the man stretched out his hand and pointed forward, and a series of attacks that were as black as ink and shaped like crescent moons suddenly took shape, attacking Li Minghai like a storm. Those attacks contained extremely mysterious and obscure power fluctuations, which Ji Zhangxin could detect even from a long distance away. As soon as the attack came out, Li Minghai finally noticed it, and while yelling, "Hu!" in his mouth, he hurriedly turned around and slapped his attacker. Something that shocked and excited Ji Zhangxin happened. Li Minghai's palm failed to break up all those attacks, and there were still some crescent-like attacks hitting Li Minghai's arm. Old Li Go's arm disappeared strangely little by little. It's as if it never existed, and it's like being swallowed by the void. When the pain came, Li Minghai roared wildly, stretched out his other intact hand, and the soul-breaking gun flew back. He looked at the young man who attacked him with fiery eyes, and said ferociously, "Young man, I want you to pay cost. You don't have this chance." The young man snorted coldly, flipped his wrist, and a green long sword with no edge or blade appeared. The long sword trembled slightly and twisted, and then turned into the image of a green dragon. Slamming, Minghai rushed forward. The sound of the dragon's chant shook the sky, and the power of the dragon filled the air. Li Minghai let out a strange cry, and quickly activated the power of the soul-severing spear, turning into a giant python to meet him again. Two monsters transformed from secret treasures collided and confronted each other in the void, but how could the giant python defeat the giant dragon? After only holding on for a breath, it was completely destroyed by the dragon. Li Minghai's eyes finally showed a look of fear. He wanted to find the trace of the young man who attacked him, but he was shocked to find that he hadn't found it. Just like he appeared like a ghost, after offering the secret treasure, he disappeared like a ghost. A ray of murderous intent struck from behind, and Li Minghai's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly released his domain in an attempt to restore the decline. Although it was only for a moment to confront the young man who sneaked up on him, he was keenly aware that the opponent was only at the third level of the Void Return stage. To deal with the Void Return mirror, the field is undoubtedly the best reliance. Not every one of them, like Jiyu Jianxin, possesses the rare treasure that restrains the domain like the Minghai Division mirror. Li Minghai made a good plan, but what surprised him again was that when his domain diffused, another potential field began to take shape. The field is divided into quarts. In that potential field, contained a mysterious force. The surrounding space began to collapse, and space cracks like gossamer threads filled Li Minghai's surroundings, wrapping him airtight. The power of space! Li Minghai exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, the green dragon that destroyed the giant python had already rushed in front of him, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Li Minghai. Behind him, the chill was overwhelming, and the murderous intent enveloped Li Minghai like a tidal wave. He was actually besieged on all sides, in a desperate situation. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1739, Fall of the Void King. Old Dog Li, Jiyu Jianxin also killed him at some point. The sun-like sword light dazzled people, like a falling star crashing towards Li Minghai. At the same time, the surroundings suddenly burst into golden light, and golden threads danced like a group of snakes, cutting through the void. The cracks in space around Li Minghai's body also began to grow bigger, squeezing towards him. Almost instantly, the bewildered Li Minghai was overwhelmed by various forces. Dazzling bright light suddenly erupted in the place where Li Minghai was, revealing every detail of Yao's nearby star field, and within that light, there were ups and downs of energy fluctuations that could destroy the world. Jiyu Jianxin once again flew out on his back, faster than the attacking speed. The right sword waiter who had been prepared for a long time hastily rushed up and caught Jiyu Jianxin. With a wow, Jiyu Jianxin leaned on the arms of the right sword attendant, and spewed out a mouthful of blood mist. "Young master," Yu Jianxi called out coquettishly, his beautiful eyes were full of worry. Jiyu Jianxin didn't have the time to answer, but his eyes were fixed on the front. He didn't know whether Li Minghai was dead or not, but the feeling of the sword stabbing out just now clearly had been stabbed, and even Li Minghai's vital position had been stabbed. But that is a Void King Realm powerhouse after all. This was Jiyu Jianxin's first life and death game with a Void King Realm powerhouse, and he was inexperienced. Before seeing Li Minghai's corpse with his own eyes, he didn't dare to be careless. The light gradually dissipated, and a figure still stood in the void. Jiyu Jianxin's eyelids shrank suddenly. Li Minghai. In such a terrifying attack, Li Minghai didn't even die. He just endured such an energy impact. At this moment, this Void King Realm powerhouse is disheveled, looks embarrassed, and is dressed in rags. Protective treasure armor, but that treasure armor was also completely destroyed. What made Jiyu Jianxin overjoyed was that Li Minghai suffered serious injuries, because his body turned out to be tattered, like a piece of rag, with holes of various sizes and strange shapes almost all over his body. Looking over, one could even see Li Minghai's bones and squirming flesh and blood. And Li Minghai's face was full of anger and fear. He is afraid. He felt the threat of death, so he was afraid. As expected, Li Minghai looked around. His eyes only stayed on Jiyu Jianxin and Yu Jianxi for a moment, then turned away, and continued to search in the void. It's a pity that he found nothing. He didn't find any trace of the elusive young man who had sneaked up on him before. "Junior, one day the old man will make you pay the price." Li Minghai yelled sternly, then turned into a stream of light, and continued to flee into the distance, leaving a lot of blood in the void along the way. "Don't let him run away," Jiyu Jianxin shouted into the void, panting for breath. As soon as his words fell, a multicolored glow burst out from somewhere in the void, and that multicolored light was like an invincible and shocking sword energy, carrying the power of opening up the heavens and the earth, and slashed towards Li Minghai. Li Minghai was terrified and used secret techniques to resist. But at this moment, he is undoubtedly strong on the outside and capable on the inside, and the means he used can't even stop the colorful glow that turned into sword energy. The glow in Li Minghai's body crossed and disappeared into the void, like a shining meteor. But Li Minghai's body froze in place, his eyes widened, and he didn't move anymore. The vitality in his body and the look in his eyes quickly dissipated. A dignified Void King realm expert died here just like that. Ji Jianxin, who was watching from a distance, couldn't figure out the situation, and he didn't dare to act rashly even though he was seriously injured. He just stared at Li Minghai's body vigilantly. It wasn't until the left sword attendant, who was still in shock, flew not far away and came to Li Minghai's side to check it out, that he happily joined in the direction where Ji Jianxin was. When Zhuo Jianxi returned, Ji Jianxin asked eagerly, "How?" "Li Minghai is dead," Zhuo Jianxi replied. Ji Jianxin exhaled a long breath, he couldn't hold on any longer, and fell into the arms of the right sword servant who had been supporting him all the time. He said with lingering fear, "It's good to die, it's good to die." "Young master, that person just now." Zhuo Jianxi had a surprised expression. "It's not from our sword league." Ji Jianxin shook his head, reached out and took out some elixir from the space ring, stuffed it into his mouth, and said, "Leave this alone, you go to support other people first, and the old dog leader are quite a few strong people brought here, I'm afraid they won't be able to." Huh. When Ji Jianxin was speaking, he turned his head and glanced at the battlefield, and suddenly found a strange scene. Many warriors on my side are still alive, but Li Minghai's subordinates are almost dead and injured. He has been fighting with Li Minghai just now, so he didn't have time to investigate the situation there. Looking at it now, suddenly feel a little incredible. Ji Jianxin naturally knows the strength comparison between the two sides. My side is obviously weaker than Li Minghai's side. After all, Li Minghai was already prepared for a sneak attack and ambush, so how could he not be fully prepared? This time, he was able to kill Li Minghai by chance and escape the catastrophe. It was really because of the help of noble people, but how could his subordinates be so brave? He couldn't believe his eyes. But after watching it for a while, he finally understood what it was all about. It turned out to be because of the three masters and apprentices of UXE. Ji Jianxin knew Yu Shi, He Zhao and He Miao. No matter what, the three master and apprentice were warriors who followed him. And even though Yu Shi only had a void-returning first-level cultivation base, she was still a void-returning mirror, so Ji Jianxin naturally had some impressions of them. At this moment, the three masters and apprentices rushed to the forefront, facing an enemy whose strength was much stronger than theirs. They still did not change their faces. Whenever they confronted each other, a ball of red light would bloom from within He Zhao's body, and then the enemy would fall inexplicably. What is this red light? Ji Jianxin couldn't understand it. He never knew that there were such strange fighters among his subordinates, and he could accomplish such an unbelievable feat. The overall situation over there has been settled. Li Minghai's side has been defeated like a mountain, and is fleeing in a hurry, being chased and killed by his own men. Ji Yujian's heart was settled. He took a deep breath, and then cupped his fists and shouted into the void. "Dare to ask my friend Gao's name. Ji Yu is very grateful for the kindness of helping you just now. If it is convenient, can you come out and see?" "Hee, the young leader is polite." A hearty laughter came from somewhere. Ji Jianxin turned his head to look, and suddenly found that the young man he had seen before was walking step by step from the void. Ji Jianxin's eyes lit up, and the left and right sword attendants also looked at Yang Kai with a curious and grateful look. If Yang Kai hadn't suddenly rushed out of the sky just now, I didn't care if the two of them died or not, but the young master must be in danger, so for Yang Kai who turned the tide, the left and right sword servants were all grateful. Looking at Yang Kai's beautiful eyes, it's full of goodwill. Ji Jianxin just looked at Yang Kai for a while, and he was sure that the other party was just a third-layer void return realm as he had found out before. But the combat power he showed just now is far beyond this level. Perhaps, even if I team up with the left and right sword waiters, they may not necessarily be opponents of the other party. Ji Yujian's heart was shocked. As the young leader of the Sword League, he has had advantages that ordinary people cannot have since he was a child. He is not the kind of second-generation ancestor who has no ambitions. He has lofty ideals and a broad future, so he has been practicing hard all these years. He thinks that at the level of the Void Return Mirror, there are not many people in the entire star field who are his opponents. But today, he saw one. A martial artist of the same generation who made him feel great pressure. Third young master Shuiyu, Ji Jianxin asked suspiciously. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Am I such a mother? Ji Jianxin smiled awkwardly. The left and right sword waiters couldn't help but laugh. The more charming Zhuo Jian waiter burst out laughing, as if feeling something wrong. He quickly covered his mouth with his jade hand. I'm sorry, Ji Yu and the third young master Shuiyu have also been friends for a long time, and have never met. Ji Jianxin explained. Then your excellency is Zidonlai. Who is that? Yang Kai was stunned. Young master Purple Star. Ji Jianxin was at a loss. Why, in the view of the young alliance master, only the young masters who come from these powerful forces are qualified to talk to you. Yang Kai looked at Ji Zhanshin with a smile. That's not what Ji meant. Ji Zhanshin quickly said seriously, it's just that it's hard for Ji to imagine that without the support of these powerful forces, someone would be so strong. If there is something abrupt, please forgive me. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai smiled, I am not from a powerful family, my name is Yang Kai. Ji Zhanshin was stunned for a moment, he had never heard of the name Yang Kai, what was certain was that he was definitely not from any great power, and because of this, Ji Zhanshin was even more shocked. He clasped his fist solemnly again, so it's Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded slightly, looking into the distance, over there, the battle situation seemed to have calmed down, with Lu Yan's help, how could Li Minghai's men be opponents? One by one was beheaded to death, but no one escaped. Brother Yang, Ji has a question, I don't know whether to ask it or not. Ji Zhanshin suddenly said again. When I passed by here before, Li Minghai sneaked up on me, so I am in ambush here. Yang Kai glanced at him, and gave the answer like a prophet. Brother Yang is so courageous, and resourceful. Ji Zhanshin frowned. Ordinary void-returning mirrors were attacked by a Void King realm. If they survived by chance, they must have traveled as far as they could. They could only grit their teeth behind their backs, curse a few words to vent their anger, and let it go. But this Yang Kai actually dared to kill the carbine and attack others in turn. To do such a thing, either he is bold, or he has something to rely on. Judging from the results, it is obviously the latter reason. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to use his full strength in the previous battle. Moreover, this guy is obviously a vengeful master. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.